Chapter 481. Spying? What kind of spying? Jiang Xi asked. It's coming from there. Jiang Dudu pointed. Jiang Xi looked in the direction she was pointing and thought, indeed. There were two bright moons hanging in the sky like silver plates, as if they had existed for countless years. And the direction Jiang Dudu was pointing at was the second moon. Jiang Xi realized the seriousness of the matter, even though he had already guessed it. Back when he was still receiving the inheritance in the temple of Kongming, his clone in the first moon completed the spiritual cultivation. At that moment, his clone vaguely felt that someone was watching him. But that feeling disappeared in a flash as if it was an illusion. Because of that, he even specially conducted a carpet search in the first moon, but in the end he found nothing. Also, before he obtained the heavenly tower, he discovered that the various grotto heavens and secret realms on earth seemed to have been swept clean by someone, leaving nothing valuable behind. All of these made Jiang Xi suspect that there might be some powerful existence hiding on earth. Later on he asked Enai Shang, but the answer he got was no. However, Enai Shang revealed a rare piece of information, which was that the ancient orthodoxies on earth had left long ago. Since there was no powerful existence on earth, then there was only one place that could be. The second moon. The symbol of the beginning of the Earth's Spirit Qi revival era. So far, Earth had experienced a total of 5 Spirit Qi revivals. The fourth time was because the remnant spirit of his master, Taoist Gu, dissipated, and the heaven and earth spirit lock array was unsealed. The other 4 times were all related to the second moon. 200 years ago he had tried many times to enter it, but in the end, it all ended in failure. Because the second moon seemed to be in another space-time dimension, he could see it but not reach it. He could see it but could not touch it. I don't think I've explored the second moon since I came back this time. Jiang Xi stared at the second moon in the night sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival had just passed, and the 2 moons were especially bright. Combined with the spying feeling Jiang Dudu felt, he felt that something might have happened to the second moon. After thinking about it, he said to Jiang Dudu, I'm going to let my clone go up there to take a look. You protect my main body. Then be careful. Jiang Dudu's expression was very serious. Because an avatar was also a life. Jiang Xi nodded and closed his eyes. He focused all of his consciousness on his clone. At the same time, Jiang Xi's clone on the first moon left the dilapidated moon palace and flew towards the other moon in the starry sky. Although they looked close, the distance between the 2 moons was actually 36,000 kilometers. The doppelganger flew at top speed for 2 minutes, and it was very close to the second moon. Because all of his consciousness was on the clone, Jiang Xi immediately realized that this planet, which seemed to be the same as the first moon, had some changes. It felt more real. The brand new Guanghan Palace seemed to have come alive. The ethereal celestial voice drifted in his ears. He's alive? This thought surfaced in Riverward's mind. He calmed himself down and flew toward the second moon without hesitation. Buzz, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared in the starry sky, as if it had traveled through time and space. Jiang Xi seemed to have fallen into a time vortex. His entire body became absent-minded. His original body on Earth fell into a deep sleep immediately. The clone used the last bit of consciousness to try to stay awake. In a daze, he saw a golden-armored warrior holding a golden scroll appear in the starry sky outside the moon. After the scroll was unfolded, a booming voice resounded through the universe. By the Emperor's decree, the Guanghan Palace shall be built today. All immortals shall congratulate the Guanghan Fairy. A female immortal in white stood proudly on the moon. Although her face was blurry, she had a peerless beauty and peerless beauty. A magnificent and magnificent palace suddenly descended. Time and space changed. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Jiang Xi was like a spectator of time and space. He saw that in the starry sky outside the moon. The female immortal in white stood above the Guanghan Palace. Behind her, there were 100,000 female immortals in silver armor. They were mighty. The Guanghan lineage requests to fight in the war of conquest. Jiang Xi subconsciously turned his head. He vaguely heard. The Kunlun lineage requests to fight in the war of conquest. The war of conquest. He wanted to listen a little more, but time and space changed again. He saw a path to heaven that looked like a river of stars. It extended out from the starry sky not far away. The mighty army of immortals stepped onto the path to heaven with a determined aura. After some time, only white bones were left on the path to heaven. Everything was silent. At this moment, Jiang Xi's clone finally couldn't hold on any longer and completely fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Xi, go to the Linjiang District project in the afternoon. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Fuck, I'm giving you a fucking salary. Are you dreaming? I'll give you 10 seconds. If I see you still in your seat, I'll kick you out. Jiang Ci was in a daze as if he hadn't woken up yet. He was kicked out of the company by his boss. The scorching sun in the sky told him that summer was over, but it was still very hot. What kind of hot weather is this? It's too fucking hot. No, I'm already at the Essence Soul stage. Why would I be afraid of the heat? Essence Soul stage? Jiang Ci shuddered and suddenly woke up. He stood at the entrance of the Qingjiang building and looked at the pedestrians on the street, the cars speeding on the road, and the delivery boys racing against time. It was as if he was suddenly pulled back to reality from a dream. So it was a dream. Riverward let out a long sigh. It was very difficult to remember the contents of a dream after waking up. However, this dream was a little long, so he remembered a lot of things. Compared to the dream, his reality was really terrible. He was close to 30 years old, had no house, no car, and naturally no girlfriend. He was a typical product. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability, but that reality was too cruel. As a business elite of the company, he still had some savings. However, without the help of his parents, it would probably take him at least 10 years of hard work to get a house in this kind of new first-tier city. The premise was that the speed at which he earned money far exceeded the speed at which the housing prices rose. Of course, if he accepted his fate, he could still survive in the small city in his hometown. However, Jiang Ci didn't want to accept his fate. Chapter 482. A month passed in the blink of an eye. That day, a lady from the company stopped Jiang Ci after work. Jiang Ci, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Do you want to go out for a meal? The lady was very shy. What meal? I still have to play games. I'm not going. Jiang Ci said righteously. Umph. The lady walked away fiercely. Jiang Ci held his head and felt a headache. He wanted to say yes, but there was a voice in his head vaguely telling him that he was not allowed to hook up with vixens. He looked up at the desk calendar on his desk. September 20th, 2021, the 14th day of the 8th lunar month. Tomorrow was really the Mid-Autumn Festival. The next day, Jiang Ci and a few of his best friends made an appointment to climb mountains, have a picnic, and admire the moon. When they were climbing the mountain, Jiang Ci's performance shocked all of his best friends. Jiang Ci, when did your stamina become so good? You used to be out of breath when climbing a building. You're simply inhuman. It's such a tall mountain, but you didn't even sweat. Hurry up, I'll let you carry everything. Jiang Ci laughed and scolded them for being weaklings. Then he took the ingredients and utensils for the picnic and walked up the mountain without blushing or gasping for breath. In fact, he was also puzzled. When did his body become so strong? Although he usually trained, he shouldn't be this strong. This mountain of more than 2,000 meters was like flat ground to him now. At the top of the mountain, the work of the picnic was naturally left to Jiang Ci, who had the best stamina. I'm a big shot at the primordial soul stage and I still have to serve you small fries. Jiang Ci subconsciously complained. He didn't notice that his words were different. His best friends, who were as tired as a pile of mud, only thought that Jiang Ci was talking nonsense. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone was intoxicated and tipsy. Soon the moon came out. Hey, did I drink too much? Why are there 2 moons in the sky? Someone mumbled in surprise. Looks like you really drank too much. I think there are 4 moons. Someone agreed. The few of them chatted and laughed, and didn't feel anything unusual. Only Jiang Ci looked up at the sky in a daze. The 2 bright stars were like silver plates hanging quietly in the night sky. At this moment he woke up. Everything was clear now. So this was a dream. A bunch of idiots. Jiang Ci looked at his friends with a complicated expression. This should be a dream created from his memories before his rebirth. Everything he was experiencing now should be fake. Goodbye, brothers, Jiang Ci said softly. He didn't say goodbye before his rebirth, but now he did. The discussion among his buddies stopped abruptly. They looked at Jiang Ci blankly. A gentle breeze blew past, time stood still, and everything gradually became blurry. Time and space changed again, and 200 years passed. Jiang Ci became a spectator of time and space once again. This time it was a slum world. A skinny and short little girl was stumbling as she ran. Her tattered clothes couldn't hide the footprints and bruises on her body. Although the group of homeless children had snatched half a steamed bun, they didn't expect her to hide the other half. She came to the basement of a ruined building. A weak young man was lying on a tattered quilt in the corner. Brother, eat quickly. You'll be better after eating. The little girl held half a steamed bun with both hands and handed it to the young man. Seeing the young man eat the steamed bun, The little girl's dirty face revealed the brightest smile. In the days that followed, when the young man's illness was completely cured, the situation of the two finally changed. The young man was different from those homeless children. He had a clear goal in life and knew how to change himself. Time passed. The two first took off their homeless clothes, then set up a stall to earn money, rent a house, study, go to school. From the bottom of the new society, they struggled all the way up. Jiang Xi watched everything from the side. He didn't understand why this time vortex would trace back to him from the ancient era. After an unknown period of time, the scene in front of him shattered like a mirror. Everything disappeared into thin air. At this moment he was on a blue stone in the starry sky. Below him was the brand new Guanghan Palace. Further below, there was the second moon. However, these weren't Jiang Xi's focus. Because in front of him, there was a burly old man in coarse clothes sitting cross-legged. The old man's white hair was messy and his face was rough. He gave off a barbaric feeling. Or it could be said that the old man was the definition of the word barbaric. Jiang Xi didn't sense any powerful aura, but his intuition told him that the old man was a peerless beast that seemed to be able to devour everything. "You're here." The old man grinned. "Senior knows me?" Jiang Xi didn't let down his guard. "My name is Qing Shi. I don't know you, but you know me," the old man said. This specious sentence left Jiang Xi scratching his head in confusion. "You should have a lot of questions. I can give you 4 chances to ask." The bluestone old man smiled. Jiang Xi thought for a moment and said, "First question. What I experienced just now, did Senior do it?" "I just started it. Everything that followed was made up by your memory," the bluestone old man said. Jiang Xi thought for a moment and asked, "Second question. Senior, are you from Earth?" "Yes and no. I come from the Mountain Sea realm, which later became the Mountain Sea Star." "Mountain Sea realm? Mountain Sea Star?" "Just remember these 2 names. Knowing too much won't do you any good." "Oh? Then the unanswered questions don't count, right?" "Haha, it's been a long time since someone dared to bargain with me. If you don't want to count, then so be it." Jiang Xi nodded. Third question. Is the recovery of Earth's spiritual energy controlled by Senior? "No, I'm just an executor." The bluestone old man shook his head. "Executor?" Jiang Xi was really shocked this time. Bluestone didn't have the aura of a tribulation transcender. In other words, Bluestone was at least a perfected lord. No, he was most likely a Tao lord. This was because a long time ago when Taoist Gu was trapped in the first moon. In order to find the lost Purple Heaven Sword manual, the Purple Heaven sect had searched the starry sky where the solar system was located, but in the end they found nothing. Now, it seemed that the main reason why Earth hadn't been discovered by the Purple Heaven sect was because of the Bluestone old man. If a Tao lord had participated in the search at that time, then only a Tao lord would have been able to avoid being found. And the bluestone old man said that he was just an executor? Then, was there someone more powerful behind him? A heavenly venerable? Jiang Xi was shocked. There were heavenly venerables on Earth? One had to know that in the entire human race of the universe, there was only one heavenly venerable in the Taoist sect. "You have one more question." The bluestone old man chuckled. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. He really wanted to ask about Bluestone's cultivation and whether there were heavenly venerables on Earth. But he held back in the end. This was because a thought popped up in his mind and he blurted out, "Last question. What is the relationship between the 3 sects and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance in Earth?" Chapter 483. After saying this, Riverward suddenly realized that he had neglected such an important question for so long. The Tao Alliance consisted of the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the Sword sect, the Purple Heaven sect, and the Moon sect. There were too many similarities between these 9 immortal Tao sects and the legends of Earth. Why had he never thought of going there to investigate? No, he had definitely thought of this before, but why had he forgotten? This feeling was as if someone had erased his memories. Do you find it strange? The boorish-looking bluestone elder had a half-smile on his face. He had seen through Jiang Xi's thoughts. Was it Senior's doing? Jiang Xi asked. It's not within the scope of the answer, so I don't know. The bluestone elder shook his head. Jiang Xi. Then Senior, please answer the 4th question. The bluestone elder smiled. You can think of Earth as the Tao Alliance's ancestral land, a forgotten place. That's it. That's it. Jiang Xi felt as if he had wasted a precious opportunity to ask questions. He could also think of what the bluestone elder had said. Anyone with a brain would be able to guess this conclusion. The conclusion you guessed is the same as what I told you, but the meaning is different. The bluestone elder said. Jiang Xi nodded. That was true. A definite answer would definitely have a different impact on him in the future compared to a vague answer. The questions are over. I have something to remind you of. The Bluestone Elder suddenly said solemnly. Senior, please speak. Jiang Xi remained respectful. In the near future, Earth will face a crisis. You must be mentally prepared. The Bluestone Elder's words were shocking. What crisis? Even Senior can't stop it? Jiang Xi was frightened. How big of a crisis was that? I'm leaving. The Bluestone Elder said. What he meant was that he could stop it, but he didn't want to. Senior, is it okay if you leave later? Jiang Xi asked. You have to face this crisis alone. The Bluestone Elder shook his head. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Jiang Xi nodded slightly, but he still felt a little uneasy. There's one more thing. I want to take Jiang Dudu away. If she stays here, there will be trouble. The Bluestone Old Man's words shocked Jiang Xi once again. What? Dudu is only at the nascent soul stage. The Bluestone Old Man remained silent. Jiang Xi was helpless. This big shot was really tight-lipped. However, he could also guess a thing or two. Every time the spirit chi on Earth recovered, Jiang Dudu would inexplicably fall into a deep sleep, and then her cultivation would be greatly improved. It was obvious that Jiang Dudu was hiding a lot of secrets. Since Old Man Bluestone proposed to take away Jiang Dudu, there must be a reason. Besides, even if he wanted to stop them, he couldn't. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi said, Then where can I find you in the future? The Bluestone Old Man stretched out his hand as if creating something out of thin air. Blue gravel flowed in his hand, and soon a Bluestone token was condensed. No matter where you are, you can contact me through this token. If I'm in a good mood, I'll send you a message. The Bluestone Old Man said with a smile. Jiang Xi took the token with great joy. As for the Bluestone Old Man's words, he didn't take it to heart at all. It was fine as long as he could contact him. This was a big backer. He scanned the Bluestone token with his spiritual sense and was surprised to find that there was no mark of the Eye of Ascension. Could it be that this method of communication was not through the Eye of Ascension? Before he could ask, Old Man Bluestone waved his sleeve, and Jiang Dudu's figure appeared out of thin air. Jiang Dudu was a little confused. She was still on Earth a moment ago, guarding Jiang Xi's original body, who had fallen into a deep sleep. The next moment, space changed and they arrived at the second moon. Jiang Dudu's gaze locked onto Jiang Xi first. It's like this. Jiang Xi coughed and briefly explained the situation. I'm not leaving. Jiang Dudu looked at the Bluestone Old Man warily. Old Man Bluestone opened his mouth and smiled at her. Jiang Dudu just sneered. Listen to me. Haven't you always wanted to surpass me? If you cultivate with this senior, you'll have a chance to surpass me. Jiang Xi persuaded. Jiang Xi, are you selling me out? Jiang Dudu's face was sullen, and she was very unhappy. How is that possible? Jiang Xi explained in detail, stating the pros and cons. After listening to him, Jiang Dudu fell into a short silence. She was no longer willful. She knew her own situation. If what Old Man Bluestone said was true and Earth was in danger, she would only be a burden to Jiang Xi if she stayed. She was not as strong as Jiang Xi. Then you must be careful. Jiang Dudu said seriously. Don't worry, Senior Bluestone said it's not a big problem. Besides, don't you know me? Jiang Xi smiled. You just have to follow Senior and cultivate well. Riverward exhorted in the end. Jiang Dudu nodded. Old Man Bluestone did not say anything else. Waves appeared in the starry sky. Suddenly space changed. Jiang Xi felt his vision blur, and Jiang Dudu and Old Man Bluestone in front of him disappeared. What disappeared was the brand new moon palace and the second moon. In the nearby starry sky, only the first moon 36 kilometers away was left. This change was unexpected. Old Man Bluestone did not tell him that the second moon would disappear as well. Earth is going to be lively now. The scene of two moons hanging in the sky had existed for more than 300 years. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, it was definitely big news to the humans living on Earth. Then Jiang Xi hid his clone in the broken moon palace of the first moon and his consciousness returned to his original body. After waking up, his spiritual awareness covered the entire world. Indeed, the whole world was in chaos. Everyone was discussing why the second moon had disappeared. The higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance were also taking emergency measures. A small number of cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage were preparing to go to the starry sky to investigate. Jiang Xi thought for a while and sent a message to the higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance, asking them to calm down. With his strength and status, he easily calmed down this storm. Some people who knew him came to his house to ask him about the inside story. Of course, Jiang Xi would not divulge any information to them. For more than 200 years under Jiang Dudu's secret control, the entire Earth had been in a state of isolation. There was no contact with the outside world. Therefore, some cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage still did not know about the Universal Tao Alliance. In recent years, there were people who went to the first moon to investigate, but no one found the ancient interstellar teleportation formation. This was because Jiang Xi had set up a formation barrier there a long time ago. If one's cultivation level was not higher than his, they would definitely not be able to detect the existence of the formation barrier. After forcibly calming down the storm caused by the disappearance of the second moon, Jiang Xi did not relax and continued to work hard on his cultivation. Old Man Bluestone did not give me an exact time. I have to start preparing now. Chapter 484. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The order on Earth had basically returned to normal. Due to the deliberate control of public opinion by the Great Xia Alliance, the storm of the disappearance of the second moon had completely subsided. At first, everyone was very alarmed that a moon was missing from the sky. However, as time passed, many people realized that it did not matter if it was missing. It did not have any special effect. At most, they would talk about it during their leisure time. In this incident, although Jiang Xi played a leading role, he did not choose to appear in front of the public. Therefore, there were still very few people who knew that he had returned. Jiang Xi was like a hermit, cultivating in seclusion every day. On this day, as usual, he was deducing Tao techniques at home. Suddenly, a notification from the experience panel sounded in his mind. Deduction successful. You have comprehended sword intent. Experience points plus 200 million. The pleasant notification made Jiang Xi ecstatic. He finally succeeded. He had comprehended the sword Tao during his first year in the ancient Tao source realm. Calculating the time, it had been more than 130 years since then. This speed could only be considered normal for a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. However, with the help of the EXP panel, this speed was too slow. Logically speaking, he should have broken through in at most 10 years. Jiang Xi was very clear about the reason for all this. It was because he was walking on too many paths at the same time. Sword Tao, Departing Fire, Gale and Vajra for Tao techniques. Tao techniques reinforced and restrained each other, and would interfere with each other. This was a principle that all cultivators of Tao techniques understood. The difficulty of advancing on 4 paths at the same time was at least 100 times that of advancing on a single Tao technique. This was also the main reason why Jiang Xi had not comprehended any new Tao techniques. Back then, the 5-colored palm that he had obtained in the Battle Pattern continent was left behind by the legendary 5 Elements Battle Emperor, Tao Lord, of the Battle Pattern continent. It contained all the 5 Elements Tao techniques. He had already comprehended the Fire Elemental Tao technique, Departing Fire, and the Metal Elemental Tao technique, Vajra. He could use the 5-colored palm to continue comprehending the remaining 3 5 Elements Tao techniques. However, he did not do so. If he walked on 3 more paths, the difficulty of advancing would probably increase by 1,000 times. Perhaps he would have to wait another 1,000 years for a breakthrough in sword intent. After 1,000 years, the genius disciples in the same batch as him would probably have already left him in the dust. The difficulty of the 4 paths I'm on now is just right. The increase in strength is also very obvious. Jiang Xi knew how to choose. These 4 Taoist techniques played an important role in his ability to possess combat strength comparable to that of a late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator. Whether it was the Tao fusion art that he created himself, the Tao pattern art, or the Tao seal art that he created later on, it was all because of the enhancement from the 4 Tao arts that he was able to unleash such great power. Now, I've made a breakthrough in sword principle. When Gale, Departing Fire, and Vajra all make breakthroughs, my strength will undergo an earth-shaking change. The 3 secret techniques, Tao fusion technique, Tao pattern technique, and Tao seal technique all emphasized balance. All 4 Taoist techniques had to be at the same level in order to reach a higher level. Therefore, the breakthrough in Sword Tao was only a prelude. He opened the experience panel to check some of the changes. Tao technique, sword intent, none 11 billion, amplitude, 2,000 times sword intent, 1 billion experience points is still acceptable. When the realm of sword intent increases, the amplitude of my spiritual power will also increase greatly. Jiang Xi speculated that after the realm of sword intent reached perfection, his spiritual power amplitude would reach 20,000 times. The Tao fusion art could increase his spiritual power amplitude by another 4 times. However, due to the imbalance in the realms of the 4 Taoist techniques, the Tao fusion art could not be used for the time being. However, 20,000 times of spiritual power amplitude was already more than 2 times higher than the 8,000 times of spiritual power amplitude when he used the Tao fusion art previously. In a numerical sense, it was more than 2 times higher. In terms of actual combat strength, it was more than 2 times higher. I should be able to reach the level of Lone Star. I'm definitely still very far from the first Tribulation Transcender level. Jiang Xi thought to himself previously, during the Cloud Summit competition, Lone Star had crushed everyone and killed him with just 3 slashes. Even so, Lone Star's combat strength had not reached the first Tribulation Transcender level. Otherwise he would not have died in the Hell level mission. Currently, my greatest trump card is still the Heavenly Building. In the past 6 months, Ni Shang had been devouring the immortal energy of the Tribulation Transcender monsters' corpses, striving to refine the first seal of the Heavenly Building. However, the progress was very slow. After all, it was an origin treasure. It's hard to meet a Tribulation Transcender opponent now, so there's no need for the Heavenly Building. In the following time, Jiang Xi began to focus on deducing the paths of Gale, Li Fire and Vajra. His clone was in charge of refining the spiritual fruits and increasing the level of his sword intent. It was worth mentioning that half a year ago, after being reminded by old man Qing Shi, he left the Heavenly Building. His avatar left the solar system and hid in a remote life planet in the Milky Way. This was his last life-saving method. 3 months later. Pale blue star region in a desolate galaxy. Waves appeared in the dark starry sky like the surface of water. A supreme-grade spirit artifact green flying ship shuttled out and then shuttled into the source space again. In the starry sky tens of thousands of kilometers away, 3 black flying ships appeared and did the same. This was an interstellar chase. In the green flying ship in front, 2 female cultivators anxiously controlled the flying ship, constantly shuttling back and forth. One of them was petite, while the other was like a big sister next door, gentle and dignified. Although anxious, she still maintained her calm. Big sister one, what should we do? It'll take us another day and a half to reach the nearest life planet. The petite female cultivator couldn't help but ask. When Yoshin was silent. According to the difference in speed between the 2 sides, the 3 black flying ships behind them would catch up with them in about half a day. Death tribulation. In fact, she was already very lucky to be able to survive until now. 3 days ago, she led the Mountain Sea Star Trade's patrol team to a random life planet to inspect the business of the Mountain Sea Star Trade, but she didn't expect to be ambushed on that planet. Those people didn't kill them at first, just took away their communication beads and flying ships, and put them under house arrest. This also gave her a chance. She took advantage of the opportunity to escape with the supreme-grade spirit artifact she had hidden. That was how the interstellar chase came to be. Lil P said before that the Mountain Sea Star Trade only took 200 years to reach this scale. Extensive development will definitely lead to all kinds of problems, but the problem this time is too big. When Yoshin's heart was full of bitterness. I hope Lil P can discover this problem in time. No, if I die this time she will definitely discover this problem. When Yoshin's eyes became resolute, Jiang Dudu had her life slip. If she died and the life slip shattered, it would attract Jiang Dudu's attention even if there was no message. At this time, in the starry sky behind them, another flying ship emitting immortal aura appeared. An immortal artifact flying ship. At the same time, a powerful spiritual sense pressure directly imprisoned Wen Yoshin. Tao integration. Wen Yoshin's expression changed drastically. Chapter 485. The headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade was located in Anlin City on planet Dongyuan in the Milky Way system. 200 years ago, Jiang Xi had become a core disciple of the Third Sky of the Purple Heaven sect through the 9 Regions Genius Battle. As a reward, the Tsangyun sect, which ruled the entire Kanglin Star region, transferred the ownership of the Milky Way system to Jiang Xi. From then on, the entire Milky Way system, which had more than 40,000 planets with life, became Jiang Xi's private territory. Since it was her own territory, Jiang Daodu made the decision to move the headquarters of the Mountain Sea Star Trade to planet Dongyuan, the core planet of the Milky Way system. One day, when Jiang Xi received the news that Wen Yoshin and the patrol team had gone missing, he realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately rushed to planet Dongyuan from Earth. Wen Yoshin was the second most important person in the Mountain Sea Star Trade. Her disappearance had a great impact on the Mountain Sea Star Trade and could easily cause unrest. Besides, Jiang Daodu had been taken away by the old man with bluestone. In this way the Mountain Sea Star Trade was almost leaderless. With only Wen Feng and Shen Wanxi left, it was difficult to control the entire Mountain Sea Star trade. After all, the scale of the Mountain Sea Star trade was now very large. Especially after Jiang Xi became a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, the Mountain Sea Star trade had embarked on a rapid development path. In the entire Kanglan Star region, the Mountain Sea Star trade was ranked second in terms of interstellar trade after the Tsangyun sect's Tsangyun Star trade. According to the overall value, the Mountain Sea Star trade was worth more than 100 million premium spirit crystals. In terms of points, it was 1 million points. For so many years, every time Jiang Xi leveled up, his doppelganger had to refine a large number of spiritual fruits to increase the experience points on the experience points panel. These spiritual fruits did not appear out of thin air. They were all purchased with the funds provided by the Mountain Sea Star trade. It could be said that without the financial support of the Mountain Sea Star trade, the speed of his strength improvement would be at least 40% slower. Moreover, for Jiang Xi, the Mountain Sea Star trade was not only an important asset, but also his and Jiang Daodu's hard work. Jiang Daodu had devoted a lot of effort and energy to the development of the Mountain Sea Star trade for more than 200 years. Hence, Jiang Xi would not allow anything to happen to Mountain Sea Star. Anyone who dared to touch the Mountain Sea Star trade would be cutting off his flesh and drinking his blood. Of course, as Wen Yoxin's senior granduncle, he had to fulfill the responsibility and obligation of an elder to bring Wen Yoxin back safely. Through the First Moon's interstellar teleportation array, they were directly transported to planet Dongyuan. After arriving at the Mountain Sea Star Trade headquarters, Wen Feng and Shen Wanxi were already waiting. The two of them were unable to contact Jiang Dudu, so they could only contact Jiang Xi, Martial Granduncle. Wen Feng's face was filled with worry. Jiang Gu. Shen Wanxi let out a sigh of relief because he had found his pillar of support. Tell me the details. Jiang Xi didn't waste any time. Yes, Sister has been patrolling the business of the Mountain and Sea Star trade in the various life planets in recent years. In order to ensure the suddenness and accuracy of the patrol, she randomly chose a star system every time. 3 days ago she went out with a patrol team like before. Not long after, all of them disappeared. Wen Feng's expression was very ugly. I've asked the relatives of all the patrolmen and found that some of their life slips have shattered, Shen Wanxi added. Where's Yoxin's life slip? Jiang Xi asked. Sister is still alive. This is the location of her last message. Wen Feng took out his astrolabe and summoned a star map phantom, marking the approximate area. Shuazhou star system. After Jiang Xi saw the location, he immediately took out his communication pearl and sent a message to immortal Lu Chuan, who was guarding the supervision department for him. As the elder of the supervision department of the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Branch, he was in charge of supervising the various affairs of the Purple Heaven sect in the Blue Planet. With the connections and power of the supervision department, he could quickly gather information on what had happened in the Shuazhou star system in the past few days. A moment later, Lu Chuan took a teleportation array and personally rushed to planet Dongyuan. When Wen Feng and Shen Wanxi found out that Lu Chuan was a third tribulation transcender, they were shocked. This was the first time they had seen an immortal. Then they saw Lu Chuan respectfully bow to Jiang Xi. The two of them looked at each other and saw hope. Sir, all the members of the supervision department in the Shuazhou star system have been dispersed. With our surveillance network, we will be able to gather accurate information in half a day at most, Lu Chuan said respectfully. He was originally a subordinate of the military minister, Chen Hu, but because he had offended a sixth tribulation transcender of the Purple Heaven sect, he had been suppressed. After Jiang Xi returned to the Blue Planet and became the elder of the supervision department of the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Branch, he had helped him solve this problem. Although Chen Hu's request also played a part in it, Jiang Xi had recognized his worth and recognized his worth. This was something that could be confirmed. As a third tribulation transcender, Lu Chuan did not forget Jiang Xi's kindness. Not only did he help Jiang Xi take care of the entire supervision department's affairs, but he also helped him. This time when he received Jiang Xi's message, he immediately rushed over. This also showed his attitude. Half a day. It's about time. Jiang Xi nodded slightly and waited for the news calmly. He was unlike Wen Feng and Shen Wanxi, whose anxiety was written all over their faces. Half a day later, Lu Chuan received a message and said, Sir, it has been confirmed that Wen Yoxin once appeared on planet Kulu of the Shuazhou star system. Jiang Xi stood up and said to Wen Feng and Shen Wanxi, I will personally make a trip to planet Kulu. You guys guard the Mountain Sea Star trade well. Wen Feng could not help but say, Uncle Granduncle, you must save my sister. Jiang Gu, I will wait for your good news. Shen Wanxi said. Don't worry. Jiang Xi smiled. Then he and Lu Chuan left planet Dongyuan through the interstellar teleportation array. Shuazhou Star System, planet Kalu, in the hall of the Supervision Department's manor. Jiang Xi sat at the top of the hall. Lu Chuan stood beside him like a guard. Below him was the person in charge of the monitoring station, a nascent soul cultivator. He said, Sirs, just now we received feedback from our network on planet Kalu. 3 days ago, when Yoshin and the other 10 people from the Mountain Sea Star Trade did come to planet Kalu, but they quickly left on a flying ship. Is there anything unusual about the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch here? Jiang Xi asked in a deep voice. The person in charge hesitated for a moment before saying, There's nothing unusual. It's the same as before. It's abnormal if there's nothing unusual. Jiang Xi sneered and said, Send someone to capture all the staff of the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch. The person in charge hurriedly took his leave and led his subordinates to capture the staff. Lu Chuan watched from the side and nodded slightly because there was nothing wrong with Jiang Xi's judgment. The second in command of the Mountain Sea Star Trade had disappeared not long after leaving planet Kalu. However, the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch did not panic at all. Everything was normal. On the surface, this was professionalism and worthy of praise. The truth was that they might be hiding something. It was suspicious. Chapter 486. Soon, the thousands of staff members of the Mountain Sea Planet branch were forcefully brought in front of Jiang Xi. The person in charge of the branch was a golden-haired young man who looked very tough. His cultivation was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. There were also 7 cultivators at the middle and early stage of the nascent soul realm. The remaining 1,000 or so staff members were all at the golden core realm. Although planet Kalu was not the core planet of the Shuazhou star system, its overall development level was not much worse. Therefore, the Mountain Sea Star Trade had set up a relatively large branch here. Jiang Xi looked at everyone expressionlessly. Basically, everyone was a little flustered because just now, a group of fully armed soldiers had rushed into their office and brought them here. They did not know what had happened, nor did they know Jiang Xi. Only the golden-haired young man at the late stage of the nascent soul realm was slightly calm. He knew Jiang Xi's identity. Subordinate greets Lord Jiang Xi. He bowed respectfully. His blonde hair was very elegant, and it was obvious that he was a very good person. The person in charge took the lead, and the staff members below also hurriedly bowed. However, it was very messy and not orderly. Jiang Xi did not care and did not say anything. He directly said to Lu Chuan, Don't waste time. Use your bewitching technique and interrogate everyone. As soon as these words came out, some people were confused, some people's expressions changed slightly, and some people became even more flustered. They began to discuss in low voices. Lu Chuan's face was stern as he spread out his spiritual sense. Among the 1,000 or so people with different expressions, the highest cultivation level was only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. How could they resist the bewitching technique of a 3-tribulation transcender? Immediately the hall fell silent, and everyone fell into a daze. The following interrogation was very simple. 2 questions. Do you know when Yoshin? Do you know her whereabouts? Under the bewitching state, no one lied. Either you know her or you don't. Either you know her or you don't. Only one person's answer was different. The golden-haired young man said with a dull expression, When Yoshin was brought to planet Kalu by White Feather Star Trade. How do you know? Jiang Xi asked. Because I'm from White Feather Star Trade. I was sent to Mountain Sea Star Trade as a spy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi sneered. It was just as he had expected. Is there a planet called Karo in the Shuazhou galaxy? He asked Chu Kuan, the person in charge of the station. There are more than 30,000 life-bearing planets in the Shuazhou star system. I know all of them by heart. There is no Karo star. Chu Kuan shook his head. He thought for a moment before saying, It might be a barren planet that hasn't been registered in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Then have you heard of White Feather Star Trade? Jiang Xi asked again. Chu Kuan pondered for a long time before replying, No, it should be an unknown interstellar trading group. Jiang Xi nodded and said to Lu Chuan, Remove their bewitching spell. Lu Chuan followed his instructions. More than 1,000 people instantly came to their senses, but many of them were still in a daze. However, the golden-haired young man's expression changed drastically. He still remembered what he had said when he was in a trance. Spare my life, my lord. I was also forced. The golden-haired young man knelt on the ground with a pale face. Jiang Xi did not say a word. He only stretched out his hand and beckoned. Spiritual power surged. The late-stage nascent soul realm golden-haired young man uncontrollably arrived in front of Jiang Xi. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. He could only beg for mercy. He no longer had his previous carefree appearance. However, how could Jiang Xi spare such a traitor? He really wanted to know who was so bold as to poach him and touch his business. He pressed his palm on the golden-haired young man's head. Soul search. It was the most efficient interrogation method. After 3 to 4 breaths, the golden-haired young man lost his breath. The 1,000 people all knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. They were afraid that Jiang Xi would also search their souls. Jiang Xi did not continue searching their souls. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned a wisp of sword light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the remaining 7 nascent soul cultivators of the Mountain Sea Star Trade branch could react, the sword light pierced through their heads and killed them. Because of the soul search just now, he learned that these 7 people were also spies of the White Feather Star Trade. Jiang Xi was so angry that he almost laughed. What was the origin of this White Feather Star Trade? Didn't they know that the Mountain Sea Star Trade was his business? At the same time, Jiang Xi's heart was filled with anger. It was not only because the White Feather Star Trade was so unscrupulous in poaching his people. There was another important reason. He learned through the soul search that the White Feather Star Trade was an illegal interstellar trading group that specialized in selling the gold core and nascent soul of cultivators. This was an industry that was even crueler than the slave trade. The slaves could still survive. The business of selling gold core and nascent soul first needed to cultivate the cultivator to this cultivation level, then kill them and take away their gold core and nascent soul. Or directly kill those cultivators in the gold core stage and nascent soul stage, take their gold core and nascent soul, preserve them with a special method, and sell them to those in need. This was an extremely profitable black industry, especially when they hunted gold core stage and nascent soul stage cultivators with outstanding talent. Their gold core and nascent soul stage cultivators were even more expensive. There were countless humans in the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance. There was no lack of young cultivators who were born noble, rich, and powerful, but had poor talent. Under such circumstances, they could spend a lot of money to buy the gold core and nascent soul of those cultivators with outstanding talent. Then, through a secret technique, they could refine the gold core and nascent soul that they bought into their own. While changing their talent, they could also directly become a nascent soul stage cultivator. This kind of person deserves to die, and this kind of power deserves to die too. Jiang Xi did not want to be a saint. He did not have the time to care. There were many tall cultivators and he was not a tall cultivator. The problem now was that this so-called White Feather Star Trade actually dared to use the channels of the Mountain Sea Star Trade to do this kind of black business. The golden-haired youth and his group were undercover and controlled the entire Mountain Sea Star Trade branch of the Kalu planet. Their goal was to use the channels of the Mountain Sea Star Trade to buy and sell the gold core and nascent soul of cultivators for the White Feather Star Trade. Jiang Xi could not tolerate this. Beside him, when Lu Chuan also learned about this, his expression changed. Selling the gold core and nascent soul of cultivators. Sir, this is a trade activity prohibited by the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. Moreover, this happens to be the responsibility of the Ministry of Supervision. Jiang Xi was expressionless. He first waved his hand to set up a barrier that isolated spiritual sense. Then he asked in a deep voice, "Is it related to the Ministry of Commerce?" "I'm not sure. Should we mobilize the Ministry of Supervision's army?" Lu Chuan's tone was uncertain. "The 2 of us are enough." Jiang Xi shook his head. The Ministry of Supervision also had an army of about 10,000 nascent soul cultivators. However, he did not believe these people now. If the White Feather Star Trade was really related to the Ministry of Commerce, as long as he mobilized the Ministry of Supervision's army, it would definitely attract the attention of the Ministry of Commerce. There were not many factions that dared to have designs on the Mountain Sea Star Trade in the Blue Star region. The Ministry of Commerce of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Star region was in charge of all the Purple Heaven Sect's commercial activities in the Blue Star region. It just so happened that it had the capital to do so. Of course, this was only Jiang Xi's speculation. He could not be completely sure that it was the doing of the Ministry of Commerce. "Erase these people's memories," Jiang Xi said again. Lu Chuan nodded. He understood Jiang Xi's intention. It was to prevent the news from being leaked. Chapter 487. Planet Calo was the headquarters of White Feather Star Trade. This was indeed a desolate planet that had never been registered in the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. There were no interstellar teleportation arrays either, so they could only go there via flying ship. Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan arrived at Planet Calo's outer space. Your Excellency, use my flying ship. Lu Chuan waved his hand and took out a black flying ship that emitted an immortal aura. An immortal artifact flying ship? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. You must be joking, Your Excellency. It's only an inferior grade immortal artifact. With Your Excellency's status, it's very easy for you to buy such a flying ship, Lu Chuan said with a smile. How fast can it reach? Jiang Xi asked. It can reach up to 10 times the speed of light, Lu Chuan said as he formed a seal to activate the flying ship. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. He usually used interstellar teleportation arrays to travel and rarely used flying ships, so he had never thought of upgrading them. The flying ship he was using was still a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Its maximum speed was 3 times the speed of light. Compared to Lu Chuan's immortal artifact flying ship, there was a difference. It was very difficult to increase speed. Although there was only a difference of 3 times the speed of light and 10 times the speed of light, when it came to interstellar travel, the difference was like heaven and earth. This was because when an object's speed reached the speed of light, it would enter the source space. The distance ratio between the source space and the primal universe was 1:3600. In other words, flying 1 light-year in the source space was equivalent to crossing 3,600 light-years in the primal universe. Based on a year's time, flying 3 light-years in the source space at 3 times the speed of light was 10,800 light-years in the primal universe. Flying 10 light-years in the source space at 10 times the speed of light was 36,000 light-years in the primal universe. Therefore, the difference between these two speeds wasn't as simple as 10-3, which was equivalent to 7 light-years. Instead, it was a difference of 25,200 light-years. I should get one if I have the time. After all, not every planet has an interstellar teleportation array. Whether it's traveling or escaping, speed is very important. Jiang Xi temporarily remembered this thought. With this thought in mind, Lu Chuan activated the flying ship and entered the source space. The distance between planet Callow and planet Callow was more than 30 light-years. Traveling through the source space at 10 times the speed of light would only take a little more than 7 hours. At this time, Jiang Xi didn't waste any time. He cultivated in the cultivation cabin of the flying boat. 3 months ago, his sword principle had broken through to the sword intent level. As the clone continued to refine the Fey fruits, the level of the sword intent experience had also increased to the 10th level of perfection recently. Dao Technique, Sword Intent, 10 levels, 1 billion, amplitude, 20,000 times sword intent. A spirit power amplitude of 20,000 times, a body that's 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit tool, and a spirit sense that's as strong as a mid-stage Dao integration cultivator. In summary, my combat prowess should be at the level of a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a scorching light. Then he continued to deduce the Gale, Ignis, and Vajra Daos. While he was cultivating, Lu Chuan had been guarding outside the cultivation cabin. He was a loyal guard. As expected of a core disciple at the 4th firmament. He doesn't give up on any opportunity to cultivate. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly. Since he was able to become a 3rd tribulation transcender, he was naturally considered a genius when compared to the vast majority of cultivators. However, compared to Jiang Xi, he was far inferior. The black flying ship that was enveloped by the array formation constantly shuttled through the source space that was filled with 7 colored streams of light at 10 times the speed of light. More than 7 hours later, Lu Chuan's gaze flickered as he formed a seal with both hands. The flying ship immediately slowed down and left the source space. Jiang Xi also sensed the changes in speed and space. He ended his cultivation and walked out of the cultivation cabin. The boundless starry sky in front of him was barren. There were not many stars in sight. However, when he spread out his spiritual sense, he discovered that there was a distant star in the starry sky. 40,000 kilometers away, there was a lonely planet orbiting a star that was about to decay. Your Excellency's spiritual sense is actually so strong. Lu Chuan sensed the strength of Jiang Xi's spiritual sense and was filled with surprise. He originally wanted to remind him, but he didn't expect Jiang Xi to also discover the planet. This is indeed a hidden place. Even the most experienced starry sky wanderer would easily overlook this part of the starry sky, Riverward said. They have 1 late-stage Dao integration cultivator and 2 early-stage Dao integration cultivators. With such strength, unless they encounter an immortal, anyone who comes will die. Lu Chuan shook his head. The spiritual sense of a 3rd tribulation transcender was even clearer than that of Jiang Xi. As for interstellar hunters, their cultivation levels were generally not high. It was very rare to see early-stage Dao integration cultivators, so they would definitely die if they came. Let's go and save her first before dealing with this bunch of trash. Jiang Xi sneered. His actual combat strength was invincible at the Dao integration realm. He alone was enough to crush the entire White Feather planet. Even if there were any accidents, Lu Chuan could resolve them with a slap. When they had used their spiritual senses to investigate just now, they had already confirmed Wen Yoxing's location. She was hiding in a prison in a palace on planet Callow. Then the flying ship carried out another short teleportation, traversing 40,000 kilometers. Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan silently descended on planet Callow. There were natives on this desolate planet. Ever since planet Callow was occupied by White Feather Planet 30,000 years ago, the natives had become captive slaves. The natives followed the rules set by White Feather Planet to reproduce, cultivate and eliminate. Among them, the outstanding natives would grow into golden core and nascent soul cultivators. For 30,000 years, under the control of White Feather Planet's public opinion, the natives did not know of the hidden scam. They simply thought that the growth path that White Feather Planet had set for them was an opportunity to step into the starry sky. Little did they know that from the moment they were chosen, they had become goods. They were destined to have their golden cores or nascent souls taken away and live a sad life. At this moment, on a 10,000-meter tall mountain in the Xishan tribe, I've finally cultivated to the perfected golden core stage. The next step is to break through to the nascent soul stage. At that time, I can join the White Feather Palace, walk out of this planet, and become a powerhouse of the universe. Maka jumped down from the mountain peak excitedly and flew into the air. He was a genius of the Xishan tribe. He had only cultivated for 80 years and reached the perfected golden core stage. The goal that White Feather Palace had set for him was to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. After returning to the tribe, Maka was surprised to find that the tribe leader was waiting for him at home. Accompanying the tribe leader was an enchanting female cultivator in white armor. When Maka saw the female cultivator's figure and appearance, he immediately blushed. Their tribe did not have such a beautiful woman. Even his sister, who did not speak, could not compare to this female cultivator. Maka, this is Lord Lien of White Feather Palace. The old tribe leader introduced with a smile. Greetings, Lord Lien. Maka bowed with a red face. Maka, congratulations. After our White Feather Palace's comprehensive inspection, we believe that you are now qualified to join the White Feather Palace in advance. Are you willing? Lord Lien smiled. Yes, I'm willing. Maka did not even think and immediately agreed. Stepping into the starry sky had always been his dream. Good, go and say goodbye to your family. Lord Lien nodded. There was nothing unusual about this series of procedures. Before joining the White Feather Palace, it was normal for the natives to say goodbye to their family. This was because the White Feather Palace believed that spontaneous cultivation with a goal was faster than forced cultivation. They had to do their best to ensure that there were no accidents at all during the collection of goods. If there were any accidents, this scam could be seen through. If the natives knew that they were just a group of captive slaves, they would definitely resist. At that time, there would be another wave of massacre. These slaves were all wealth. It would be a pity to kill them in advance. He didn't understand. Among the 300-plus barren planets that our White Feather Star trade has taken over, Maka's cultivation talent is the best. If it wasn't for a direct descendant of an ancient family who insisted on buying his golden core, we wouldn't have killed the goose that lays the golden egg. We could have waited for him to reach the nascent soul stage before selling it. Third Elder explained. Is the buyer very important? Lord Lien asked. Very important. It's an immortal family. That's why we have to pay special attention to Maka's condition. We can't let him resist before he dies. Third Elder said. Lord Lien then realized that if Slave 1 resisted before he died, the quality of the golden core or nascent soul stage would be lowered. When the buyer fused with it, the success rate would be lowered. Since the person who wanted Maka's talent had such an important background, they had to be careful. If something went wrong, the White Feather Star trade couldn't afford to offend them. Go to the prison and take a look at the goods that were brought back yesterday. The female cultivator in the lead has comprehended the Fire domain. Her nascent soul can be sold for a high price. Third Elder said. Yes. Lord Lien bowed and left. At this moment, Third Elder's expression changed. Not good. Someone broke into the prison. The prison's array formation was activated. Boom. The huge White Feather Palace shook violently. White armor guards, gather. A loud shout came from the 9th floor of the White Feather Palace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 100,000 white armor cultivators flew out of the White Feather Palace. Outside the side hall on the 3rd floor, The white-armored warrior guarding the door also left. Maka knew that this was his last chance. He didn't care about the shock of the other tribes and rushed out of the palace. Boom. But he was stopped by the array. Before he could try again, he was shocked by the scene outside the palace. Above the white feather palace, there were two figures that looked like gods and demons. They stood in the air, emitting a powerful aura that made people's faces change color. Oh my God, who are they? They actually dare to go against the white feather palace? The other tribes were shocked. They must be very strong. They are like the gods and demons in the legends. Someone praised. I think they are overestimating themselves. The white feather palace has protected the Kalos star for tens of thousands of years. They are extremely powerful. Just the two of them want to challenge them? They are simply sending themselves to death. Someone spoke up for the white feather palace. Maka didn't say a word. Hearing everyone's discussion, he only felt that it was very sad. He had to admit that the white feather palace's scam was too good. It had almost fooled everyone. Of course, there were definitely people who discovered the white feather palace's true colors. Some people resisted and died. Therefore no news was spread. Some people remained silent, just like his sister who didn't speak. Maka was in despair. Although he didn't know what was hidden under the white feather palace's scam, he knew that in this situation, it seemed like he could only wait for death. His only hope now was that the two of them could defeat the powerful white feather palace. But just like what everyone had said earlier, this was completely overestimating one's capabilities. Chapter 489. Savage Life Planet Kalos Star. The huge Bayou Palace floated above the White Sea. At this moment, the two sides were facing each other in the sky. On one side were two godlike figures. Jiang Xiai and Lu Chuan exuded powerful auras. On the other side was the army of the Bayou Palace. There were 3 Dao integration cultivators, including 1 at the late stage and 2 at the early stage. In addition, there were 100,000 white armor guards. The weakest among them was at the golden core stage. The late-stage Dao integration cultivator in the lead was the Bayou Palace's first elder, Yan Qi. He was also the leader of Bayou Star Trade. Yan Qi, who looked like a young man, was wearing white armor and looked rather handsome. However, his current expression was not good. He was a little terrified and his anger had disappeared without a trace. How can there be an immortal? Bayou Star Trade has always been careful and has never offended a large faction. How can it attract the attention of an immortal? The first person Yan Qi noticed was the 3 Tribulation Transcender, Lu Chuan. This situation made him in a dilemma. This was because even if the 100,000 white armor guards of Bayou Palace attacked together, they would not be a match for this immortal. In front of an immortal they were like ants. They were not enough to kill. Yan Qi quickly made a judgment of the situation and decided to lower his head. He bowed respectfully. Yan Qi greets the exalted immortal. As soon as he said that, the expressions of everyone in Bayou Palace changed. It was actually a legendary immortal. The 100,000 white armor guards also bowed respectfully and shouted, "Greetings, exalted immortal." The huge commotion spread throughout the entire White Sea. In the side hall on the 3rd floor of Bayou Palace, Maka's eyes widened. He really saw hope. We're saved. But in the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. The high and mighty immortal took a step back and was half a step behind the black-haired youth. He said, "If you want to bow, bow to my lord. This is Elder Jiang Xiai of the Purple Heaven Sect's Azure Branch." There was a brief silence in the sky above Bayou Palace. The expression on the handsome face of Yan Qi, the leader of Bayou Star Trade, changed drastically. Jiang Xiai. He took a closer look and finally recognized him. Of course, Yan Qi also knew about Jiang Xiai, because in the past 100 years, White Feather Star Trade had been using the Mountain Sea Star Trade to buy and sell golden cores and nascent souls. The Mountain Sea Star Trade was Jiang Xi's property, which was known to all the major forces in the Kanglan Star region. In the 9 regions genius competition 200 years ago, Jiang Xi's image had spread across the entire Blue Star region. However, after 200 years, Jiang Xi's image and temperament had changed a lot. That was why he didn't recognize Jiang Xiai immediately. Now that she recognized him, Yan Qi didn't dare to be negligent. She bowed respectfully again, "Greetings, Lord Jiang Xiai." At the same time he was trying to guess the purpose of Jiang Xi's visit. Could it be that he's here to condemn me? However, Jiang Xiai was high and mighty. He was one of the few people with the highest status in the entire Blue Star region. There was no need for him to denounce him for such a trivial matter, right? The Mountain Sea Star Trade was a big business. He had only used the channels of the Mountain Sea Star trade to sell some golden core and nascent soul cultivators. From this, it could be seen that in Yanqi's eyes, golden core and nascent soul cultivators were just ants. They could be traded and weren't worth paying attention to. In the face of Yanqi's respectful greeting, Riverward ignored her. He just looked at Yanqi expressionlessly. In his eyes, Yanqi was already a dead man. However, he didn't attack immediately. How could this be? He had repeatedly emphasized not to clash with the Mountain Sea Star tradespeople. Could it be that someone had disobeyed this order and captured the Mountain Sea Star tradespeople? Old Third. Yanqi shouted. The White Feather Star Trade's third elder trembled and flew over from behind. The originally amiable third elder's face was now pale. What's going on? Yanqi asked. Yesterday, a Mountain Sea Star Trades patrol team discovered that we had tampered with the Kalu Star. Those people's cultivations were at most mid-stage nascent soul. I thought they weren't important people. The early-stage Dao integration third elder knew that he had caused a great disaster. Yanqi's expression changed. It seemed that they had really captured an important person of the Mountain Sea Star trade. He thought that since Jiang Ci and that immortal couldn't break the White Feather Palace's immortal Dao formation, perhaps this was his bargaining chip to survive? After a quick consideration, Yanqi made up his mind and said, Lord Jiang Ci, this is a complete misunderstanding. If Lord Jiang Ci agrees to spare my life, I will immediately open the prison. Chapter 490. Are you threatening me? Jiang Ci raised his eyebrows. I wouldn't dare. Please live. Yanqi went all out. He was betting that the people in the prison were very important to Jiang Ci. Otherwise, Jiang Ci would have taken action long ago. Spare you? Jiang Ci laughed. He was both angry and amused. That's impossible, but I can give you a chance. If you defeat me, you can leave alive. Yanqi's eyes lit up. That was enough. He looked at Lu Chuan again and said, This exalted immortal beside me can't kill me either. Lu Chuan won't attack, Jiang Ci said. Lord Jiang Ci, please swear a heavenly Dao oath. Yanqi gritted his teeth. You don't have the right to bargain. Either you die now or you fight with me. Also, don't think too highly of yourself. I don't want to play tricks with you. Jiang Ci shook his head. Yanqi fell silent. Although Jiang Ci's words were unpleasant, he had made a fact clear. A core disciple of the Purple Firmament sect at the Fourth Firmament indeed disdained to play tricks with him. Then he formed a hand seal and opened the array formation barrier of the White Feather Palace. When Yoshin and a few surviving Mountain Sea Star Trade Patrol employees flew out of the prison, they were also paying attention to this confrontation. Uncle Granduncle. When Yoshin bowed excitedly. It's fine. Step aside. Jiang Ci smiled and said to Lu Chuan, Protect them. Lu Chuan nodded and retreated thousands of kilometers away with Wen Yoshin and the others. This third tribulation transcender was also very helpless. Who knew that such an accident would happen? An unknown illegal star trade group actually had an immortal Dao expert who was at least a sixth tribulation transcender behind them. Even he couldn't break the immortal Dao array formation set up. Before they rescued the person, he and Jiang Ci were somewhat afraid of taking action. Otherwise they would have taken action just now. Why would they bother dealing with Yanqi? Everyone from the White Feather Palace also retreated thousands of kilometers. In the sky above the White Sea, only Jiang Ci and Yanqi were left facing each other. Sir Jiang Ci, please excuse me. Yanqi's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. A strange-looking crescent blade appeared in her hand. There were 5 rings on the blade. This was a battle of life and death. He had to win. He did not underestimate Jiang Ci just because Jiang Ci was in the primordial soul stage. He knew very well that this young genius at the pinnacle of the universe definitely had the strength to fight beyond his level. So, Jiang Ci also took out the Red Heaven sword, and his sword intent spread out for tens of thousands of kilometers. This space seemed to have become a world of swords. Sword intent. Yanqi was shocked. Lu Chuan, who was thousands of kilometers away, was even more shocked than Yanqi. He could clearly sense that Jiang Ci's sword intent had reached perfection. The strength of this Taoist technique had far surpassed that of a third tribulation transcender. He was also relieved. He was originally prepared to make a move at any time, but now it seemed that Jiang Ci could handle it alone. Looks like I'll have to reveal this trump card. Yanqi's expression was extremely grim. She gently waved the full moon scimitar in her hand, and late-stage Dao integration spiritual power surged. At the same time, she summoned a Taoist technique with her spiritual sense. The power of 5 Taoist runes spiraled out in a strange manner. With the help of the 5 rings on the full moon scimitar, they actually fused together, forming an even stronger power of Taoist runes. This power directly dispersed Jiang Xi's sword intent. 5 elements Taoist technique. Jiang Xi's expression changed. This Yan Qi had actually walked an additional path of Taoist techniques than him. Furthermore, it happened to be a 5 elements Taoist technique. It perfectly reinforced and restrained each other, turning into a new kind of power, the power of the 5 elements. In this way, Yan Qi's strength was not as simple as a late-stage Tao integration cultivator. She might even be invincible in the Tao integration realm. With your talent, you are definitely at the level of a core disciple of the 3 gates and 6 sects. Why didn't you enter the 3 gates and 6 sects to cultivate? Instead, you came to do this kind of shady business? Jiang Xi did not understand. Because I obtained this by refining someone else's nascent soul. The original owner of this nascent soul was a true genius. He comprehended all 5 elements Taoist techniques at the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, he was just an aboriginal and did not even have the chance to enter the universe. Yan Qi said matter-of-factly. Realization dawned on Jiang Xi. At the same time, the killing intent in his heart intensified. This was because he was also an aboriginal. If that's the case, you can die now. Jiang Xi shouted coldly. He slashed out with his sword. A green lotus of sword Tao appeared. Spiritual power surged wildly and condensed into a soaring sword intent. It was as if it was going to break open the heavens. Yan Qi did not dare to be careless. Her full moon scimitar drew an arc in the air. Under the fusion of the 5 elements Taoist technique, the power of the 5 elements formed a huge rune diagram. Boom boom boom. The sword intent collided with the rune diagram, and a huge impact spread out. This space collapsed. Huge waves of 10,000 meters high rose from the White Sea, and the islands in the sea exploded one after another. Moving mountains and overturning seas. The huge commotion shocked everyone. Jiang Xi and Yan Qi were also sent flying by the impact. They lost control of their bodies. After this attack, the 2 sides were actually evenly matched. No, Yan Qi had the upper hand. Under the powerful impact, he was less affected than Jiang Xi. Lord Jiang Xi, it seems that I have won this battle. Yan Qi laughed loudly. He first got rid of the impact and slashed out with his scimitar. He knew that he could not kill Jiang Xi, so he deliberately held back 30% of his strength. However, he believed that even with 70% of the power of the 5 elements, he could defeat Jiang Xi. The next moment, he was stunned. Clang. The power of the 5 elements that could cause space to collapse landed on Jiang Xi, who was sent flying backward, and actually produced a huge tremor. As for Jiang Xi's body, only a wound that was less than an inch deep was left. Impossible. Yan Qi roared angrily. He was in despair. Streams of force of the 5 elements were unleashed, filling the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Like arrows, they all shot towards Jiang Xi. Although his Tao of the 5 elements were at the level of the Tao of heaven and earth, the power of the 5 elements formed after fusing the full moon scimitar. He had crossed a major realm and reached the level of the great Tao. Whoosh. Jiang Xi held the red heaven sword. Instead of retreating, he advanced and merged with the sword. Under the soaring sword intent, he broke through the power of the 5 elements one after another. With his tyrannical body, even if he was hit by the power of the 5 elements, he would not be hurt too much. This shameless fighting style made Yan Qi even more desperate. Impossible. I will not die here. Yan Qi's desire to live was very strong. The full moon scimitar once again released the power of the 5 elements. Clang. It still did not break through Jiang Xi's body defense. At this moment, Jiang Xi came in front of Yan Qi. Sorry, your Tao technique is indeed very strong. The power of the 5 elements after the fusion of the 5 elements is even comparable to the power of the perfected sword intent. It's a pity that my body can only be damaged by immortal weapons. Jiang Xi also chuckled and stabbed out with his sword. The sword intent flashed and disappeared in the air, piercing through Yan Qi's head. Of course, it was not so easy to kill a late-stage Tao integration realm cultivator. Jiang Xi still had many unanswered questions. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yan Qi, who was on the verge of death. Before Yan Qi's primordial spirit dissipated, he used the soul-searching technique. Don't even think about it. Yan Qi growled and wanted to struggle. With his late-stage Tao integration realm primordial spirit, he could indeed resist Jiang Xi's soul-searching. Jiang Xi slashed again. The supreme-grade immortal weapon, Red Heaven Sword, easily cut off more than half of Yan Qi's primordial spirit. Regardless of whether the 100,000 white armor guards in the upper echelons of Bayou Palace begged for mercy, defended themselves or resisted, none of them survived. The sword light shattered everything, and the White Sea turned into a sea of blood. After killing 100,000 people, Jiang Xi did not feel any discomfort. His heart was as firm as steel. Because these people deserved to die. From Yan Qi's memories he understood everything about White Feather Star trade. This illegal trade organization that had existed for 30,000 years had always been in the business of selling golden cores and nascent souls. It was unknown how many geniuses had died. More than 300 savage planets under its banner had also become breeding grounds, and the natives had become slaves. Therefore, none of the people from Bayou Palace were innocent. In this scene of slaughter, Jiang Xi was truly like a god-fiend. His entire body was tainted with a murderous aura when Yoshin and the others were trembling in fear. However, as a three-tribulation transcender, Lu Chuan did not feel any discomfort. Lu Chuan glanced at Bayou Palace. The sword light just now had wreaked havoc, but it did not cause any damage to Bayou Palace. The immortal Dao array formation was extremely powerful. He asked Jiang Xi, "Lord, there's an unknown immortal Dao expert behind Bayou Palace. How should we deal with him?" "It's a little troublesome." Jiang Xi shook his head gently. Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly. If even someone of Jiang Xi's status found it troublesome, then his background must be very powerful. At this moment Jiang Xi smiled and said, "However, it's not me who's in trouble. This matter needs to be reported to the sect. When the time comes, the ones in trouble will be the people from the sect. Furthermore, the mess left behind by Bayou Star trade needs to be settled properly. There are so many savage planets that have to be registered with the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court. It will take a lot of time to deal with them with just the strength of our supervision department. It's more suitable for the sect to deal with them." The more than 300 savage planets under Bayou Star trade were scattered throughout the Pale Blue Star Zone. Some were even in other star zones. There were no interstellar teleportation arrays on the savage planets, so they could only be reached by flying ship. It was indeed very troublesome to deal with them. Only then did Lu Chuan relax. He had previously offended a sixth tribulation transcender and suffered. Therefore he was also worried that he would offend an immortal Dao expert of this level because of this matter. Since Jiang Xi was willing to let the sect handle the aftermath, he didn't have to worry about this anymore. After that, Jiang Xi didn't stay on planet Kalo any longer. Together with Lu Chuan, he left planet Kalo with Wen Yoshin and the others. When Yan Qi released Wen Yoshin and the others, the array formation barrier she had opened was complete and covered the entire Bayou Palace. Since the prison was opened, the side hall on the third floor was naturally opened as well. Maka and dozens of golden core cultivators from other tribes carefully stepped out of the side hall. They were all geniuses among the native races and believed that they had strong endurance. However, everything that had happened today had fiercely impacted their worldview. Everyone stood in the corridor of Bayou Palace in a daze. Here, they could see the White Sea that had turned into a sea of blood. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. "I didn't expect that all of this was a scam." Someone smiled bitterly. "Bayou Palace lied to us for 30,000 years. These demons actually wanted to kill us and take away our golden cores and nascent souls." Someone was furious. "Evil has its retribution. They are all dead and have been punished." Someone clapped and praised. Maka looked at the empty sky and said with a deep gaze, "That Lord Jiang Xi is our savior and also the savior of planet Kalo." He would never forget the scene of sword intent and sword chi rampaging through the sky. At the same time, his yearning and curiosity towards the universe became even stronger. First released, then changed. He could only obediently surrender. Jiang Xi could clearly see that even if it was the soaring rainbow sect, it would still be very difficult for him to shake it. Even if his status was comparable to that of a fourth tribulation transcender and he had real power in his hands. Compared to soaring rainbow sect, which had existed for millions of years, he was still lacking. This was the main reason why he chose to let the sect deal with the aftermath of White Feather Star trade. The distance between Kalo Star and Kalu Star was more than 30 light years. It would take more than 7 hours to travel through the source space at 10 times the speed of light. In the following time, Jiang Xi quickly entered a state of cultivation and continued to use the panel to deduce Taoist techniques. The flying boat kept shuttling through the source space that was suffused with rainbow-colored light. With the ratio of 1:3600 between the source space and the original universe, they were getting closer and closer to Kalu Star. Very quickly 7 hours passed. Jiang Xi received a message from his master, The Wine Sword Immortal. After connecting, the phantom image of the Wine Sword Immortal's message appeared in front of him. Disciple greets Master. Jiang Xi smiled and respectfully bowed. There is a situation that you should pay attention to. The Wine Sword Immortal didn't have his usual unrestrained appearance. Instead, he was very serious. Oh. Jiang Xi stopped smiling. He didn't know what could make his master treat him so seriously. Just now, True Monarch Myriad Poison of the Dao sect asked me for your communication mark. He might contact you later. Pay attention to what you say and don't offend him. The Wine Sword Immortal said with a serious expression. True Monarch Myriad Poison? Jiang Xi froze for a moment. He didn't know this True Monarch. However, looking at his master's serious and even somewhat fearful expression, this True Monarch Myriad Poison shouldn't be a good person. True Monarch Myriad Poison is an ancient existence whose strength is not inferior to True Monarch 6 Virtuous. In terms of poison, he can be said to be number 1 in the human race. The Wine Sword Immortal explained. Master, such an ancient existence shouldn't have any enmity with me, right? Jiang Xi was frightened and somewhat nervous. If the number 1 poison expert of the human race wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even need to move his hair. He would die with just a thought. Don't worry, no matter what he wants from you, as long as you don't offend him, you don't have to worry about him harming your life. After all, you are a core disciple of the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. If he wants to touch you, he will definitely have to consider the consequences. The Wine Sword Immortal comforted. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. His master's comfort obviously didn't ease the anxiety in his heart. He was sure that if such an ancient existence really killed him, nothing would happen to him. Chapter 493. After half a day, Jiang Xi's communication bead vibrated as he received a communication request. It was an unfamiliar communication mark. Jiang Xi knew that it was coming. At this juncture, Jiang Xi was no longer nervous. What was the use of being nervous? It could not bring him any positive influence. What should he do? If Myriad Poison True Lord really wanted to kill him, it was useless to be nervous. Besides, it was just a communication. Myriad Poison True Lord could not kill him through the eye of heaven. With a thought, he decisively accepted the communication. Phew, the communication phantom appeared. A kind-looking old Taoist appeared in front of Jiang Xi. The old Taoist had a harmless smile on his face, which made people feel good about him. He did not look like an expert who poisoned billions of creatures. Jiang Xi greets Lord True Lord. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. You are an elite of our human race. No need to be so polite in front of me. Myriad Poison True Lord smiled. Jiang Xi did not dare to relax at all. He squeezed out a smile on his face. Myriad Poison True Lord did not care. He smiled and said, I was recently on a whim to buy a life galaxy to play with and experience the life of the mortal world. After investigation, I found that the Milky Way galaxy under your hands meets my requirements. I am looking for you this time to buy your Milky Way galaxy. Name a price. Play? These 2 words came out of Myriad Poison True Lord's mouth. Wouldn't the entire Milky Way galaxy become a poison den? Jiang Xi had a bad feeling. He felt that this was not the real purpose of Myriad Poison True Lord. He pretended to hesitate and asked, Senior wants to use the life of the Milky Way galaxy to test the poison path? Aha, I am only cruel to the alien race. I will not harm the living beings of the human race. Myriad Poison True Lord laughed. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment and said, In that case, I dare not spoil Senior's mood. The Milky Way galaxy can be transferred to Senior. However, I have a request. No problem, say it. Myriad Poison True Lord was very patient. I can transfer all the other planets in the Milky Way galaxy to Senior for free. I only want to keep the sovereignty of my home planet. Jiang Xi said. Myriad Poison's True Lord raised his eyebrows, a hint of helplessness flashing through his green eyes. You're smart. To tell you the truth, the reason why I'm interested in the Milky Way galaxy is because of your home planet, Earth. I don't care about the other planets. True Lord of Myriad Poisons pointed out the word Earth. Jiang Xi's heart tightened. Ever since he had applied to become the overlord of Earth in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, Earth had transformed from a desolate planet into his personal territory. However, he had never revealed the existence of Earth to the outside world. Moreover, even the Purple Heaven sect did not discover Earth back then. How did Myriad Poison Lord know of Earth's existence? Senior, my home planet is just an ordinary planet with life. Compared to many other planets with life in the Milky Way, it is insignificant. I wonder why Senior wants to buy Earth? Jiang Xi asked. Little guy, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Do I need to give you a reason to buy something? Myriad Poison's true monarch said sinisterly. He suddenly revealed his true face. His kind face instantly became incomparably fierce. His head of white hair was like thousands of poisonous snakes, wriggling and slithering. That pair of oily green eyes emitted a frightening poisonous light. Although they were separated by a transmission phantom, Jiang Xi still felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. A bone-piercing chill spread from the soles of his feet to his brain. It was as if death was about to descend. At this moment, the lotus platform of Jiang Xi's primordial spirit in his mind trembled slightly. It emitted a golden spiritual light and dispelled the chill. He clenched his teeth and said, "Senior, Earth is this junior's home. That is the place where I was born and raised. I can't just hand over my home to someone else. Therefore, forgive me for not being able to comply." "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Myriad Poison's true monarch sneered. "Of course I am," Jiang Xi said resolutely and decisively. "However, I'm more afraid of becoming someone without a home. This junior believes that in life, one must have something to hold on to. Protecting my home, protecting my race. This is what I insist on in my heart." After he finished speaking, Jiang Xi respectfully bowed and waited for Myriad Poison's true monarch's reply. Myriad Poison's true monarch suddenly laughed strangely. As an ancient existence, he had experienced too many things. His fierce name was left behind by all the races in the universe. No one had ever dared to directly reject him like Jiang Xi did. "You have a lot of guts. However, you must know that with my methods, killing you is easier than breathing. Moreover, I don't need to bear any responsibility," Myriad Poison's true monarch said. Jiang Xi maintained his silence and silently resisted. Earth definitely couldn't fall into the hands of Myriad Poison's true monarch. Just like what he said just now, that was his home, his race. With Myriad Poison's true monarch's methods, no matter what secrets Earth had, it was very likely that it would become hell on Earth. Therefore Jiang Xi threw caution to the wind. If Myriad Poison's true monarch insisted on buying Earth, then he was destined to offend this powerful existence. However, as long as he was still alive, Myriad Poison's true monarch wouldn't be able to forcefully take over Earth. The Planet Overlord decree was made by the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance and the 3 gates and 6 sects. Even if Myriad Poison's true monarch was the #1 poison expert of the human race, he wouldn't dare to go against this decree. What he was considering now was how to survive after offending Myriad Poison's true monarch. First of all, he would immediately return to Earth and put Earth, the Moon, and the Sun into the Heaven Connecting Pavilion. The space inside the Heaven Connecting Pavilion already contained more than 1,000 corpses of Tribulation Transcender monsters. When these corpses were put together, they had a diameter of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Therefore, the Heaven Connecting Pavilion could easily store several planets. In any case, the humans of Earth had never come into contact with the Universe Tao Alliance and didn't know about the existence of other races. It didn't matter if he changed space. Then he would return to the headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect and enter seclusion in the immortal cave of the 4th heaven. When he became a Tao monarch, that was when he would come out. Wasn't it just being ruthless to himself? Myriad Poison's true monarch was a member of the Tao Alliance. He couldn't run to the Purple Heaven sect to kill people. Although the Tao Alliance was detached from worldly affairs, the Purple Heaven sect wasn't to be trifled with. Of course, the worst-case scenario was that even the Purple Heaven sect couldn't protect him. If that was really the case, then he would directly wander around. The universe was vast and boundless, and there was bound to be a place for him to hide. He could casually find a desolate star system, and even if Myriad Poison's true monarch searched, he wouldn't be able to find him. With the experience points panel, as long as he had enough time, so what if he was a Tao monarch? After figuring this out, Jiang Xi was no longer afraid of Myriad Poison's true monarch. However, on the surface he still maintained a respectful posture and remained silent. Myriad Poison's true monarch's green eyes stared at Jiang Xi. Suddenly he regained his kind face and laughed. "Ha ha ha," as expected of a young elite of the human race, neither servile nor overbearing. "This old Taoist admires you very much. How about this? There should be a lot of immortal caves on Earth, right? You can leave one for me." Although he didn't understand how Myriad Poison's true monarch knew so much about Earth, this result made Jiang Xi really relieved. He immediately agreed. "No problem, I will definitely leave one immortal cave for Senior. Send first, change later." Chapter 494. When Myriad Poison's true monarch's voice transmission image disappeared, he immediately turned around. Jiang Xi felt weak all over as if he had been sucked dry. Was he nervous? He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. He finally understood that what he had said in the past was all nonsense. Just now he had truly experienced the arrival of death. The pressure that true monarch myriad poison brought to him was stronger than all the life and death crises he had experienced before. However, it was still a good result. The only question now was, how did true monarch myriad poison know about the existence of Earth? And he knew so much? Jiang Xi fell into deep thought. Could it be that the Eye of Heaven revealed the existence of Earth? When he registered as the Lord of Earth, the Eye of Heaven had to leave a mark in the sky where Earth was located. Therefore, the Eye of Heaven must know about the existence of Earth. But the Eye of Heaven was just a magic treasure. Magic treasure? Jiang Xi thought of the Sky Tower. Even the Sky Tower had an intelligent artifact spirit like Nikhang. What about the Eye of Heaven? Pale blue planet asteroid belt. This huge celestial body at the junction of the Milky Way and the pale blue planet was an irregular three-dimensional sphere that covered the sky with a diameter of thousands of light years. It was filled with all kinds of cosmic dust, star debris, nebulas, and meteorites. The complex environment made the asteroid belt a famous dangerous place in the pale blue planet, known as the graveyard of space hunters. For countless years, the number of space hunters who had successfully entered the depths of the asteroid belt was very few. The closest planet to the asteroid belt was the dustfall star in the Milky Way. Because of its location, this planet was quite famous in the space hunter circle in the pale blue planet. On this day, 5 hours before Jiang Xi and True Monarch Myriad Mountain sent a message. A group of immortal Dao powerhouses was teleported from planet Dongyuan to the dustfall star. Then, without stopping, they drove the supreme-grade immortal artifact flying ship straight to the asteroid belt. Although the asteroid belt's environment was complex and dangerous, it was not too difficult for immortal Dao powerhouses, TSK. This unknown dangerous place in the universe has such a spectacular scene. Immortal Qiao Tu stood on the deck of the flying ship and looked at the asteroid belt that was slowly moving. Even with his strength as a seventh tribulation transcender, he couldn't see through the shattered stars. It was simply made up of cosmic dust, star fragments, nebulas, meteorites, and so on. However, it was as if it had a life of its own. The 8 immortal Dao experts behind Qiao Tu laughed as well. An old fifth tribulation transcender said, "What's even more surprising is that there's a planet with life hidden in the depths of this asteroid belt. When Sir brought us to look for Jiang Xi's hometown, we couldn't find it even after searching all over the Milky Way. I didn't expect it to be hidden here. Haha, no matter what, I'll definitely be the first to arrive on Earth among the many perfected cultivators and make great contributions to my father." Qiao Sha laughed proudly. His bald head was sparkling under the starlight. "This means that Milord is the one truly chosen by the heavens. Just by casually placing a piece you can reap great rewards. The subordinates of the other perfected cultivators might not have reached the Milky Way galaxy yet. We have already arrived near Earth and seized the initiative," said a female immortal dressed in colorful clothes with a smile. "Seize the initiative." Qiao Tu's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of obstacles and directly locked onto Earth in the depths of the asteroid belt. Half a year ago, Jiang Xi was rampant in front of him and left unscathed. In addition, Jiang Xi was the disciple of his old enemy, the Wine Sword Immortal. He couldn't tolerate this. Therefore, he carefully investigated Jiang Xi's background and found out that Jiang Xi's hometown was a planet called Earth. He even brought a team of immortal Dao experts to search for Earth in the Milky Way galaxy. However, after half a year they still didn't find anything. It was as if Earth didn't exist in the Milky Way galaxy. Today he suddenly received a message from his father, perfected cultivator Bao Yin, asking him to bring this team of immortal Dao experts to the depths of the asteroid belt to find and take down Earth. Only then did he know that Earth was in the depths of the asteroid belt. Next, Qiao Tu's supreme-grade flying ship didn't directly fly into the asteroid belt. Instead, it directly accelerated and entered the source space outside the asteroid belt. Because of the environment inside the asteroid belt, there wasn't enough space for any object to accelerate and reach the speed of light. It would take a few hundred years to reach Earth by flying at sublight speed. If it traveled through the source space, it would only take a few hours to reach the depths of the asteroid belt. 5 hours later, the ship was about 600,000 kilometers away from Mars in the solar system. Just like the surface of the water, waves appeared and Qiao Tu's supreme-grade flying ship shuttled out. Including Qiao Tu, there were a total of 9 tribulation transcender immortals. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were overjoyed. Because this space was completely different from the asteroid belt. Their spiritual senses probed the starry sky and soon discovered Mars. Chiao Tu was a little surprised. That dark red planet once gave birth to a powerful civilization. From the looks of it, it should have been dead for at least one era. One era was 36 million years. The old man who looked like a fifth tribulation transcender said with a smile, "My lord, it seems that this planet isn't simple." Chiao Tu said with interest, "If that's the case, I'm even more curious about Earth. What's so special about this planet that my father and so many perfected cultivators value?" His father, perfected cultivator Bao Yin, was a true genius of Taoism. He was only one level below ancient existences like perfected cultivator Myriad Poison and perfected cultivator Six Virtuous. It could be said that in this original universe, there were not many things that his father valued so much. Afterward, Chiao Tu drove the flying ship again and searched the solar system. In just 15 minutes they arrived at the space near Earth. The spirit senses of the 9 immortals immediately discovered the first moon. Among the 9 Taoism immortals, the lowest was a 3rd tribulation transcender, and the highest was a 7th tribulation transcender Chiao Tuesday. However, at this moment their expressions changed greatly. Their faces were full of disbelief and shock. Some of the immortals even showed signs of panic. Am I seeing things? That's the Guanghan Palace of the Guanghan sect? That planet below is the moon of the Guanghan sect's headquarters? But why is it so desolate? That moon star is actually orbiting another blue planet? That's the headquarters of the Guanghan sect. No, it's not the Guanghan sect. Although that broken palace and desolate planet are similar to the headquarters of the Guanghan sect, the scale is countless times smaller. After a short period of shock, the 9 immortals regained their senses. Even Chiao Tu, who was a 7th tribulation transcender, was shocked by the discovery just now. It seems that the blue planet should be Earth. How dare they imitate the headquarters of the Guanghan sect? Chiao Tu sneered. Chapter 495. This was truly audacious. The Tao Alliance's 3 sects and 6 sects were in charge of one of the human domains. Each of the 9 major immortal Tao sects was at the top of the human race and was respected by everyone. In this place, the headquarters of the Guanghan sect was actually orbiting around a planet. It was just a satellite that served as a contrast. If this was seen by the people of the vast Frost sect, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. No wonder Father asked me to come here immediately. Earth is finished. Chiao Tu's face was gloomy. He was a little angry because their shocked appearance just now was really embarrassing. In Chiao Tu's opinion, it was very embarrassing. Let's go to Earth. Chiao Tu snorted. He had already scoured the Earth with his spiritual sense and discovered many entrances and strange places of the Grotto Heaven world. However, this was not the main point now. Their mission was to take down Earth first. After that, they could slowly explore it. It was worth mentioning that the attention of Chiao Tu and the others was completely attracted by the dilapidated vast frost palace and the appearance of the first moon. They ignored the detailed exploration of the first moon and did not find the ancient interstellar teleportation array. Soon, Chiao Tu and the others arrived at North America, where the Dark Shadow Nation was located. The old 5th Tribulation Transcender said in surprise, "This planet is very small, but the spiritual energy is very rich. It's really strange. It's not simple to give birth to a genius like Jiang Ci." Chiao Tu looked around. They were now in a bustling prefecture city in North America. There were many people on the road, but they ignored them. Under the isolation of the immortal spiritual sense, these ordinary people could not find them. The heavenly eye's mark is in the starry sky near this planet. After we appeared in this starry sky, we were already recorded by the heavenly eye. Therefore, if we want to take down Earth, we can only ask Jiang Ci to transfer the sovereignty of Earth, Chiao Tu said with a serious expression. Even a perfected monarch could not ignore the decree of the planet's lord, so they did not dare to violate it. Once the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance investigated, no one could bear the responsibility. The old 5th Tribulation Transcender frowned and said, "Sir, Jiang Ci is a disciple of the 4th Tribulation Transcender of the Purple Heaven sect. We can't kill him. It's simple. Since this is Jiang Ci's hometown, we just need to find his family and friends and use them as bargaining chips." Xiao Sha smiled. Half a year ago he brought people to the Milky Way to look for Earth. He wanted to use Jiang Ci's family and friends to teach Jiang Ci a lesson. As for killing Jiang Ci? After Jiang Ci mentioned True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Lu Xian, Chiao Tu gave up on this idea. Although he had a disagreeable temperament, it did not mean that he was brainless. Ing Lu. Chiao Tu looked at the old 5th Tribulation Transcender. "Your subordinate is here." Ing Lu was very respectful. If Jiang Xi knows that a group of immortals like us are on Earth, I'm sure he'll be so scared that he won't dare to go home. Qiao Tu sneered. Then he said, I'll leave this matter to you. We won't show ourselves for now. Jiang Xi probably doesn't know about the uniqueness of Earth yet. Even my father and the other perfected cultivators have only just learned about it. If you use his family and friends as a threat, it should be easy for you to get the sovereignty of Earth. Don't worry, Your Excellency, Ying Lu said solemnly. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared. Qiao Tu looked at the other 7 immortals. Although Jiang Xi's spiritual sense can't find us, we should hide in the starry sky near Earth just in case. If Jiang Xi knows that I'm the one behind all this, it might lead to other troubles. Then Qiao Tu and the others flew away and arrived in the starry sky 100,000 kilometers away from Earth on a flying boat. Your Excellency, the range of a perfected Dao integration cultivator's spiritual sense is only 100,000 kilometers. Jiang Xi definitely won't be able to find us from this position, the female immortal in colorful clothes said with a smile. Haha, a young genius at the essence soul stage. No matter how talented he is, he can't withstand the absolute gap in strength. Qiao Tu was very proud. He was looking forward to seeing Jiang Xi's expression. Logically speaking, as a 7th tribulation transcender, he should not compete with an essence soul stage cultivator. However, he was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance and had a perverse personality. In the past, because of a very small matter, he dared to provoke the genius Wine Sword Immortal in front of the Emperor and other immortals at the Myriad Immortal Assembly. Jiang Xi was rampant in front of him. Not only did he not give him face, but he also used True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch 6 Virtuous to suppress him in public. He was as hateful as the Wine Sword Immortal. Qiao Tu was also clear about his personality. He did not try to change it. Instead, he let it continue to grow. This had something to do with his growth. Ever since he fused with the God Fiend skull, he had become a God Fiend. After fusing with the skull, he had to stay at the limit of each cultivation realm under his father's strict requirements before he could break through. This kind of cultivation method was very torturous in itself. In addition, the God Fiend skull was constantly affecting his temperament. After more than 70,000 years, his personality became more and more crazy and perverse. Qiao Tu knew that this was the correct way to refine the God Fiend skull. Qiao Tu and the others did not know that Jiang Xi only had one relative, Jiang Dudu. Then, half a year ago, Jiang Daodu was taken away by the mysterious old man Bluestone. Now, on Earth, the only people who could threaten Jiang Xi were some of his old friends who were still alive. The old man who looked like a 5 tribulation transcendent, Ying Lu, used his spiritual sense to control several high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Alliance. After searching around, he finally found his target. Pak Sun Province, the Zhang family. More than 200 years had passed. The Zhang family had grown from an unknown small family to a big family second to none in the entire Great Xia Alliance. This was because the ancestor of the Zhang family, Zhang Wei, was a close friend of the legendary expert Jiang Xi. Of course, the Zhang family's strength had a lot to do with the fact that Zhang Wei had married more than 100 wives and had countless children. Jiang Xi is in seclusion again. This cultivation maniac, when can I catch up with him? It seems that I can only win against him in the aspect of marriage and childbirth. Zhang Wei wore beach pants and was sunbathing leisurely. However, he kept lamenting. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared in front of him. Who is it? Zhang Wei stood up and a supreme-grade spiritual saber appeared in his hand. You are Zhang Wei? Jiang Xi's best friend? Ying Lu asked. Zhang Wei's throat moved. The black-robed old man exuded an inexplicable aura that made him tremble in fear. However, he suppressed his fear and said, Why are you looking for Jiang Xi? Trying to play tricks in front of me? Are you trying to commit suicide? Ying Lu sneered. The powerful spiritual sense directly restrained Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei opened his mouth uncontrollably and spat out a mouthful of black blood. When he was talking just now, he wanted to take the opportunity to shatter his golden core. Chapter 496. With just a thought, Ying Lu completely imprisoned Zhang Wei. Apart from his consciousness, Zhang Wei's spiritual sense and spiritual energy were all stagnant. In front of a 5th tribulation transcender, a golden core stage cultivator had no room to resist. If he wanted to kill Zhang Wei, it would only take a thought. However, his purpose was to use these people who were close to Jiang Xi to threaten Jiang Xi. If he really killed them, it would have the opposite effect. Very good. Just now, there was a person surnamed Jiang who wanted to commit suicide. It seems that you are all Jiang Xi's closest friends. This will be easy to handle. Ying Lu smiled with satisfaction. The closer the relationship, the better the effect of coercion. Uncle Jiang was also captured? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in anger, but he couldn't speak. He could only express his anger with his eyes. Just now, he had judged that this black-robed old man was Jiang Xi's enemy. However, this person was too bold. He actually dared to make an enemy of Jiang Xi. Who didn't know that Jiang Xi was the world's #1 expert? Could it be that he was an ancestor of a hidden family that had just awakened? Did he escape Jiang Daodu's purge last time? While Zhang Wei was angry, he also guessed the identity of the black-robed old man. He didn't think that he was an alien because Earth's public opinion was controlled too well. No one knew the situation outside Earth. Soon he was taken to the mansion of a high-ranking official of the Great Xia Alliance. This high-ranking official had been controlled by Ying Lu with his spiritual sense. Here Zhang Wei saw familiar faces. Uncle Jiang, Lu Shan, Qin Yuan, He Changxing, everyone on Earth who was related to Jiang Xi was here. In everyone's eyes there was only anger, helplessness, and despair. Zhang Wei's heart sank to the bottom. However, he could confirm that the black-robed old man was still afraid of Jiang Xi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a despicable method to force Jiang Xi out. Following that, while everyone's emotions were extremely complicated, Ying Lu was still constantly capturing people. 5 minutes later, the number of people in the courtyard exceeded 100. Contact Jiang Xi. Ying Lu took out his communication bead and sent a message to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's message imprint was a secret, but Qiao Tu had obtained Jiang Xi's message imprint when he was in the land of reincarnation previously. Shuangzhou Galaxy, Keilu Planet. Jiang Xi was still pondering where Myriad Poison Lord had gotten the information about Earth. Could this be the danger that Senior Qing Shi mentioned? Back then, the Purple Heaven sect searched for Earth in the asteroid belt for a long time, but they couldn't find it. This meant that there was a mysterious enchantment protecting everything in the starry sky where Earth was located. Now, Myriad Poison Lord knew about Earth and in such detail. Jiang Xi vaguely felt that the mysterious barrier might have lost its original function with the disappearance of Senior Qing Shi and the second moon. If this was the case, this could indeed be called a crisis for Earth. It would definitely be impossible to continue hiding in the future. Once so many secrets were exposed to the major immortal Dao factions of the Dao Alliance, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. What he was most worried about now was how many people or factions had discovered Earth. If even an ancient existence like Myriad Poison Lord knew about Earth, the number of people who had discovered it was probably not small. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi couldn't think of any way to avoid this crisis. In Senior Qing Shi's eyes, this level of crisis might not be worth mentioning, but he didn't consider my strength. I haven't become an immortal yet. Jiang Xi felt helpless. Even if he had become an immortal, he would still be helpless in this situation. 10 minutes passed after he ended the communication with Myriad Poison Lord. Another stranger sent him a message. Jiang Xi narrowed his eyes and accepted the message. A black-robed elder's message phantom appeared. Hello Jiang Xi. My name is Ying Lu. The black-robed elder smiled from ear to ear. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense quickly searched for information about Ying Lu through the Heavenly Eye network and found out that he was a fifth tribulation transcender from a Taoist sect. Greetings, exalted immortal Ying Lu. May I know why you're looking for me? Jiang Xi slightly bowed. Haha, I just want to make friends with a genius of our human race. Ying Lu laughed. Then he said, I'm currently on Earth. Speaking of which, your old friends are very warm. One is Zhang Wei and the other is Jiang Sheng. They treated me very well. On Earth. Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated. Then a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Killing intent instantly rose in his heart and spread to the entire Keilu planet. What did you do to them? Jiang Xi didn't panic. Don't worry. As long as you return to Earth we can sit down and talk face to face. They will be safe and sound. Ying Lu grinned. Okay, just you wait. Jiang Xi looked at Ying Lu coldly. The transmission ended. In the cultivation room of the Ministry of Supervision Station, the dense killing intent emitted from Jiang Xi's body seemed to condense into water. After a while he regained his calm. The killing intent was hidden in his heart. Lu Chuan. Jiang Xi shouted coldly. Who, sir? Lu Chuan came in from outside. He had just sensed the killing intent that Jiang Xi had erupted. It should be said that all the cultivators on Keilu planet had sensed it. Follow me back to Earth. Jiang Xi said. Yes. Lu Chuan was a cultivator from the army. He followed orders and knew what to ask and what not to ask. Earth. Zhang Wei, Jiang Xing, and more than 100 important figures on Earth saw Ying Lu take out a bead and Jiang Xi appear. The strange thing was that Jiang Xi couldn't see them. They weren't stupid. They immediately guessed that this should be a very advanced holographic communication method. However, the following conversation truly shocked Zhang Wei and the others. They were still in a state of confinement and couldn't communicate. However, they were thinking about everything at an extremely fast speed. A few key messages: exalted immortal human genius, rush back to Earth. The black-robed elder in front of them was an immortal? He was talking about humans, not humans. Could it be that Jiang Xi wasn't on Earth now? Ying Lu put away the communication bead. When he sent the message just now, he didn't choose to instantiate the environment on his side. This was because he didn't want Jiang Xi to see these hostages and lose his mind in anger. This wouldn't be beneficial for the upcoming negotiations. Ying Lu was good at grasping people's hearts. This was also the main reason why Qiao Sha had handed this matter to him. He knew very well that the stimulation and anger produced by a verbal threat and a threat seen with his own eyes were different. The latter would make him angrier. As for the problem of offending Jiang Xi, it was no longer within Ying Lu's consideration. As long as I get Earth, I'll have contributed greatly to the perfected Lord and the Dao sect. Not to mention whether Jiang Xi can become an immortal Dao expert. Even if he does, even if he wants to take revenge on me in the future, it'll be at least 10,000 years later. By then I'll have already used this contribution to cultivate to a higher realm. In addition, he wasn't worried that Jiang Xi would bring people over. With immortal Qiao Sha and other immortal Dao experts around, unless the perfected Lord came personally, they wouldn't be afraid. Therefore Ying Lu was fearless. Chapter 497. Ying Lu's goal of capturing people was just to force Jiang Xi out. This was because these people were basically at the golden core stage and some were even at the spirit nurturing stage. In Ying Lu's eyes, this kind of strength was like an ant. It was worthless. There was no hope of making Jiang Xi obediently hand over the sovereignty of Earth. From outside the asteroid belt to Earth, even a supreme-grade immortal artifact flying ship will take more than 4 hours. With Jiang Xi's status, a flying ship is at most a low-grade immortal artifact, and its speed is dozens of times slower. It will take him at least 5 days to return to Earth. Ying Lu calculated in his heart. At the same time, Jiang Xi did not go to planet Dongyuan or planet Pale Blue. He brought Lu Chuan directly to the interstellar teleportation point of planet Kalu. He made a complicated teleportation mark and set the teleportation destination to Earth's first moon. Ying Lu's appearance completely proved one thing: Earth had really been exposed. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to bring Lu Chuan along. The other reason was Lu Chuan's strength. Although a third tribulation transcender was much weaker than a fifth tribulation transcender, he was still an immortal expert. He might be of help when the time came. Before activating the teleportation, Jiang Xi also sent a message to his master, Wine Sword Immortal. He briefly explained the current situation and sent the communication imprint of the Earth's first moon along with it. The interstellar teleportation array was activated, and Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan disappeared in the light of teleportation. 3 breaths later, after experiencing a spatial change, the two of them arrived at the interstellar teleportation array of the first moon. Lu Chuan was also shocked by the situation on the first moon. Although he had never been to the Guanghan sect's headquarters, he knew what was going on there. Jiang Xi saw Lu Chuan's bewildered gaze and clearly wanted to ask questions. He hurriedly said, "If there's any problem, I'll tell you after this matter is resolved." Lu Chuan nodded, but the shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. Then Jiang Xi activated the teleportation array again. The destination of this teleportation was the Xian Tian residence of the Great Xia Alliance. There was a small teleportation array set up by Jiang Xi there. In less than a breath's time, the teleportation ended after the two of them stood still, their spiritual senses immediately spread out. Then, at the headquarters of the Great Xia Alliance, Shantian Prefecture, he found Zhang Wei and the others. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were fine. As for Ying Lu, due to the difference in their cultivation levels, their spiritual sense was unable to discover that he was a fifth tribulation transcender. On the contrary, Ying Lu immediately discovered their spiritual senses. Ying Lu was shocked because it had only been less than 3 minutes since he had communicated with Jiang Xi. Wasn't it supposed to take 5 days? Earth has an interstellar transmission array? No, that's a small teleportation array. It must be another planet in this part of the starry sky that has an interstellar teleportation array. Yinglu also spread out his spiritual awareness. Not long ago they were so shocked that they neglected to investigate the first moon in detail. This time, with his spiritual sense as a fifth tribulation transcender, he instantly discovered the ancient interstellar teleportation formation on the first moon 380,000 kilometers away. I was too careless. Yinglu shook his head gently and didn't care too much. Even if Jiang Xi arrived early, it wouldn't affect the negotiation. Two figures appeared in the mansion of the Great Xia Alliance in the Shentian Prefecture. The eyes of Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and the others immediately lit up as they saw familiar figures. Yinglu laughed and said, "Ha, Jiang Xi, the speed of your arrival is beyond my imagination." Jiang Xi first nodded at Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, and the others. Then he said to Yinglu, "Senior Yinglu, please keep your promise. You, a fifth tribulation transcender, used ordinary people as hostages. Once news of this spreads, your reputation won't be good." Although he was very angry, he still had to endure the current situation. Therefore he had to be respectful on the surface. "Haha, Jiang Xi, you really misunderstood. I didn't have any other intentions when I invited your friends over. I just wanted to take this opportunity to let you come out and meet me so that we can become friends." Yinglu's face was full of smiles and he didn't care about Jiang Xi's attitude. Then, with a thought, he released Zhang Wei and the others from the prison. His goal of capturing people was to force Jiang Xi to come out and negotiate with him face to face. Now, his goal had been achieved then. These native humans with low cultivation levels were completely worthless. Jiang Xi sneered in his heart. "Who do you think you are treating me as a fool?" He directly used his spiritual sense to envelop Zhang Wei and the others, and then put them all into a space in the heavenly tower. Yinglu didn't do anything and let Jiang Xi do all this. Only 3 people were left in the courtyard of the mansion: Jiang Xi, Lu Chuan, and Yinglu. Yinglu smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so cautious, Jiang Xi. Senior, you went through so much trouble to lure me here. I don't think it's just to exchange pleasantries with me, right?" Jiang Xi smiled, still acting on the surface. "Actually, it's not a big deal. As I said just now, I mainly want to make friends." Yinglu's smile was very warm and kind, making people have a good impression of him. Then he said, "Then there's another small matter. I was traveling in the Milky Way some time ago and realized that I liked this galaxy very much, so I wanted to buy it. I found out in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court that you happen to be the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy. That's why I had no choice but to lure you here to talk to me." Jiang Xi's smile didn't change, but his heart sank. By the Milky Way galaxy? As expected. This excuse was almost exactly the same as what True Lord Myriad Poison had said just now. The price of a habitable galaxy is generally around 10,000 points. Considering that my behavior just now was a little reckless, it's not worth it. I'm willing to use 1 million points to buy the Milky Way galaxy as compensation. What do you think? Yinglu had an apologetic expression on his face. 1 million points. Jiang Xi pretended to be surprised and dragged out his voice. However, he sneered in his heart. Did this old dog really think he was a bumpkin? 1 point was equal to 100 supreme-grade spirit crystals. 1 million points was equal to 100 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Among the Purple Heaven Sect's Hell-level missions, the mission with the highest mortality rate, the reward was also this amount. In comparison, this was indeed a considerable amount of wealth. However, when True Lord Myriad Poison, who was known as the top poison expert of the human race, proposed to buy the Milky Way galaxy, he asked him to name the price himself. Jiang Xi believed that if he had asked for 1 billion or even 10 billion points, True Lord Myriad Poison would have easily agreed. Is he trying to dismiss a beggar? Even an ancient existence like True Lord Myriad Poison could only get a grotto heaven world from me. This old dog wants to buy the Milky Way galaxy with 1 million points. Does he really think I'm a bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Doesn't he know the real situation of the earth? Jiang Xi cursed in his heart, but he still wore a smile on his face. Haha, I can make friends with you, Jiang Xi, and buy the galaxy with life that I like. 1 million points is definitely not high at all. Yinglu thought Jiang Xi was really shocked by the price. Senior Yinglu, you're right. You can't buy what you like with money. When you meet something you like, you're willing to pay any price, Jiang Xi echoed with a smile. Then he changed the topic and said, of course I can sell the Milky Way galaxy, but the premise is that I have to keep the sovereignty of the earth. Yinglu's smile obviously froze. Changed later. Chapter 498. Yinglu didn't expect Jiang Xi's request, and he was caught off guard. Jiang Xi, to tell you the truth, among all the planets in the Milky Way, Earth is the one I like the most. If you feel that the price just now is not suitable, we can discuss it again. You can even add 100 or 200,000 points, Ying Lu said again. Senior Ying Lu, since you can find Earth, you should know that this is my hometown. I'm not the kind of person who is so poor that he would sell his home. Jiang Xi's face flashed with a trace of ridicule. You're really not selling? Ying Lu frowned. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Jiang Xi was teasing him. I'm not selling. Jiang Xi's attitude was very firm. Sigh. Ying Lu sighed. He held the communication bead in his hand and sent a message to Qiao Tuesday. This was because his negotiation strategy had failed. 8 figures emanating immortal auras instantly appeared in the courtyard. Qiao Tu. Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. The people who came were Qiao Tu and the other 7 immortal Dao experts. They didn't restrain their auras. Among the 8 immortals, even the weakest one was about the same as Lu Chuan. He was at least a 3rd tribulation transcender. Therefore, in this situation, even Lu Chuan, who was a 3rd tribulation transcender, felt the pressure. There was no need to talk about Jiang Xi. At this moment, under the pressure of the immortal Dao, Jiang Xi found it difficult to breathe. His body trembled slightly, and his spiritual sense was on the verge of collapse. However, the essence soul in Jiang Xi's mind once again displayed its might. The lotus platform trembled slightly, dispersing the immortal Dao pressure. This situation surprised Qiao Tuesday. Even the 3rd tribulation transcender beside Jiang Xi couldn't escape their pressure, but Jiang Xi quickly escaped. It was already shocking that he could force a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal to self-destruct in the land of reincarnation. Now, it seemed that Jiang Xi still had many tricks up his sleeve. Jiang Xi. Qiao Tu gave off a high and mighty attitude as if he was looking down on the world. Greetings, Senior Qiao Tuesday, Jiang Xi bowed politely. After all, Qiao Tu was a 7th tribulation transcender. Lu Chuan's face was still somewhat pale. He sent a spiritual sense voice transmission to Jiang Xi. My lord, these 9 people are very strong. Only a perfected lord can restrain them. Riverward's heart sank. True monarch. Before he rushed back to Earth, he had already sent a message to his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, asking for help. However, his master was only a 9 tribulation sword immortal. Even if his battle prowess was stronger than that of an ordinary 9 tribulation transcender, he still hadn't reached the level of a true monarch. Jiang Xi, you should know why I'm here, right? Tell me, are you selling Earth or not? Qiao Sha was very overbearing. Not for sale. Jiang Xi shook his head. Are you not satisfied with the price? No. 100 million points. Are you selling it? Qiao Tu asked in a low voice. The price shocked everyone except Jiang Xi. Just now, Ying Lu had been stingy and only offered 1 million points, but Qiao Tu had directly raised it to 100 million points. Even Lu Chuan was tempted, and he couldn't help but look at Jiang Xi a few more times. If he had the money, he could at least transcend 3 more tribulations. However, Jiang Xi still shook his head with a resolute expression. Sorry, I'm really not selling it. Qiao Tu smiled. What? Is it because of what happened in the land of reincarnation? Do you still have a grudge against me? I wouldn't dare. Jiang Xi was expressionless. Haha, if you wouldn't dare, then you do. Qiao Tu laughed. Then he said, that's fine. I've cultivated for more than 70,000 years. Other than in front of my father, I rarely give in. This time I'll make an exception. 1 billion points. Many 7th tribulation transcenders only have this much wealth. With your talent, if you have this wealth, your chances of transcending the tribulation in the future will be almost 100%. I'm not selling. Jiang Xi was very calm. You're not giving me face? Qiao Tu's expression turned cold and his powerful aura erupted again. Boom. The mansion of the Great Xia Alliance's upper echelon was instantly reduced to dust. Lu Chuan's reaction was also very fast. She used her immortal power to protect the area, preventing Qiao Tu's attack from threatening the other areas of Shantian Prefecture. Jiang Xi, you're just a puny essence soul cultivator. How dare you challenge my will again and again? You should know the consequences of disobeying an immortal. Qiao Tu said coldly with a trace of madness in his eyes. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Whoosh! Suddenly Qiao Tu erupted with powerful immortal power, imprisoning Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan. At the same time, his spiritual sense covered the entire earth. In just an instant, all the humans on Earth disappeared without a trace. They were all kept in Qiao Tu's storage space. He didn't dare to keep Earth because it was a planet that his father and many perfected cultivators valued. Now we're the only ones left on this planet. Xiao Tu sneered and released Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan. Jiang Xi's expression changed greatly. He spread out his spiritual sense and explored the entire planet. Sure enough, the humans on Earth with a total population of more than 10 billion had all disappeared. Only ordinary beasts were left. Xiao Tu snorted coldly. It's not up to you whether to sell or not. A wise man submits to circumstances. It's up to you. If you sell Earth to me honestly, you can get 1 billion points and those humans will be safe and sound. Otherwise you'll get more than 10 billion human corpses. Xiao Tu seemed to have victory in his hands. Jiang Xi clenched his fists, full of anger. Strength. He once again experienced the difference in absolute strength. The weak were prey to the strong. The weak had no right to speak. He doesn't dare to kill me because I'm a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect, a top genius of the human race. But I'm just a genius. In front of a real powerhouse, I'm not worth mentioning. In the end, it's still up to strength to speak. At this moment, Jiang Xi's temperament and thinking suddenly changed. He felt that although he had gone on many adventures in the past 200 years, he was still too steady. In order to not let those powerhouses find out that he had a secret, he deliberately controlled the speed of his strength improvement. As a result, the experience panel was not fully utilized. If that's the case, I'll stop hiding. The top geniuses of the human race were those who could go through 9 tribulations after completing the mythical soul integration stage. There might not even be one in an era. He was still far from that level. Have you thought it through? Are you selling or not? Xiao Tu asked coldly again. After the change in temperament, Jiang Xi's perspective changed too. He suddenly calmed down and his thinking became clearer. He smiled calmly. To be honest, it's not that I don't want to sell, but I don't dare to sell. Oh. Xiao Tu thought Jiang Xi was wavering. Senior Xiao Tu, actually, before you contacted me, the myriad poison lord of your Taoism also contacted me and wanted to buy Earth. Senior, you know how terrifying the myriad poison lord is. In the end, I had to sell Earth to him. Jiang Xi shrugged, looking helpless. The myriad poison lord. Xiao Tu's expression changed. The other 8 immortals behind him also looked serious. This was an ancient existence that was even more terrifying than his father, the treasure lord. First post, then change, then write the next chapter. Chapter 499. Since Earth has already been sold to Myriad Poison True Lord, I can't sell it to you even if I want to. Don't you think so? Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. Xiao Tu's face was gloomy and he did not say a word. He held his communication bead and seemed to be communicating with someone. Soon he said coldly, "You're lying. I've asked the people in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. You're still the overlord of Earth. If you've already transferred your sovereignty, then the overlord of Earth registered by the Tao Alliance's heavenly court should be Myriad Poison True Lord. This was a deal that was just made 10 minutes ago. Myriad Poison True Lord is currently on his way to Earth. Only then can we transfer it face to face. If you don't believe me, you can ask Myriad Poison True Lord." Jiang Xi smiled. Xiao Tu's eyelids twitched. Ask Myriad Poison True Lord? Only if you're tired of living. He already believed 60% of Jiang Xi's words. Myriad Poison True Lord's status in the Tao sect was too high. This ancient existence had lived longer than some of the Tao lords of the human race. It was not surprising that such an expert would know about Earth. Senior, you still don't believe me? Why don't I contact Myriad Poison True Lord? Jiang Xi took out his communication bead. There's no need for that. Xiao Tu looked unhappy. He did not want to offend Myriad Poison True Lord for no reason. The #1 poison expert of the human race was not to be trifled with. He could easily wipe out an entire stellar system. Myriad Poison True Lord's notoriety was even greater than that of many Tao lords. Xiao Tu calculated in his heart. Earth's sovereignty is still in Jiang Xi's hands. If I can get it, I'll have to lie when Myriad Poison True Lord asks. I can also say that Jiang Xi sold it to me on his own accord. Although True Lord Myriad Poisons was powerful, he had always been a loner for countless years. He's not like my father, who has a lot of say in the Tao sect and the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Even if Myriad Poison True Lord wants to get angry, he'll have to think twice. He was carefully weighing the consequences of doing so. Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. The situation seemed to have eased a little at this time. Xiao Sha looked at Jiang Xi again and said, Jiang Xi, master of myriad poisons, is really powerful and I dare not offend him. But you are not master of myriad poisons. Senior, even you don't dare to offend the myriad poisons true monarch. Of course I wouldn't dare either. Jiang Xi shook his head. Do you think I won't kill you? Xiao Tu suddenly used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice. Jiang Xi's face darkened. Earth has the mark of the eye of heaven. If you kill me, the Purple Heaven sect will not let you go. The strange conversation made Lu Chuan wary. He used more immortal power to protect Jiang Xi. Xiao Tu didn't mind and continued to transmit his voice to Jiang Xi. The female immortal in colorful clothes behind me is called Rose. She is a fourth tribulation transcender and is also a slave controlled by me using a secret spiritual sense technique. This is a secret that even my father doesn't know. I can get her to kill you. I'm using my spiritual sense to transmit my voice. So what if she has the eye of heaven? No one knows that Rose is my slave. At that time, when you die, Earth will become a planet without a master. At most, I will lose a fourth tribulation transcender slave. Then, I can apply to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance to become the new overlord of Earth. As for master of myriad poisons, he is very powerful, but my father is also a true lord. If I offend him, I will at most be punished. My life won't be in danger. Jiang Xi, what do you think? Riverward was silent. He held the communication bead in his hand, and with a thought, he quickly wrote a message. The content was as follows: Lord, true Lord, I'm Jiang Xi. Today, for some reason, true Lord Myriad Poisons of the Tao sect contacted me and said that he wanted to buy my hometown, Earth. I'm not the kind of person who is greedy for money and would betray my hometown. Therefore, I flatly refused this deal. Fortunately, true Lord Myriad Poisons didn't get angry and only asked for a heavenly abode on Earth. But I didn't expect that Xiao Tu, a seventh tribulation transcender of the Tao sect, would come to Earth with a group of powerhouses. Xiao Tu put all my people into his storage space and used them as a threat to buy Earth. Moreover, he threatened that if I didn't give it to him, his tribulation transcender slave would kill me and then gain sovereignty over Earth. Now, I only have a third tribulation transcender by my side. In the face of such a threat, I have no power to resist. I ask Lord True Lord to make the decision. He edited the content in an instant and then sent it to True Monarch Iron Mountain, repeating it 100 times in a row. When he participated in the 9 Regions Genius competition, it was hosted by True Lord Iron Mountain. According to the rules, if he became an immortal in the future, he would become a subordinate of True Lord Iron Mountain. Of course, it was the same now. If he was in trouble, looking for True Lord Iron Mountain was definitely the right choice. As for the other True Lord, he knew True Lord Six Virtuous. The two had only met once. It would be too abrupt to look for True Lord Six Virtuous for such a matter. Moreover, he didn't know about True Lord Six Virtuous communication mark. After the message was sent, Jiang Xi knew that a storm was coming. At present, True Lord Myriad Poisons and Xiao Tu were both from the Tao sect, which meant that only the Tao sect knew about Earth. The Purple Heaven sect didn't know, or else they would have already sent him a message. If he took the initiative to send a message to True Lord Iron Mountain, the Purple Heaven sect would definitely find some clues and learn about Earth's secrets. As long as the higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect weren't stupid, they would definitely come to fight for Earth. At that time, the confrontation would be between the Tao sect and the Purple Heaven sect. However, he still had to wait and stall for time. After all, True Lord Iron Mountain hadn't replied yet, and everything was unknown. Jiang Xi sighed and said helplessly, Senior Xiao Tu, if I transfer the sovereignty of Earth to you, can you save my life? That's True Lord Myriad Poisons, a powerful existence who can kill a life galaxy with a wave of his hand. If he wants to kill me, can you save my life? A smile reappeared on Xiao Tu's face. He could tell that Jiang Xi had given in. The threat just now was effective. You won't believe me if I say that I can save your life. Xiao Tu smiled and said, but I can tell you for sure that after you transfer the sovereignty of Earth to the Fourth Heaven sect, you can go back to the Fourth Heaven sect. You can return to the Fourth Heaven of the Purple Heaven sect or go to the ancient Tao origin world. As long as you're in either of these places, True Monarch Myriad Poison won't dare to touch you. Senior, you're right. Jiang Xi nodded and then shook his head. I can't stay in these two places forever. I'll have to come out sooner or later, and I'll still have to face True Lord Myriad Poisons. That's the only way to save your life. Otherwise you'll die with everyone on Earth. I can still get the sovereignty of Earth. Xiao Tu's face turned cold again, and he said this sentence through his spiritual sense. With his temperament, it was difficult for him to have the patience to entangle with Jiang Xi for a long time. Jiang Xi's mind turned quickly, and he made up his mind to continue stalling for time. He was thinking of other excuses. But at this time Qiao Tu's face changed greatly. Ninth Tribulation Transcender. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a powerful spiritual consciousness sweep past him. He had the God-fiend skull, so he could sense the spiritual sense of a Ninth Tribulation Transcender. Chapter 500. A powerful spiritual sense swept across the earth. Qiao Tu was able to detect that it was the spiritual sense of a Ninth Tribulation Transcender with the help of the God-fiend skull. Is it a Tribulation Transcender under the other perfected lords? Impossible, they are only at the Milky Way galaxy. It will take them at least half a day to reach Earth. Qiao Tu frowned. Maybe a Ninth Tribulation Transcender happened to be near the Milky Way galaxy and came here faster? Rose said. Qiao Tu nodded. It was possible. He was the first to reach Earth because he was in the Milky Way galaxy and had been to the asteroid belt before. However, he was not afraid even if a Ninth Tribulation Transcender came. As long as it was not a perfected lord, the 9 of them could deal with it. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. The person was slovenly and his clothes were open. His unrestrained appearance revealed a sense of vicissitudes. The wine gourd in his left hand was a good indication of his identity. Master. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. The speed of his master's arrival was beyond his imagination. Zhongli. Wine Sword Immortal. The faces of Qiao Tu and his 8 immortal Dao experts changed dramatically. Wine Sword Immortal had not come out since he entered the ancient Dao source world 50,000 years ago. However, his name had been passed down among the immortal Dao cultivators. After all, this talented sword Dao genius had a remarkable record of severely injuring a perfected lord of the demon race. Why did this lunatic come out? Anger flashed in Qiao Tu's eyes as he recalled the memory of being beaten by Wine Sword Immortal in the Myriad Immortal Assembly. While Qiao Tu and the others were shocked, Wine Sword Immortal and Jiang Xi started talking. Disciple, your Earth is not simple. Wine Sword Immortal said with a deep gaze. When he was teleported to the first moon, he discovered the secret there. Now that he came to Earth, he found many familiar things here. For example, the Kunlun mystic realm, the Buddhist ruins, etc. These places were very similar to the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Dao Alliance. Previously, he was wondering why True Lord Myriad Poison and Qiao Tu of the Dao sect came to Jiang Xi one after another. Now, he understood that Earth was a planet with a big secret, and Jiang Xi was the Lord of Earth. This is my home. Jiang Xi smiled bitterly. These words contained a lot of emotions. Good. Since it was his home, he should protect it well. Since the guests are here, we should treat them well. Since the enemy is here, we should also properly entertain them. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed loudly and did not continue to ask. The 2 of them showed their attitude by treating them well. It was obvious who the enemy was. Qiao Cha and the 8 immortals under him gathered their aura and did not let their guard down for even a moment. Zhongli, I didn't expect that you would actually leave the ancient Dao origin world, Qiao Tu said in a low voice. The world is vast, where can't I go? The Wine Sword Immortal smiles, then his voice turns cold. Instead, why did you intrude into my disciple's hometown? Do you want to die? Arrogant. If the 9 of us join forces, we'll even be able to fight against a perfected lord. You're a 9 tribulation sword celestial who's nearing the end of your lifespan. You'd better know your place or else you won't be able to live for the next few thousand years. Qiao Sha's expression turned ferocious. He was ready to strike. Ha, it's because I'm at the end of my lifespan that I want to kill. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed maniacally. His aura suddenly rose and his hair and beard stood on end. A sword Dao rhyme that was of a higher level than sword intent spread between heaven and earth, making him look like an emperor of swords. This lunatic. Qiao Cha and the 8 immortals under him became even more serious. They all took out their magic treasures and were ready to strike at any time. A great battle was about to break out. It was a massacre. It looked like immortals were going to fall today. This was the first time Jiang Xi saw his master display his strength. He was really strong. Under normal circumstances, only a perfected lord could suppress Qiao Cha and the others. But now, the Wine Sword Immortal was alone, and his aura was superior. The Wine Sword Immortal's aura was drawn but not released. After taking a sip of wine, he said, "It's not too late for you to retreat now. After 3 breaths there will be no turning back. This is the planet my father set his eyes on. You want me to retreat? Zhongli, I admit that you are strong, but you can't kill me. Today I want to see if your sword or my divine demon skull is more powerful." Qiao Cha gritted his teeth. His face had turned completely ferocious and black lines appeared on his face. At this moment, the Wine Sword Immortal's spiritual consciousness wrapped around Jiang Xi and wanted to keep Jiang Xi into his storage space. Boom. Suddenly, a blast of air exploded out of nowhere, and the space around them became chaotic. This space has been completely covered by my divine demon skull, and you still want to keep Jiang Xi? Ah. Qiao Cha laughed proudly. Indeed, even Jiang Xi felt that the space around them had turned into a swamp, and their bodies were restricted. The Wine Sword Immortal's face darkened. He did not release his aura earlier, and did not attack immediately because he was worried that the battle would affect Jiang Xi. Only when Jiang Xi was safe would he be able to fight with peace of mind. Obviously, Qiao Cha was also aware of this, so he was prepared. Buzz! The Wine Sword Immortal attacked again, and a majestic immortal power erupted, breaking through the divine demon skull's confinement of space. Then he swept Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan out of the sky. With his speed, he arrived in space outside Earth in an instant. Damn it! Qiao Cha cursed angrily and chased after him with the other 8 immortals. At the same time, a strange aura surged out of his hairless head again. The black lines on his face seemed to come alive, and they swam rapidly. A divine demon face appeared in the starry sky within 100,000 kilometers. The complicated black lines were like a spider web, confining the entire starry sky. Everything in this starry sky was restricted, and their speed suddenly slowed down. In the starry sky 50,000 kilometers away from Earth, the Wine Sword Immortal was also affected, and had no choice but to stop. He said to Lu Chuan, "Protect Jiang Xi well." Yes. Lu Chuan nodded vigorously. "Master, be careful." Jiang Xi was a little worried. This was because Qiao Cha's methods were indeed terrifying. That divine demon face was obviously Qiao Cha's. "Haha, disciple, don't worry. If he had refined 100% of the divine demon skull, I would still be a little afraid. Now, watch me kill this evil guest." The Wine Sword Immortal laughed loudly. His figure flashed and he left with his sword. After not having to divert his attention to take care of Jiang Xi, the divine demon face's confinement of space was useless in front of him. On the other side, Qiao Cha and his subordinates had already caught up. "Rose, the 3 of you go and capture Jiang Xi," Qiao Cha said to the female immortal in rainbow-colored clothes and his 3 subordinates. The female immortal in rainbow-colored clothes was a 4th Tribulation Transcender, and the other 2 were 3rd Tribulation Transcenders. Their strength completely suppressed Lu Chuan. As for the remaining 6 people, other than Qiao Cha, who was a 7th Tribulation Transcender, there were 2 6th Tribulation Transcenders and 3 5th Tribulation Transcenders. If they joined forces, they would be able to deal with the Wine Sword Immortal. "Today we will kill the Wine Sword Immortal and wash away our previous humiliation." Qiao Cha's spiritual sense had already locked onto the Wine Sword Immortal. The divine demon face that covered 100,000 kilometers let out a loud roar that shook the heavens and the earth. It instantly attacked the Wine Sword Immortal. The other 5 immortals also unleashed powerful attacks. Powerful spiritual sense and immortal power attacks wreaked havoc in the starry sky, causing space to collapse. Some meteorites or asteroids were directly shattered as long as they were affected. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks were focused on the Wine Sword Immortal. Ah! The Wine Sword Immortal laughed wildly. He slashed out with his sword, and a cold light split the dark starry sky like a river of stars. Whoosh! It directly shattered the divine demon roar and blocked all the immortal attacks. He was fighting 6 immortals above the 5th Tribulation without being at a disadvantage. At the same time, the 4th Tribulation Transcender rose and the other 2 3rd Tribulation Transcenders had already caught up to Jiang Xi and Lu Chuan. Powerful immortal power accompanied by a supreme-grade immortal artifact condensed into a powerful Taoist attack that instantly enveloped the 2 of them. Inferno Prison. Lu Chuan roared as a fire-type Taoist technique erupted in the next moment. The starry sky turned into a sea of flames. Not only did it block the other party's immortal Dao attack, it also temporarily trapped Rose and the other 2. However, after using this ultimate move, Lu Chuan's aura dropped to the lowest. Jiang Xi could even sense that Lu Chuan's spiritual sense was showing signs of collapsing. This was a move that he had risked his life to use. Lu Chuan. Jiang Xi's expression changed as he hurriedly fed Lu Chuan his healing spirit pill. Only then did Lu Chuan's injuries stabilize. In the Inferno prison, Rose and the other 2 immortals released their immortal power to protect their bodies. "Risking your life? How loyal!" Rose sneered. Then, she struck out with her palm, only to discover that her attack was quickly burned by the Inferno prison. Break it together. Rose's expression became serious. She knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. If it was delayed, something unexpected would happen. The three of them attacked at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Chuan was a third tribulation transcender after all. Even if he risked his life to use his ultimate move, it would be difficult for him to withstand the combined attacks of Rose and the other two. Soon, the Inferno prison, which was like a sea of flames, was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, Jiang Xi naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. His attack was also launched. Although his cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Essence Soul realm, his realm had long surpassed that of most tribulation transcenders. He slashed out with his sword, and a soaring sword intent immediately spread out. A huge sword Dao green lotus bloomed in the starry sky. It was like a world of swords. Then it merged with Lu Chuan's Inferno prison. Last time in the land of reincarnation, he had been attacked by a third tribulation ghost immortal from the ghost race's Silver Yuxia clan. Even if that third tribulation ghost immortal relied on his bloodline power and had strength comparable to a fourth tribulation transcender, he could still hold on for 30 seconds. Now he was using the sword Dao Green Lotus to trap people. Even if the enemy was a fourth tribulation transcender and two third tribulation transcenders, he believed that he could trap them for at least 10 seconds. In a battle between experts, the outcome was often decided in an instant. If he could buy 10 more seconds, he could do a lot of things. Lu Chuan's aura was weak as he held on in the starry sky. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Jiang Xi continuously brandished his sword light, condensing sword Dao Green Lotuses one after another, wanting to last longer. At this moment, his communication pearl finally received a message from True Monarch Iron Mountain. He's finally here. He didn't have time to rejoice and hurriedly accepted the message. However, he didn't have the strength to materialize the situation on his side. He only used a wisp of his spiritual sense to turn into a transmission phantom through the communication pearl and appeared in the cave abode of Purple Heaven Sect's sixth firmament, True Monarch Iron Mountain. Chapter 501. This was a black mountain located in the starry sky. True Monarch Iron Mountain's palace sat on the peak of the mountain. From the throne of the palace, one could see the Milky Way changing. Wearing a crimson armor, True Lord Iron Mountain sat on the throne. His aura seemed to be in harmony with the starry sky, as if he was the ruler of the starry sky. In the main hall, Jiang Xi's phantom image appeared and bowed. Jiang Xi greets True Monarch Iron Mountain. I know what's going on Earth, but it'll take my men a while to get there. Perfected Cultivator Iron Mountain's voice boomed. Perfected Cultivator, you can use this teleportation mark to reach the universe where Earth is located? Jiang Xi quickly told him about the interstellar teleport array on the first moon. Then, with a sincere expression, he said, My master, the Wine Sword Immortal, is trying his best to fend off the enemy. I hope that True Monarch can make a move as soon as possible. Alright. True Monarch Iron Mountain nodded. The transmission ended. Soon, immortals with immortal Dao auras teleported to True Lord Iron Mountain's palace. Below the main hall, many immortals had gathered. There were over 1,000 immortals, and even the weakest among them was a fourth tribulation transcender. True Lord Iron Mountain sat high on the throne and said in a deep voice, The people of Dao want to steal the opportunity of the disciples of Purple Heaven Sect. Go to Jiang Xi's hometown, Earth, and expel the people of Dao. Remember, Jiang Xi cannot die. Yes. All the immortals were shocked. Even if Jiang Xi was a core disciple of the fourth celestial layer, Iron Mountain True Monarch wouldn't pay so much attention to him. These 1,000 immortals were almost all of True Lord Iron Mountain's forces. There were 2 ninth tribulation transcenders, over 100 7th tribulation transcenders, and over 100 8th stage immortals. Even the weakest among them was a 4th tribulation transcender. Now they had mobilized so many experts just for a single primordial soul stage Jiang Xi. This was truly shocking. The mighty army of immortals teleported away from the 6th heaven of the Purple Heaven and arrived at the teleportation platform in the sky of the Purple Heaven Sect. They were going to teleport to the first moon of Earth in batches. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the immortals and core disciples of the Purple Heaven Sect. While they were shocked, they were also guessing what had happened. In the starry sky outside Earth, the battle was still ongoing. Since Jiang Xi had added the Green Lotus Sword Dao at the sword intent level into the Inferno prison, Rose and the other two couldn't break through the shackles of the 2 Dao attacks in a short time. On the other side, the Wine Sword Immortal was fighting 6 immortals alone and had the upper hand. Moreover, his attack style was very simple. It was just one sword strike after another. Every sword strike was like a galaxy that broke through the dark starry sky. The overwhelming sword light suppressed Xiao Tu and the others. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Xiao Sha roared with a ferocious look on his face. My lord, if the stalemate continues, the other experts of the Purple Heaven sect will arrive. Ying Lu and the other 4 immortals are even more anxious. Their attacks are basically unable to cause any harm to the Wine Sword Immortal. What worried them even more was that since the Wine Sword Immortal could come to Earth through the interstellar teleportation array, the other masters of the Purple Heaven sect would definitely be able to come quickly in this way. The problem is they are currently being suppressed by the Wine Sword Immortal. As for Rose and the others, they would not be able to take down Jiang Xi in a short period of time. If this dragged on, it would be troublesome. Haha, are you anxious? The Wine Sword Immortal laughed, holding a sword in one hand and drinking wine in the other. He slashed out again, and this time the attack was aimed at the other 5 immortals. Crash! The galaxy shattered. The complexions of the 5 immortals changed greatly. They could no longer be anxious and fled in all directions, not daring to block the attack. Because if they can't block it, they will die. Zhongli, how dare you? Xiao Tu shouted angrily. This time he was really anxious. These were all the strength of his subordinates. Losing even one of them would make his heart ache. However, the Wine Sword Immortal would not listen to him. Swordfall. The 2 6th Tribulation Transcenders and 3 5th Tribulation Transcenders did not have time to escape from the area covered by the sword light. Under the sword light that was like a galaxy, their bodies and primordial spirits melted like ice and snow, instantly disappearing into the starry sky. They died so strong. Jiang Xi's eyes widened. It seemed that this was just a casual sword strike of his master, and he had not used his full strength. Zhongli. Xiao Tu was about to go crazy. This sword strike had caused him to suffer heavy losses. The 5 immortals that died were almost his strongest subordinates. Under his anger, the strange aura emitted from the top of his head became even stronger, and more black patterns appeared on his face. It was as if his whole person was about to be demonized. In the starry sky, the Fiend God face roared. Fiend God roar. The power of space imprisonment suddenly increased by thousands of times. The whole starry sky constantly fluctuated and began to collapse. Not good. The Wine Sword Immortal's complexion changed. Because under this kind of imprisonment, Jiang Xi would definitely not be able to escape this world-destroying Fiend God roar. The situation was as he expected. 30,000 kilometers away, the Inferno Prison and the Green Lotus dissipated along with the collapse of space. The 4th Tribulation Transcenders rose and the other 2 3rd Tribulation Transcenders escaped. They were not affected by the Fiend God roar and immediately attacked Jiang Xi. The 2 sides were less than 500 kilometers apart. For immortal Dao powerhouses, this distance was no different from being very close. The Wine Sword Immortal was 30,000 kilometers away and would definitely not be able to rush over in time. Jiang Xi's situation was very dangerous. At this time, another powerful aura spread in the starry sky, and the number of auras was continuously increasing. It was the first moon that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. Batch after batch of immortal Dao powerhouses were teleporting over. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, these immortal Dao powerhouses crossed the starry sky and arrived at the place where the 2 sides were fighting. True Monarch Iron Mountain's army of immortals had arrived. More than 1,000 immortals emitted a mighty aura, and the ones in the lead were immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. Haha, Zhongli, you finally decided to come out. A hearty laugh echoed in the starry sky. Immortal Yi Liang, who was wearing a green robe and had disheveled hair, casually condensed an open scroll and suppressed the collapsing starry sky. At the same time, he also imprisoned Rose and the other 2, resolving the crisis Jiang Xi was in. Immortal Yi Liang saved Jiang Xi, while immortal Chu He crossed the starry sky and arrived at the place where the Wine Sword Immortal and Xiao Sha were fighting. He was wearing black armor and emitted an iron-blooded aura. He first nodded slightly at the Wine Sword Immortal, then looked at Xiao Sha with a dignified expression. At this time, Xiao Sha's aura was a little weak because he had just used the Fiend God roar, and he no longer had the strength to fight. Xiao Sha, you trespassed on the private territory of a 4th Firmament Core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect and even tried to kill him. You have violated the laws of the Heavenly Court and committed a heinous crime. Chu He shouted coldly. Hee hee. Xiao Sha laughed disdainfully. Men, capture him. Chu He waved his hand at the immortal army behind him. Immediately, 10 Eighth Tribulation Transcenders flew out to capture Qiao Sha. Qiao Sha's expression changed immediately. He didn't expect immortal Chu He to directly give the order to capture him. The Taoist sect was detached from worldly affairs, but the Purple Heaven sect was the actual ruler of the Tao Alliance. In other words, the Purple Heaven sect was not inferior to the Taoist sect. If he was captured by the Purple Heaven sect, the Taoist sect would definitely have to pay a price to redeem him. This was only secondary. The most important thing was that he couldn't afford to lose face. "You want to capture me?" Scram. Qiao Sha roared. His whole face was covered by black patterns, and the strange aura rushing out from the top of his head was extremely dense. As a result, his originally balding hairstyle directly turned bald. His bald head was covered by black patterns. In the starry sky, the face of the fiend god also turned pitch black as if it was full of fangs. It looked ferocious and terrifying. The starry sky within a radius of 100,000 kilometers quickly froze, like the water of a lake. This time he was going to use the full power of the fiend god roar at the risk of being seriously injured and even damaging his foundation. Boom. Suddenly the space exploded, and the face of the fiend god disappeared. Qiao Sha's fiend god roar was not fully used before it also stopped. A figure wearing armor with golden patterns slowly appeared in the starry sky. A powerful immortal aura that far surpassed that of a ninth tribulation transcender spread out and faintly merged with the starry sky, as if it was the ruler of the starry sky. Whether it was the wine sword immortal Yi Liang or Chu He, they all felt an extremely strong pressure and could only try their best to remain standing. As for the remaining 1,000 or so immortals, they directly knelt in the starry sky. A perfected cultivator had arrived. "Father." Qiao Sha was immediately overjoyed. The person who had arrived was Taoist sect's true monarch Baoyan. "Greetings, true monarch Baoyan." The wine sword immortal Yi Liang and Chu He respectfully saluted at the same time. The 1,000 or so immortals kneeling in the starry sky also shouted in unison. Jiang Xi also saluted respectfully. Strangely, he did not feel that powerful aura, so he was still standing. However, even so, Jiang Xi was still very worried. The appearance of true monarch Baoyan had changed the situation again. This powerhouse from the Taoist sect was once a prodigy of the new era. After reaching the peak of the Tao integration stage, he was able to transcend 9 tribulations in a row. After hundreds of millions of years, true monarch Baoyan's strength had become even more unfathomable. Among the true monarchs, true monarch Baoyan was a powerful existence second only to true monarch Myriad Poison and true monarch 6 Virtuous. True monarch Iron Mountain's 1,000 or so immortals army could not stop true monarch Baoyan at all. Even if true monarch Iron Mountain rushed to Earth now, it would be too late. Interstellar teleportation between star fields also took time. This time was enough for true monarch Baoyan to do a lot of things. It would only take a few words to take away the sovereignty of Earth. What should he do? While Jiang Xi was worrying about this, Qiao Tu shouted, "Father, these immortals of the Purple Heaven sect are too overbearing. They want to take me down together." The guilty party complained first. The wine sword immortal Yi Liang and Chu He all frowned. "Humph." True monarch Baoyan snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the starry sky. Everyone felt true monarch Baoyan's anger in this cold snort, and they all trembled in fear. When a true monarch was angry, people would die. However, surprisingly, true monarch Baoyan's anger was not directed at the wine sword immortal Yi Liang or Chu He. There seemed to be a galaxy flowing in his eyes as he stared at Qiao Tu and said slowly, "I am very disappointed." Qiao Tu was stunned. This was the first time he heard this from his father. Very disappointed? Was it because he did not take down Earth? Or was it because of something else? For a moment, Qiao Tu became a little nervous and did not know what to do. First, then change. Chapter 502. The remnant aura of the battle lingered in the starry sky. The perfected Lord's aura intimidated everything. The thousands of immortals did not dare to make a move. Apart from perfected Lord Baoyan, only Jiang Xi, wine sword immortal Yi Liang, Chu He and Qiao Chao were left standing. True Lord Baoyan looked at his son, Qiao Tu, with anger in his eyes. He was angry that Qiao Tu did not fight back. He scolded, "The God-fiend skull has been in your possession for 70,000 years. You still can't fully unleash its power. This time you're risking damaging your foundation to unleash your ultimate move. You're really wasting the treasure." This made many people suspicious. Why did it feel like the God-fiend skull was more important than his son in perfected Lord Baoyan's eyes? Father? Xiao Cha knelt down in fear, his body trembling. Perfected Lord Baoyan did not look at him again. His expression was indifferent, as if he was not looking at his son. Then he turned his gaze to Wine Sword Immortal Liang and Chu He. Are you the ones who gave the order to capture my son? This time his voice was emotionless. However, the feeling he gave was even more terrifying. A pressure that came from the soul caused the Wine Sword Immortal and the other two's expressions to change slightly. Perfected Lord, it was Xiao Cha who violated the Heavenly Court's laws first. Wine Sword Immortal said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He was stronger and was the first to resist the pressure. However, he was the first to speak, so he had to bear more of Perfected Lord Baoyan's anger. Perfected Lord, we were ordered by Perfected Lord Iron Mountain to protect Jiang Xi. Xiao Cha wanted to harm Jiang Xi's life. Naturally, we could not sit by and do nothing. Liang also explained respectfully, sharing the pressure with Wine Sword Immortal. Chu He was a man of few words. He only nodded solemnly, expressing his attitude. Perfected Lord Baoyan snorted, even if my son was wrong, it is not up to Purple Heaven Sect to punish him. The rumbling of thunder echoed in the starry sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Wine Sword Immortal, Liang, Chu He, and the army of thousands of immortals felt as if they were struck by lightning. Everyone's faces turned pale and their auras became weaker. This time Jiang Xi still did not feel any pressure. He was even more confused, but he could not ask. This is your punishment, true Lord Baoyan said expressionlessly. Yes. None of the immortals dared to refute. This was already the lightest punishment for offending a true monarch. Moreover, true Lord Baoyan was stronger than true Lord Iron Mountain. As true Lord Iron Mountain's subordinates, they did not dare to say anything and could only agree. After all, the strong were respected. Perfected Lord Baoyan, who was clad in golden patterned armor, suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Xi. What shocked the immortals was that true Lord Baoyan, who was so overbearing and intimidating just now, actually revealed a slight smile at this time. Jiang Xi, right? True Lord Baoyan asked with a smile. Jiang Xi froze for a moment, but he wasn't too shocked. This was because when True Lord of Myriad Poisons contacted him previously, he had also spoken to him in the same manner. Moreover, his attitude was even more amiable than True Lord of Baoyan's. Jiang Xi greets True Monarch Baoyan. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. He knew that True Lord Baoyan would definitely talk about buying Earth next. As expected, True Lord Baoyan said, actually, I asked Xiao Sha to come to Earth to discuss the purchase of Earth with you. I didn't expect him to misunderstand me and actually attack you directly. Jiang Xi was really surprised this time. From what he heard, True Lord Baoyan seemed to be explaining to him. He did not expect a true monarch to say sorry or anything like that. A detailed explanation like True Lord Baoyan's was equivalent to an apology. When Xiao Sha heard this, he was dumbfounded. Father, before coming to Earth, the order he received was to do whatever it took. True Lord Baoyan looked at him indifferently. Xiao Sha's body trembled and he quickly shut his mouth. This was the second time today that he saw his father looking at him with such a gaze. It was also the second time in his life. On the side, Wine Sword Immortal Liang, Chu He, and the other immortals, of course, could tell that True Lord Baoyan was explaining to Jiang Xi. They were even more surprised. Immortal Dao experts looked at the higher level. From their point of view, True Lord Baoyan's reaction was very strange. No matter how talented Jiang Xi was, he was just a cultivator in the primordial soul stage who had yet to become an immortal. True Lord Baoyan was not only a powerful expert in the 9 domains of the Dao Alliance, he was also a genius of the New Age. In terms of talent, he was even stronger than Jiang Xi. In other words, True Lord Baoyan did not need to explain to Jiang Xi at all. Wine Sword Immortal and the others were confused. They did not understand what was going on. True Lord Baoyan smiled again and said to Jiang Xi, I'm here to talk to you personally. I wonder if you're willing to sell Earth to me? You can name your price. Whether it's points or treasures in the universe, as long as I can satisfy you, I'll give it to you. Jiang Xi had the experience of negotiating with True Lord of Myriad Poisons. In the face of this situation, he was very calm. True Lord, Earth is my hometown. It's the place where the people of Earth live and reproduce. I can't sell it. True Lord Baoyan nodded gently. I've been rude. If that's the case, I won't force you. Jiang Xi was stunned. Was that simple? He thought that True Lord Baoyan would fly into a rage after he rejected him. While he was stunned, True Lord Baoyan's expression changed again. He regained his dignified look. Chiao Tu. True Lord Bao Yen said in a deep voice. Father. Chiao Tu was still in a state of confusion. He had called his father many times already. I only ordered you to come to Earth for a discussion, but you caused such a big trouble. If Wine Sword Immortal Zhongli had not arrived in time, I'm afraid Jiang Xi would have been dead. True Lord Bao Yen said. Everyone could hear the anger in his voice. Father, this is you? Chiao Tu's expression changed drastically. Shut up. True Lord Bao Yen shouted angrily. Chiao Tu was stunned. It was as if a big pot had fallen from the sky. You have treasures but you don't know how to improve yourself. You cause trouble outside all day long. This time you violated the laws of the heavenly court. Since that's the case, I'll punish you to stay in the northern deep star for 30,000 years. True Lord Bao Yen said coldly. Father. Chiao Tu was completely stunned. Then he was terrified. His heart was in turmoil, and other than shock there was also fear and unease. His father, True Lord Bao Yen, was a genius who dominated an era in Dao sect. There were not many in Dao sect who were qualified to be his master. Moreover, the reason why True Lord Bao Yen had such great power in Dao sect, and could even influence important decisions in Dao sect, was related to his master. True Lord Bao Yan's master was the true upper echelon of Dao sect, a powerful existence second only to the Dao sect's heavenly lords. He was the second most powerful person in Dao sect. Yes, my master, Dao Lord Yanqing. True Lord Bao Yen said solemnly. This Father, Dao Lord Yanqing is a transcendent being. Why would he notice me and personally order me to be punished? Chiao Tu was terrified. He was targeted by such an expert. Chapter 503. Chiao Tu was no longer as domineering and arrogant as he was before. He was now like a frightened little bird, his body trembling slightly. Taoist Lord Yanqing had absolute authority in the Dao sect. Unless the supreme heavenly venerate of the human race spoke, no one could suppress Taoist Lord Yanqing. Taoist Lord Yanqing was ranked first even in the human race in the 10,000 races of the universe. There were very few who could surpass him in strength. Except for the human race, the monster race and the ghost race, all the other races had to kneel in front of Taoist Lord Yanqing. Father, what should I do? Chiao Tu panicked and didn't know what to do. Taoist Lord Yanqing was punishing him now. If Taoist Lord Yanqing wanted him to die, there was no way he could live. His father even wanted to kill him personally, just like how he was punished to face the wall for 30,000 years. Are you scared now? True Monarch Bao Yen had a look of disappointment on his face. However, this was his son after all. Moreover, the God Fiend's skull in Chiao Tu's body was the key to whether he could become a Dao Lord in the future. Chiao Tu was still of great use now, so he couldn't let anything happen to him. Thinking of this, True Monarch Bao Yen sighed softly. I don't know why Master punished you. You don't have to worry too much. With Master's status, he won't bother with a 7th tribulation transcender like you. Chiao Tu was slightly relieved. According to my guess, the reason Master punished you this time should be related to that Jiang Xi, True Monarch Bao Yen said. Jiang Xi. Chiao Tu was shocked. He's just an essence soul cultivator. How could he be related to Taoist Lord Yanqing? It might be related to the secrets of Earth. True Monarch Bao Yen's eyes were deep. When he arrived at the space where Earth was, he noticed the uniqueness of Earth and the first moon. Even the entire space was different from the outside world. Earth. Chiao Tu fell silent. Of course, he also noticed the uniqueness of Earth. Unfortunately, this opportunity had passed him by, and he had paid a terrible price for it. Master punished you to face the wall on planet Northern Deep for 30,000 years. It seems like a punishment, but it's actually a good thing for you. The environment of that place is very suitable for refining the God Fiend's skull. If you can completely refine it within 30,000 years, it's not impossible for you to become a true lord in the future, said True Lord Bao Yen. I understand. Chiao Sha clenched his fists, he was still unwilling to give up. In the starry sky near Earth, the immortals did not leave. Their mighty auras still covered the starry sky. Jiang Xi, we have been ordered by True Lord Iron Mountain to help you guard Earth for the time being. Where do you think we should be stationed? Yi Liang asked. The scene that had just taken place caused Yi Liang, a 9th tribulation transcender, to change his attitude towards Jiang Xi. He did not directly request to be stationed on Earth. Instead, he first asked for Jiang Xi's opinion. After all, Jiang Xi was the true ruler of Earth, and Earth had been registered as a private territory, not a vital planet under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court. According to the laws of the heavenly court, private territories were sacred and inviolable. Even immortals had to abide by this law. Those who violate this rule will refer to Qiao Sha. Jiang Xi looked at his master, the wine sword immortal, and the latter nodded slightly at him. Then he said, Senior Yi Liang, Earth has always been in a sealed state. If the army of immortals were to be stationed here, I'm afraid that they would offend you. You should temporarily be stationed on the planet that you teleported from just now. He was referring to the first moon. The storm caused by Earth had yet to subside, and there might be other true monarchs coming soon. The army of immortals staying here would be enough to ensure the safety of Earth. All right. Yi Liang had already realized that Earth and the first moon were extraordinary. Even if Jiang Xi allowed the army to be stationed on Earth, he would first ask for True Lord Iron Mountain's permission. Then the immortals crossed the void and arrived at the first moon. This time they had time to carefully observe the dilapidated moon palace. The group of immortals gasped in amazement. This palace that seemed to have existed for countless years seemed to be extremely disrespectful, but it vaguely hid a great secret. However, they did not dare to enter without permission. Jiang Xi also did not intend to invite them in. He said with a smile, Master, Senior Yi Liang, Senior Chu He, since you are already in front of my house, why don't you take a seat at my place? Of course. The liquor sword immortal took a sip of wine from the gourd. Haha, I want to see what kind of environment could nurture a genius like you. Yi Liang laughed. Chu He also looked very interested. Even so, they did not plan to investigate Earth. Even True Lord Bao Yan did not do so just now. Obviously there was a taboo. Under the current situation, if the higher-ups did not give the order, no one would dare to touch Earth. The higher-ups naturally referred to the higher-ups of the Dao Alliance, the Dao Monarchs. After returning to Earth, Jiang Xi first went to Shantian Prefecture. In fact, only one human died in this war. It was the higher-up of the Great Xia Alliance who was controlled by Qiao Cha with his spiritual sense. He was implicated and died. There were many others who were injured and frightened, more than half of them. The entire Earth was in chaos because when Qiao Cha released the people, everyone's order was messed up. Some of them were originally living in Pak Sun Province, but now they had run to Shantian Prefecture, which was considered close. Some of them might be from North America's Shadow Mansion, but now they were in Africa's Cape of Good Hope. Jiang Xi also released Jiang Wei, Jiang Xing, and more than 100 people. Many of them were higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance. Jiang Xi, Little Jiang, Senior Jiang. Everyone was very excited when they saw Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, what happened? That person doesn't seem to be from Earth. Also, where did you take us just now? Is it a storage space? In the end, Jiang Wei, who was the closest to Jiang Xi, asked many questions on behalf of everyone. Jiang Xi smiled. He did not answer immediately. Instead he said, Come, let me introduce everyone. This is my master, the Wine Sword Immortal, a 9-tribulation sword immortal from the Purple Heaven sect of the Dao Alliance. This is Senior Yi Liang, and this is Senior Chu He, a 9-tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi introduced them one by one. He knew that from today onwards the Earth was going to change. An unprecedented change was coming. The people of Earth had to quickly learn and understand the situation of the Universal Dao Alliance. Getting to know these legendary immortals was the first step. Fortunately, Earth had experienced 5 spirit energy recoveries. Everyone had a certain degree of acceptance for this kind of mythical situation to become reality. At the same time, in the 6th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, True Monarch Iron Mountain's Black Mountain Palace. True Monarch Iron Mountain's immortal army was almost fully mobilized, which attracted the attention of many higher-ups of the Purple Heaven sect. Many true monarchs came to ask True Monarch Iron Mountain for details. True Monarch Iron Mountain did not hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. Earth? The planet of life in the depths of the asteroid belt? Is it the asteroid belt that the sect sent people to search for thousands of years ago? No wonder. It seems that there is a big secret there. A Dao monarch of the sect also searched there, but he found nothing. I didn't expect there to be a planet of life there. What's so special about that planet? But why was such a secret place discovered by the Dao sect first? Jiang Xi is a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect. Earth is his private territory. Such an important place can't be taken by the Dao sect. It should belong to the Purple Heaven sect. The true monarchs discussed and soon understood the general situation of Earth from True Monarch Iron Mountain. These experts with endless lifespans were all shocked. Some true monarchs even exclaimed, the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance. A forgotten place. They finally understood why true monarch Baoyan of the Tao sect would come to Earth. Finally, they were relieved when they learned that true monarch Iron Mountain's army was stationed there. This way, Earth would definitely belong to the Purple Heaven sect. However, this matter still had to be decided by the higher-ups. After all, it involved the clash of two major forces. These true monarchs, who were usually in charge, no longer had any say in this matter. After the true monarchs left, true monarch Iron Mountain sat on the throne and looked at the stars. Suddenly he shook his head and chuckled. I didn't expect that kid to have such a background and opportunity. He had learned about the situation on Earth from a Tao Lord in his sect. He was also shocked at first, which was why so many immortal Tao experts were mobilized. There are still some things I need to ask that kid. True monarch Iron Mountain contacted Jiang Ci with his communication bead. On Earth, Jiang Ci introduced the Wine Sword Immortal and the other two to everyone and briefly explained the situation of the Tao Alliance. In short, his words severely impacted everyone's worldview. It would probably take a while for everyone to digest all this. Jiang Ci's last words were, "We don't have much time left. We have to accept these changes as soon as possible." Many of these people were the decision-makers of the Great Xia Alliance. Only when these people accepted the new world could they control the impact of the changes on Earth through public opinion. This is a process that all indigenous planets have to go through before they can integrate into the universe. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled. That's right. Earth's situation is already very good. It's not like the other indigenous planets. Some have to accept violent and bloody massacres, while others have to accept miserable slavery. Liang sighed. With Earth's special situation and your identity, Jiang Ci, Earth's situation in the Tao Alliance won't be bad in the future, Chu He said. These three Ninth Tribulation Transcenders were comforting Jiang Ci. They could hear that Jiang Ci was clearly a bit anxious. Yes. Jiang Ci nodded and relaxed a bit. He understood all of this, but he was still unwilling to accept it. If he was a Tao monarch, Earth definitely wouldn't be in such a situation now. To put it bluntly, Earth had no strength and no backing. For example, the indigenous planet of Kalostar not long ago wasn't very strong and didn't have any strong backing. In the end, it was reduced to a farm for white feather star trade. Of course, Earth also had a backing, but that senior Qing sure didn't care about anything. He only reminded him that Earth would face a crisis in the near future. Then he ran away with his people. Chapter 504. The higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance on Earth were still digesting what Jiang Ci had just told them. With shock in their hearts, they began to discuss the possible changes that might occur, as well as the countermeasures that they should take next. Jiang Ci was on the side, giving advice and helping them make various decisions. Wine Sword Immortal Yi Liang and Chu He, the three Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, didn't participate, because this was a matter for the people of Earth. Not long after, Jiang Ci received a new message in his communication bead. It's a message from True Monarch Iron Mountain. Jiang Ci glanced at Wine Sword Immortal and the others. Don't worry, Lord Iron Mountain probably summoned us to ask about what happened just now. Yi Liang smiled. Chu He chimed in. Go, I'll keep an eye on things here. Wine Sword Immortal gave him a reassuring look. Jiang Ci nodded and walked into another quiet meeting room, picking up the message. His spiritual sense turned into a phantom image through the communication bead and appeared in the palace of True Monarch Iron Mountain of the Sixth Heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. True Monarch Iron Mountain, who was wearing a blood-red armor, sat on a huge throne in the palace and looked down at Jiang Ci. Greetings, True Monarch Iron Mountain. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. True Monarch Iron Mountain asked in a low voice, I called you here to confirm whether you're the only one who came out of Earth. There are 3 people in total. Apart from me, there's also my big brother Shen Tian and my second sister Li Baibai. The 2 of them are now. Jiang Ci told him about the current situation of Shen Tian and Li Baibai. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. Although few people knew about his relationship with Shen Tian and Li Baibai, the Purple Heaven sect could easily find out if they wanted to. One of them is in the Taoist sect, and the other is in the Flowing Time Palace of the Heavenly Court. True Monarch Iron Mountain slowly nodded. No wonder the Taoist sect was able to find out about the situation on Earth. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. He understood what True Monarch Iron Mountain meant. It sounded like the Tao sect had discovered all of this because of the Shen Tian. This time, many Tao sect perfected lords have sent people to Earth, but perfected Lord Myriad Poison and perfected Lord Baoyan beat them to it. The other perfected lords are still on their way, perfected Lord Iron Mountain added. Remember, apart from the grotto heaven world that was promised to Myriad Poison Sage, everything on earth is now prohibited from being sold no matter who the other party is. If someone is looking for trouble, just say that this is an order from the Purple Heaven sect. Yes. True Lord Iron Mountain did not ask anything else and ended the transmission. Jiang Xi sat alone in the quiet conference room, thinking about the short conversation just now. During this meeting, True Lord Iron Mountain revealed two important pieces of information to him. First of all, the higher-ups of the 3 gates and 6 sects must still be debating and discussing the matter of Earth. They had not come up with a final decision. Secondly, the reason why Earth was discovered might have something to do with Shantian. Although the mysterious enchantment that protected Earth had disappeared with the departure of Elder Bluestone and the first moon. But if no one took the initiative to expose Earth, perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, no one would discover the existence of Earth. Because the asteroid belt itself was a natural protective shield, very few people could pass through it. With 1,000 or even 10,000 years as a buffer, with the speed of his strength improvement, he might be able to protect Earth from these impacts. Unlike today when he could only passively accept this sudden change. Although Big Brother's temperament is sometimes unreliable, he would never expose the existence of Earth. This was something that Jiang Xi could be sure of. It's useless to think too much, I might as well ask Big Brother directly. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, suddenly his communication bead showed that someone had sent him a message. It was Shen Tian. Jiang Xi laughed. He was originally the only one in this conference room. Soon Shen Tian and Li Baibai's communication beads appeared one after another. Third brother, how's the situation on Earth? Shen Tian asked as soon as he came up. This question made Jiang Xi confirm that everything that happened on Earth today was indeed related to Shen Tian. This was because whether it was the Taoist sect's perfected cultivators or the Purple Heaven sect's mobilization of the Immortal Army, it was a very confidential matter. Shen Tian had only joined the Taoist sect for a few years and was only an ordinary core disciple, so he had no authority to know these things. Big brother, how do you know these things? Jiang Xi asked in return. It's a long story, let's talk about the situation on Earth first. Shen Tian chuckled. Li Baibai was confused by the conversation between the two. No wait. Big brother, third brother, what are you talking about? Li Baibai was confused. Only then did Riverward recount everything that had happened, from when True Lord Myriad Poisons contacted him to when True Lord Baoyan left with Qiao Sha. Finally, he concluded, there are only 2 words to describe the current situation on Earth, it's a mess. It's good for it to be messy. Shen Tian nodded. Big brother, what do you mean by it's good for it to be messy? Tens of billions of people on Earth almost died just now. Jiang Xi said with his eyes wide open. Haha, third brother, don't underestimate the resilience of the people on Earth. Or rather, don't underestimate the resilience of the people of Great Xia. History has proven that temporary setbacks and pressures will allow our race and civilization to rebound to greater heights. Shen Tian laughed. Li Baibai had already understood what had happened. She also laughed and said, yes, third brother, you might want to let Earth continue to be in a closed state and develop gently. Until you or the 2 of us have enough strength to protect Earth, then we will let Earth integrate into the universe. This is not wrong, but it will always be lacking something. It's lacking cruelty and courage. If we don't see the cruelty of the universe, we will only raise a flock of sheep. The strength of Earth cannot be limited to the strength of a few people, it has to be strong as a whole. Shen Tian added. Jiang Xi slowly nodded thoughtfully. Gentleness and cruelty, of course cruelty was more likely to motivate people to improve. I understand. Jiang Xi let out a long breath and then said, but big brother, from what you said, this matter was really caused by you? That's right, it was me. Shen Tian admitted generously. It was really you? Jiang Xi widened his eyes again. You are so unreliable. Li Baibai also looked at Shen Tian in puzzlement and asked for the reason. Haha, the 2 of you don't have to give me such an expression. I did it unintentionally. Shen Tian laughed. He looked at Jiang Xi and asked, third brother, do you know why True Monarch Myriad Poisons gave in? Do you know why True Monarch Baoyan took the initiative to leave in the end? Jiang Xi shook his head. He still didn't understand this question. Why would a True Monarch expert be so gentle to him? Because I asked True Monarch Yanqing for help. Taoism is a supreme existence. No matter how strong True Monarch Myriad Poisons and True Monarch Baoyan are, they can only listen obediently. Shen Tian said with a smile. True monarch Yanqing? Jiang Xi was really shocked now. One had to know that there weren't many true monarchs in the entire human race. This could be seen from the number of inheritance altars in the ancient Tao origin world. Only peak true monarchs were qualified to leave behind inheritance altars in the ancient Tao origin world. There were a total of 44 inheritance altars, which meant that there were 44 peak true monarchs in the human race. The entire human race had gone through countless tribulations over the countless years before they could produce a single true monarch. Any one of these true monarchs was a supreme existence whose might shook the universe. Jiang Xi thought that he had a good relationship with the upper echelons. Not only was he able to talk to true monarch Iron Mountain, but he was also able to receive guidance from true monarch 6 Virtuous. He didn't expect that Big Brother would be able to directly ask true monarch Yanqing for help. When did Xiantian know such an existence? He even asked for help? This wasn't just a simple meeting but a true acquaintance. Big Brother, I've heard of true monarch Yanqing in the heavenly court. He's the true leader of the Tao sect and is ranked in the top 5 of the entire human race. How did you know him? Li Baibai asked on behalf of Jiang Xi. This has to do with my unintentional actions. Xiantian smiled. Third brother, you should know that the Skyspan Mountain and Skyspan River are in the Skyspan River diagram, right? He asked Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded. Yes, any new core disciple of the Tao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects will have a chance to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years. After choosing their inheritance altars in the ancient Tao origin world, they'll be qualified to challenge the Skyspan Mountain and Skyspan River. Big Brother, you went to challenge them? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up as he realized something. Yes, I'm currently cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world. Some time ago, I challenged the Skyspan Mountain, but I failed in the second trial, Xiantian said calmly. The flow of time in the ancient Tao origin world is 3.6 times faster than in the origin universe. Big Brother, you've only cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for a little over a year. It's already very good to be able to pass the first trial. Only a few of the geniuses in the 9 regions genius tournament were able to do so, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Xiantian's talent in the Tao wasn't weak. Before they left Earth, Xiantian had already comprehended the Saber Tao. However, after stepping into space, his opportunities and cultivation environment couldn't compare to Jiang Xi's. After cultivating for more than 200 years, his Tao was only able to pass the first trial. Big Brother, your results in the Skyspan Mountain aren't enough to attract the attention of a true monarch. Is it Skyspan River? Jiang Xi's eyes glowed. The Skyspan Mountain tested one's cultivation and Tao, while the Skyspan River tested one's mental state and spiritual sense. The mental state had 3 major stages: false, grand, and void. Before entering the Tao sect, Xiantian's mental state had reached the peak of the second stage, which could be said to be abnormal. Even if Xiantian's spiritual sense was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, he should be able to achieve good results in the Skyspan River with his mental state. Li Baibai was also looking at Xiantian. After understanding the situation of Heavenspan Mountain and Heavenspan River, she was also filled with anticipation. Given Xiantian's mental state, how far could he go in the Heavenspan River? Yes, I went to the Skyspan River again and then something big happened. Those islands had spiritual sense pressure and illusions, but I didn't care about those and just went through step by step. Unfortunately, my spiritual sense was too weak. My spiritual sense collapsed as soon as I set foot on the 21st island. Xiantian shook his head and sighed. He went to the 21st island on the Skyspan River? Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated. He was shocked. From this, one could see how difficult it was for true powerhouses to accept disciples. Not to mention perfected lords accepting disciples. Tao lords often didn't accept disciples for thousands of eras or even tens of thousands of eras. As for heavenly venerables, the number of disciples they had could be counted on one hand. Although Xiantian was only an in-name disciple of tomorrow revered Lord, as long as he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he could become an official disciple. This was definitely a meteoric rise. Big Brother, you're amazing. Jiang Xi gave him a thumbs up. Xiantian chuckled and shook his head. Actually, it's just that. The cultivation of one's mental state is extremely profound. Mental state is a profound state of mind, and it can only assist in cultivation for now. In battle, I still have to rely on spiritual energy and Taoist techniques. Now, not to mention immortals, even Dao integration cultivators can kill me with a wave of their hand. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai looked at each other. Big brother, keep pretending. Li Baibai said. That's right, be careful not to be struck by lightning. Jiang Xi also joked. Then he smiled and said, I'm thinking if Blue Star Region's Shuang family and Moon Palace's fairy Wang Qing knew that Big Brother was accepted as an in-name disciple by tomorrow revered Lord, what kind of expression would they have? 5 years ago, Xian Tian and Shuang Long, the genius of the Shuang family, had been stopped by the Shuang family and fairy Wang Qing and forcibly separated. Although they didn't say it clearly at that time, their attitude of looking down on others was already clear. I'm afraid they'll regret it. Li Baibai laughed. Xian Tian just smiled and shook his head. He had already seen through everything. He said, I know myself. Even if I become tomorrow revered Lord's in-name disciple and have Taoist Yanqing to teach me, I still have a long way to go. I believe in Big Brother. Jiang Xi said with a smile. With Big Brother's mental state, it'll be hard for him not to become a powerhouse in the future. Li Baibai also smiled. Xian Tian's gaze fell on Li Baibai. Little Bai, you might have to leave the Time Palace. I told Taoist Yanqing about your situation. Your mental state cultivation has already reached the first level of perfection and you cultivate the extremely rare Time Dao art. Taoist Yanqing will arrange for his disciple to accept you as a disciple. Li Baibai was stunned. Taoist Yanqing's disciple was naturally a perfected cultivator. Jiang Xi watched from the side. He didn't say anything but his face was full of smiles. He was sincerely happy for his eldest brother and second sister's encounter. The future of Earth couldn't rely on him alone. Now Xian Tian and Li Baibai had finally ushered in their own opportunities. Their future was promising. Next, the three of them changed the topic back to how Earth was exposed. Xian Tian said, with my nascent soul cultivation, I reached the 21st island of the heavenly stream. After all, this was a place that even revered Ming attached great importance to, the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance. Adults wouldn't choose to leave their precious gems in the care of a child. By the same logic, with the power of the Tao Alliance's 3 sects and 6 sects, they probably wouldn't leave such an important place in the care of a little nascent soul cultivator. In the following day, the upper echelons of the Great Xia Alliance on Earth finally decided on a preliminary strategy to deal with the major changes. In short, they were going to deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. They were going to calm their emotions and maintain stability. One day later, Jiang Xi received another transmission from True Lord Iron Mountain. It's here. Jiang Xi knew that the upper echelons of the Tao Alliance had already come to a decision. After receiving the transmission, his transmission phantom appeared in True Lord Iron Mountain's palace again. This time, there was another person in the palace that covered an area of 1 million square kilometers. Beside True Lord Iron Mountain, who was wearing a crimson armor, was a beautiful female immortal in an azure dress. From the looks of it, the female immortal in the azure dress was similar to True Lord Iron Mountain. She was also a perfected lord. Who was this person? Chapter 506. Purple Heaven Sect's Sixth Heaven. Inside the palace at the peak of the black starry sky mountain. True monarch Iron Mountain did not sit on the throne this time. Instead, he came to Jiang Xi with the green-clothed female immortal. Jiang Xi thought that this green-clothed female immortal should be the representative of the Tao Alliance's upper echelons to negotiate with him. Greetings, True Monarch Iron Mountain. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. True Monarch Iron Mountain smiled and introduced, Jiang Xi, this is True Monarch Sang Yun from the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. She is also a member of our Purple Heaven sect. Greetings, True Monarch Sang Yun. Jiang Xi bowed again. She came from the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Did that mean that Earth's appearance had caused the 3 gates and 6 sects to participate? The possibility was very high. After all, Earth's many mystic realms and grotto heaven worlds were similar to these sections. The green-clothed female immortal, True Monarch Sang Yun, had a refreshing smile on her face. She said, little fellow, you are quite lucky. Not only did you come from the Tao Alliance's ancestral land, you even managed to claim the ancestral land as your private territory. Jiang Xi remained silent and sighed in his heart. Good luck? It would be good luck if he could protect Earth. No matter what, it would be difficult for an essence soul realm genius like him to attract the attention of the upper echelons of the human race. You don't have to worry. The Emperor sent me here to discuss Earth with you. He wants to tell you that we will not take away your opportunities. True monarch Sang Yun smiled. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time he was surprised. Even the emperor was involved? The emperor was naturally the current master of the heavenly court and was also a cultivator of the Purple Heaven sect. In the heavenly court's conference that just ended not long ago, the upper echelons of the human race from the 3 gates and 6 sects discussed many plans to deal with Earth. Some people proposed to directly take away your sovereignty over Earth, and the majority of them agreed. True monarch Sang Yun continued. Jiang Xi's expression did not change. He was not surprised by this proposal. If he were in the upper echelons of the human race, he would also have such thoughts. How could such an important place be managed by a little fellow at the Essence Soul realm? Taking away sovereignty over Earth was just a matter of words for the real upper echelons. However, these suggestions were all rejected by the emperor. In the end, the conference decided on 2 plans for you to choose from. These are the plans. Choose one of them. True monarch Sang Yun waved his hand and brought out 2 3D phantoms, displaying the specific contents of the plans. Jiang Xi looked over with a serious expression. He read every word and sentence carefully, not missing a single detail. Actually, there wasn't much content in the 2 proposals. First plan, he would sell Earth to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, and the Earthlings would move out of Earth. The future of Earth would have nothing to do with Jiang Xi or the people on Earth. Then Jiang Xi would get a fortune of 500 billion points. This was the wealth that only true monarchs possessed, and only those true monarchs who were slightly richer could take out. However, compared to the value of Earth, 500 billion points were not much. Jiang Xi understood that the higher-ups of the human race were already very merciful by offering such a price. If the powerhouse who really played a decisive role had a slightly more domineering personality, they could directly take away the sovereignty of Earth. Don't even think about it. A little guy at the Essence Soul realm was dreaming. In addition, so many points were not paid in one go, but in installments. This was not a trick of the heavenly court, but a consideration of Jiang Xi's safety. Because once the news that Jiang Xi had 500 billion points spread out, it would definitely make a large number of immortal Tao powerhouses go crazy. Some extremely vicious people might directly hunt down Jiang Xi. According to the installment plan, Jiang Xi would get 5 billion points in the Essence Soul realm and 50 billion points in the Tao Integration realm. After transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, he would get the remaining 445 billion points. In other words, if Jiang Xi chose the first plan, he would immediately get 5 billion points. It was still a lot, but the risk of being hunted down would be greatly reduced. Thinking about how he had narrowly escaped death in the land of reincarnation, he was only able to obtain the corpse of a tribulation transcender monster worth 100 million points. Now, he could get 5 billion points just by signing the contract. How ironic. Jiang Xi laughed at himself and continued to look at the next plan, the second plan. Considering that Earth was Jiang Xi's hometown and private territory, the heavenly court gave a slightly gentler plan. Earth still belonged to Jiang Xi and the people on Earth did not need to move. However, Earth's Grotto Heaven world belonged to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, and the 3 gates and 6 sects were allowed to send people to guard it. At the same time, the heavenly court promised that the 3 gates and 6 sects would not disturb the normal lives of the people on Earth. Moreover, the 3 gates and 6 sects would also spend resources to cultivate the people on Earth. Those with outstanding talent could join any of the sects and become an official disciple. Of course, if Jiang Xi chose this plan, the points he would get would be greatly reduced. He would only get 100 billion points, 400 billion points less than the first plan. And for Jiang Xi's safety, it would also be paid in installments. The Essence Soul realm would get 500 million points, the Tao Integration realm would get 5 billion points, and the remaining 5 billion points after becoming an immortal. In the main hall, True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Sang Yun looked at Jiang Xi, waiting for Jiang Xi to make a choice. The huge amount of points for these 2 plans tempted even them. Even if they wanted to take out so many points at once, it would be extremely difficult. Especially for the first plan, 500 billion points. The huge amount of points was a great temptation. They wanted to know what Jiang Xi would choose. After a while, Jiang Xi let out a sigh of relief. He finished reading. So, which one do you choose? True Monarch Sang Yun asked. The second one. Jiang Xi said. The second one? True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Sang Yun looked at each other in surprise. You don't want to think about it? There is a difference of 400 billion points in between. You have to know that even if you become an immortal in the future or even a true monarch, it will be very difficult to earn so many points. True monarch Sang Yun laughed. Yes, Jiangxi, I remember that you are still the overlord of the Milky Way galaxy. Even if you sell Earth, you can still move to another planet. Earthlings can also move to other planets. It's just like moving homes. Have you thought it through? True Lord Iron Mountain said. Jiangxi calmly shook his head and said, home represents a lot of things in the eyes of us Earthlings. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not let everyone leave their homes and become rootless duckweeds. True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Sang Yun chuckled and nodded. Jiangxi's choice was beyond their expectations, but they appreciated this kind of temperament. Countless powerhouses in the universe would face many choices on their path of growth. In the face of such great temptation, there were very few people who could stay true to their hearts. The cultivation resources represented by 400 billion points could definitely make countless tribulation transcenders, Tao immortals, and true monarchs reveal the most primitive part of human nature: greed. On the path of the strong, everyone pursued strength and very few people would put their home first. They would admire Riverward's choice, but the vast majority of people would choose the first option to obtain the most points and become stronger. True Monarch Iron Mountain said, I heard from the people in the sect that your state of mind has surpassed that of most tribulation transcenders. It seems that there is a reason for this. I hope you can continue to persevere. Jiangxi was silent. True Monarch Sang Yun smiled and said, since it's decided, use your spiritual sense to leave a mark on the second plan and sign the contract. Jiangxi did as he was told. The phantom image was formed by his spiritual sense, so he separated a wisp of it and made a seal on the 3D phantom image of the second plan. The contract was signed. After ending the transmission, Jiangxi sat alone in the conference hall and was silent for a long time. With the signing of the contract, the future of Earth was finally determined. In fact, according to his inner thoughts, he did not want to choose either plan, because both plans were very overbearing. He had to choose and he could only choose one of them. There was no other choice. Although it was overbearing for a little guy who was only at the essence soul stage, this was already a great mercy from the higher-ups of the human race. The heavenly court could deprive him of his sovereignty over Earth without paying a single cent. Of course, Jiangxi also understood that from a self-comforting point of view, this was the best result in this situation. Originally, he thought that he would lose control of Earth. But now he chose the second plan, which he did not expect. Earthlings could still live on Earth. Those grotto heavens belonged to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance and were guarded by the 3 gates and 6 sects. This plan would have little impact on Earthlings because most of them did not have the experience of entering grotto heavens. Even if the grotto heavens were taken over by the 3 gates and 6 sects, their daily lives would not be affected too much. Moreover, the 3 gates and 6 sects would spend resources to cultivate Earthlings, which would speed up the overall growth of Earthlings. It seemed like a very good future. But the problem was that this self-comforting was also self-deceiving. Jiangxi was not willing to accept this. Strength. He clenched his fists and then loosened them. Even if he already had the strength to fight against tribulation transcender experts, he was still too weak. Chapter 507. The Heavenly Court and the 3 gates and 6 sects acted quickly. On the day the contract was signed, a large number of people entered Earth through the teleportation array on the first moon. They did not interfere with the lives of the people on Earth. After investigating the various grotto heavens on Earth, they divided them up. For example, the Heavenly Court occupied the Mount Tai Grotto Heaven and 2 smaller grotto heavens. The Tao sect occupied the Longhu Grotto Heaven and the Qingqing Grotto Heaven. In addition, the Heavenly Court and the 3 gates and 6 sects sent people to guard the Fengdu Grotto Heaven. Because it was the ancestral land of the Ghost Clan, they might be able to discover some secrets of the Ghost Clan. The 10 grotto heavens that were originally for the monsters were also divided. The Heavenly Court and the 3 gates and 6 sects each occupied one. The monsters and monsters on Earth became the research subjects of the immortals because many of them had the top bloodline of the demon clan. Some of the bloodlines of the monsters and monsters could no longer be found in the current demon clan. The immortals tried to discover some secrets of the demon clan by studying the monsters and monsters on Earth. The actions of the Heavenly Court and the 3 gates and 6 sects made Jiangxi understand why the old man with the blue stone cleaned up the various mystic realms and grotto heavens on Earth not long ago. It turned out that this mysterious senior had already expected this scene. Other than the grotto heavens that were divided up by the Heavenly Court and the 3 gates and 6 sects, there was also a huge star-like palace in outer space. The size of this star-like palace obviously belonged to a perfected cultivator. Earth was too important to the Tao Alliance and it was located in the Zixiao region. Therefore, the Zixiao sect specially sent a perfected cultivator to guard Earth. Jiang Xi and the Wine-Sword Immortal looked at the star-like palace. In Jiang Xi's eyes, Earth was like the Dou grain continent and the myriad mountains starry sea. They also had star-like palaces and perfected cultivators guarding the starry sky. Master, thank you so much. Jiang Xi said with a serious expression. The Wine-Sword Immortal not only helped him defeat Xiao Tu and the others, but also applied to the Zixiao sect to guard Earth not long ago. He had just received permission. Therefore, the Wine-Sword Immortal was the second most powerful person in the Purple Heaven sect's army, besides the perfected cultivator in the star-like palace. With the Wine-Sword Immortal around, Earth's future would have another guarantee. However, the Wine-Sword Immortal's sacrifice was too great. The cultivation environment of the ancient Tao origin world was incomparable to that of Earth. Haha, you and I are master and disciple. There's no need for such empty words. Besides, I like this planet very much. There's wine, meat and friends. Wine-Sword Immortal laughs loudly. After staying on Earth for 2 days, he has already learned how to speak like the people on Earth. Also, I probably haven't told you that this is only my clone. My true body is still in the ancient Tao origin world, the Wine-Sword Immortal added. Doppelganger? Jiang Xi was surprised. What? Only you are allowed to have clones but I can't? The Wine-Sword Immortal teased. Jiang Xi laughed. It seemed like his master already knew that he had an avatar. Speaking of clones, I need to remind you. Wine-Sword Immortal suddenly said seriously. Master, please speak. The value of a clone lies in its quality, not in its quantity. Why? This is what I heard from a Tao Lord. He said that a person's spiritual sense source is limited. If one's spiritual sense source is too scattered, it will be very difficult to advance in the future. Some people with peerless talent are unable to become immortals because they have too many clones. Even if they become immortals, they won't have the chance to advance to a higher realm. Jiang Xi noted this down. Fortunately, he only treated his clones as tools and did not refine too many clones. He almost made a huge mistake. The great change on Earth lasted for 7 days before it finally calmed down. During these 7 days, the people on Earth often saw immortals flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. They were also surprised that there was a new star palace in outer space. Some people said that these 7 days of changes were the beginning of the immortal Tao era on Earth. Although there were great changes, everyone's life went on as usual. It was just that there were many new elements. This was all thanks to the Great Xia Alliance's guidance and control of public opinion. For more than 200 years, the Great Xia Alliance had firmly controlled the various forces on Earth. Jiang Xi sighed with emotion and also felt very gratified. This was because Jiang Dudu also played a part in this. While he, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai were cultivating in outer space, Jiang Dudu would often return to Earth to cultivate her own forces and weaken those disobedient forces and reclusive families. Therefore, there was today's Great Xia Alliance, which had strong cohesion, credibility, and ruling power. I wonder where this little girl is in the universe now. Jiang Xi looked at the starry sky and transmitted his thoughts. That unreliable old man with bluestone had left him a bluestone token. In the end, he had left countless messages but there was no response. Moreover, he had also failed to send a message to Jiang Dudu. It was obvious that the old man with bluestone had taken away Jiang Dudu's communication pearl or cut off the transmission. On this day in Xintian City, Jiang Xi's residence, Jiang Xi was asking his master, the Wine-Sword Immortal, about some questions regarding the Sword Dao. Lu Chuan came to report that an immortal Dao expert from a sect had come to visit. Jiang Xi was very calm and wasn't too surprised. This was because many people had come to visit in the past few days, and there was no lack of immortal Dao experts among them. Of course, most of them were here for the Wine-Sword Immortal. Jiang Xi glanced at his master. Master had the final say on whether or not he wanted to see her. Let him in. The Wine-Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine. Soon a young man in a black robe walked in. His body faintly emitted the aura of a sixth tribulation transcender. However, his face was full of smiles as he respectfully said to the Wine-Sword Immortal, Junior Immortal Nan Song greets Senior Zhong Li. We haven't seen each other for many years, but Senior is still as elegant as ever. A sixth tribulation transcender calling himself a Junior Immortal? Jiang Xi was very surprised. This attitude was very humble. The Wine-Sword Immortal laughed and scolded, Kid, don't do these things here. If you have something to say, say it. The smile on Nansong's face became even wider. He didn't care about the Wine Sword Immortal's attitude. The Wine Sword Immortal pointed at Nan Song and said to Jiang Xi, "He can be considered half your senior brother. 60,000 years ago, before he became an immortal, it was your master's wife, Hibiscus Sword Immortal, who brought him into the Purple Heaven sect." A trace of emotion and excitement flashed through Nan Song's eyes. It was as if his identity had been recognized. Jiang Xi came to a realization and hurriedly bowed. Jiang Xi greets senior brother Nan Song. "Junior brother, no need to be so polite. Actually, I came here specifically to look for you," Nan Song said with a smile. Jiang Xi and the Wine Sword Immortal were both surprised. "Junior brother, do you still remember the White Feather Star trade that happened not long ago?" Nan Song said. "I remember. I was the one who destroyed it." "What? Is someone looking for trouble?" Jiang Xi was puzzled. Not only was there a fourth tribulation transcender old ancestor of the Soaring Rainbow sect behind the White Feather Star trade, there was also an unknown sixth tribulation transcender expert. There aren't many people who dare to look for trouble with junior brother nowadays. Nan Song shook his head. Then he said, "After you reported the situation of the White Feather Star trade to the sect investigated it. Then they assigned the follow-up matters to junior brother and classified it as a questioning heart mission." Questioning heart mission? The Wine Sword Immortal frowned slightly. Jiang Xi was even more puzzled. He had never heard of it before. The Questioning Heart mission is a special mission specially prepared by the sect for the core disciples. It usually appears in the Dao integration stage. The Wine Sword Immortal explained the relevant information about the Questioning Heart mission. According to the Purple Heaven sect's training route, the nascent soul stage disciples would take on various cultivation missions. The Essence Soul Stage disciples would be sent out for experiential learning, and the Dao Integration Stage disciples would undergo life and death tempering. Among these three stages, the Essence Soul Stage and the Dao Integration Stage disciples might have questioning heart missions. However, they usually appeared in the Dao Integration Stage. There were very few Essence Soul Stage disciples who could do questioning heart missions. This showed that they were really valued by the higher-ups of the sect. This was because the questioning heart mission tested one's temperament. It was similar to the Essence Soul Stage disciples going out for experiential learning. It could determine whether the disciple could become a decision-maker in the sect in the future. The difference was that the Essence Soul Stage disciples going out for experiential learning was only auxiliary. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the sect, the questioning heart mission would have more weight. The decision-makers of the sect? Jiang Xi advocated strength and didn't care much about power. However, if the identity of the higher-ups of the sect could help him decide the fate of Earth, he could consider fighting for it. "Senior brother, what is the specific content of the mission?" Jiang Xi asked when it came to the content of the mission. Nan Song's expression finally became serious. He had the majesty of an immortal powerhouse. He said, "The mission is divided into two stages. The first thing you have to do is the first stage. After the sect's investigation, the ancestor of the Flying Rainbow sect, Immortal Yuan Ku, who was a four-tribulation transcender, not only established the White Feather Star trade, but also carried out illegal interstellar trading activities. In the last 40,000 years, he also ordered the Flying Rainbow sect to illegally enslave 2,895 indigenous planets. Among them, 1625 planets turned into dead planets, and nearly 1 trillion people lost their lives because of it. When Jiang Xi heard this, his anger soared to the heavens. It wasn't that he wanted to be a saint. It was that he himself was a native, and Earth was also a native planet. 1625 indigenous planets and nearly 1 trillion indigenous people lost their lives because of the illegal enslavement of the Flying Rainbow sect. This made Jiang Xi empathize with them. Coupled with what had happened to Earth just now, he had a belly full of anger. Now that he heard this matter, he was like a lit gunpowder, immediately exploding. "What do I have to do?" Jiang Xi coldly asked. Nan Song continued, "According to the laws of the Heavenly Court, the Flying Rainbow sect has a total of 1 person who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court, 3 people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court, 57 people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court, and 4,126 people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. In total, the number of people who violated the laws of the Heavenly Court is 983,870. Your mission is to judge these people. The light punishment will be jail time, the heavy punishment will be death penalty. The sentencing standard will be decided by you." Nearly 1 million people, including almost all of the people of the Flying Rainbow sect. Jiang Xi's entire body exuded a chilling killing intent as he coldly said, "I sentence them to death." "It's useless to say it now, you need to judge them in person." Nan Song shook his head and said, "The sect has already given the order to deploy an army of cultivators from the Blue Star's military for you. You can send the army to capture or destroy the scattered forces of the Flying Rainbow sect on the various planets. In addition, I will act as a supervisor and supervise the progress of your mission, then report it to the sect's upper echelons." Nan Song finally said, "Good, let's go to the Blue Star now," Jiang Xi said solemnly. Although he was angry, he still maintained his calm. "Master, I'll go do the mission first." He then said to the Wine Sword Immortal, "Go, remember the key to the heart-questioning mission, follow your heart." The Wine Sword Immortal reminded. Jiang Xi nodded vigorously. "Follow my heart? Then let's kill." Chapter 508. Since he was going to kill someone, he would have to fight and bring a bodyguard with him. Jiang Xi brought Lu Chuan with him. A few days ago, when facing the threatening attack of Qiao Tu and the others, Lu Chuan had risked his life and used his ultimate move, Burning Hell, to protect him. From this matter, it could be seen that Lu Chuan was a trustworthy person. After the two of them arrived at Planet Blue with Nan Song, they flew straight to East Pole Island, the Purple Heaven Sect's Planet Blue branch. This island also had a Grotto Heaven world, and the army of cultivators was stationed here. The fourth Tribulation Transcender of the military department, Qin Hu, had already received the order from the Purple Heaven sect and was waiting in the main hall of the military department. Ever since Jiang Xi took over as the supervising elder, he rarely appeared. This kind of supervision work actually made the three elders a little nervous. They were afraid that Jiang Xi wouldn't make a move because they couldn't figure out Jiang Xi's methods. Moreover, according to past experience, disciples at the fourth firmament of the Essence Soul stage who were sent out to train would usually stay in the position of supervising elder for about 1,000 years. Jiang Xi had only been in the job for 5 years, so it was still early. Qin Hu and the other two elders wanted to serve Elder Jiang Xi well so that Jiang Xi wouldn't come looking for trouble with them. The supervising elder had the power to supervise the branch. If Jiang Xi really wanted to investigate, not only would the three elders lose their positions, but they would also be punished by the sect. Therefore, when Qin Hu received the order this time, he immediately put this matter on the top of his list. A dignified fourth Tribulation Transcender personally welcomed Jiang Xi outside the main hall. After Jiang Xi arrived, he saw Qin Hu standing outside the main hall wearing armor and holding a large sword with both hands. Inside the main hall, there were 100,000 cultivators with imposing auras neatly arranged in a formation. Before he got close, he heard Qin Hu's hearty laughter. "Elder Jiang Xi, I have prepared the most elite force of the Planet Blue's military department for you, the 4th Battalion. Among them, 100,000 Essence Soul Stage cultivators, 10,000 Dao Integration Stage cultivators, and 100 Tribulation Transcender cultivators are at your disposal." "Thank you." Jiang Xi nodded slightly. From Qin Hu's reaction, he didn't know what had happened on Earth some time ago. It seemed like the Heavenly Court and the 3 gates and 6 sects had sealed off the news very well. Walking into the main hall of the military department, Riverward swept his gaze around the hall. He was not blinded by anger. Instead, he became even more clear-headed. The Soaring Rainbow sect was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. This immortal Dao sect, second only to the Tsangyun sect in the Kanglan Star region, had existed for more than 1,000,000 years. He could be said to have a deep foundation. Who knew if there were any hidden forces? If he wanted to go to trial by himself, he would probably be reduced to ashes. Now, with the help of the army deployed by the sect, the 4th Battalion of the Dark Blue Star region's military headquarters was more than enough to flatten the Soaring Rainbow sect. Junior Apprentice Brother Jiang Xi, this is the current distribution of Soaring Rainbow sect's members and forces. Nan Song waved his hand and brought out a 3-dimensional image of the starry sky. Jiang Xi and Qin Hu's eyes fell on the star chart. The Soaring Rainbow sect's sphere of influence was very wide, and some of them were even very remote. In particular, the indigenous planets that were illegally enslaved were not shown on the normal star map. However, this star chart completely showed all the power points of the Soaring Rainbow sect. This also showed the strength of the Purple Heaven sect's intelligence network. It should be said that no one in the original universe could escape the surveillance of the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven covered the entire universe. The communication between cultivators was carried out through the Eye of Heaven. If one wanted to investigate the Soaring Rainbow sect, one only needed to monitor the communication of everyone in the Soaring Rainbow sect to obtain the information. After a while, Jiang Xi finished looking at the star chart. He had an idea in his mind and was about to order the army to be dispatched. Nansong suddenly said, "Junior apprentice brother, before you carry out the trial mission, there is one thing I need to remind you of." "Please speak, senior apprentice brother." Jiang Xi nodded. "After you give the order, the heart-questioning mission will officially begin. I will truthfully report all your performance in the mission to the sect. Pay attention every detail." Nansong's expression was very serious. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother." Jiang Xi immediately reacted. This was Nansong's kind reminder. Then he said to Chen Hu with a serious expression, "Elder Chen Hu, I will only provide a basic idea. I will leave the detailed battle plan to you." Chen Hu was stunned. He thought that Jiang Xi would be in full command of this mission. He didn't expect that Jiang Xi would give him the authority. Every profession has its own specialization. When it comes to cultivation and combat, I believe that I am very talented. However, I have no experience in commanding an army of 100,000 cultivators. Jiang Xi shook his head and explained. Every profession has its own specialization. Elder Jiang Xi is very wise. Chen Hu praised, then smiled and said, "In that case I will embarrass myself." Jiang Xi continued, "Because the trial will be conducted in person, I only have one request. Arrest all the cultivators of the Soaring Rainbow sect who have violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. Don't let a single one go." Chen Hu nodded. Then his battle plan would be formulated according to this request. Next, he began to dispatch the 100,000 troops of the 4th Battalion. They split up and went to the various Soaring Rainbow sect forces scattered across the Blue Star region. The main force of the 100,000 troops would secretly surround and monitor the headquarters of the Soaring Rainbow sect. They would do their best to ensure that the people of the Soaring Rainbow sect headquarters would not be alerted before taking action. Then, the 100,000 troops would pull in the net at the same time, not letting a single one go. With the overall strength of the 4th Battalion, 100,000 Essence Soul Realm cultivators, 10,000 Dao Integration Realm cultivators, and 100 Tribulation Transcenders, the Soaring Rainbow sect wouldn't be able to raise any waves. Soaring Rainbow Galaxy, Soaring Rainbow Planet. A long rainbow hung in the sky above Soaring Rainbow Planet, as if it had been there since ancient times. This special planet was the headquarters of the Soaring Rainbow sect. The holy land of the Soaring Rainbow sect, Soaring Rainbow Grotto Heaven. An ancient altar of the Holy Land was emitting a faint immortal aura. At this time, the 5 immortal ancestors of the Soaring Rainbow sect had all awakened from their secluded cultivation. In addition to the 4th Tribulation Transcender Immortal Yuan Ku and the 3rd Tribulation Transcender Immortal Yuan Jin, there were also 3 First Tribulation Transcenders. Although Immortal Yuan Ku had lived for more than 40,000 years, his appearance was still that of a handsome young man. On the other hand, the other 4 Tribulation Transcenders younger than him were all white-haired old men. The only thing the 5 of them had in common was that their expressions were very dignified. Yuan Ku said, "Yuan Jin, what's the situation outside? Tell me." "Yes." Yuan Jin nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just now the interstellar teleportation array of the Soaring Rainbow Planet stopped working. At the same time, an invisible barrier appeared in the starry sky of the Soaring Rainbow Planet. Even a Dao Integration Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to pass through it. Then I sent people to contact the various forces of the Soaring Rainbow sect, but they all lost contact. So we are surrounded." Yuan Jin finally concluded. The expressions of the 3 First Tribulation Transcenders changed greatly. "In the Blue Star region, who dares to provoke our Soaring Rainbow sect? Even the Blue Cloud sect has to show us some respect." Indeed, the entire Soaring Rainbow Galaxy was like an independent kingdom. The Blue Cloud sect, which had actual jurisdiction over the Blue Star region, didn't have any forces here. This was because the overall strength of the Soaring Rainbow sect was almost the same as that of the Blue Cloud sect. If the Blue Cloud sect didn't have a true monarch ancestor who had lived for countless years, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. There's only one possibility. The Purple Heaven sect has set their sights on us. Yuan Ku's expression was gloomy. The Purple Heaven sect? Yuan Jin and the 3 First Tribulation Transcenders were shocked and terrified. As immortal ancestors, they were very clear about what was wrong with the Soaring Rainbow sect. Over the past tens of thousands of years, almost everything that the Soaring Rainbow sect had done in secret had violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. Now that they were targeted by such a behemoth, their soaring rainbow sect had absolutely no power to resist. Ancestor, what should we do now? One of the first tribulation transcenders asked. This is the reason why I woke everyone up. Now, we have to erase the problems left behind over the past 40,000 years. Yuan Ku's tone was filled with killing intent. Kill all the participants? Yuan Jin frowned and said with some hesitation. The three first tribulation transcenders were also hesitant. The soaring rainbow sect had the intention of ruling over the world. The main power of the sect was the people surnamed Yuan. And these 5 immortal ancestors were the true bloodline ancestors of the people surnamed Yuan. Among the participants, their closest descendants were included. What, are you feeling sorry for them? Yuan Ku sneered. Yuan Jin and the 3 first tribulation transcenders remained silent. Hypocrites. The path of immortality is the path of ruthlessness. With your temperament, how can you go far? Yuan Ku sneered. However, he still said, don't worry, just kill all the main participants. As for the other participants, they only know some details. The Purple Heaven sect won't be able to punish us with just this information. Moreover, I've already sent a message to my master. With him behind the scenes, we'll definitely be able to get through this crisis safely. Yuan Jin and the other 3 heaved a sigh of relief at the same time, and their complexions became slightly better. They knew that their ancestor's master was a truly powerful existence that could shake the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. With this person stepping forward, this matter would be settled. Afterward, they ordered all the main participants to gather in the soaring rainbow grotto heaven. These people's cultivation levels ranged from the Tao integration stage to the nascent soul stage. A total of more than 30,000 people were wiped out with just a thought. Begging for mercy, cursing, crying, filled the soaring rainbow grotto heaven. Resentment would produce baleful aura. The stronger the person's cultivation, the stronger the baleful aura after death. After more than 30,000 people died, the holy land of the soaring rainbow sect seemed to have turned into a demon's den that was filled with baleful aura. In just an hour, huge flying ships appeared in the starry sky outside the soaring rainbow planet one after another, lining up in a formation. These were the flying ships used by the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Sky Division's cultivator army. The 4th Battalion, whose lowest cultivation level was at the nascent soul stage, emitted a mighty aura that covered the entire planet and alarmed everyone on the soaring rainbow planet. An army was approaching. The 5 immortal Tao ancestors of the soaring rainbow sect looked at each other and rejoiced. Even an army had come, which meant that the Purple Heaven sect was serious. If they had been a step late and failed to kill all the main participants, they would have left behind a lot of evidence. Yuan Ku smiled and said, let's go. Act normal and welcome the guests of the Purple Heaven sect. Yuan Jin and the other 3 were immortal Tao experts after all. They still had basic mental fortitude, and they also smiled. The 5 of them flew toward the starry sky together. Chapter 509. In the starry sky outside the flying rainbow planet, hundreds of huge flying ships with a length of 1,000 kilometers were neatly arranged. The 100,000 soldiers of the 4th Battalion of the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Planet were all wearing armor and holding spears. They stood on the decks of the 100 flying ships with a murderous aura. Even though Yuan Ku was a 4th Tribulation Transcender, he still felt a huge pressure after approaching the army. The army of cultivators fought in a military formation. The combined attack of 100,000 nascent soul stage cultivators could easily kill a 4th Tribulation Transcender like him. Of course, if he wanted to escape, he could definitely escape. But now that he escaped, he would be convicted of a crime, and it would be difficult for him to move in the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance. He was a 4th Tribulation Transcender, and he didn't want to be a cave immortal who hid everywhere. Yuan Ku said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Flying Rainbow Sect's Yuan Ku greets fellow Taoists. May I know why you have come to my flying rainbow planet? His jade-like handsome appearance made it hard for people to feel disgusted. On the surface, it was impossible to tell that this person's hands were stained with the blood of nearly 1 trillion humans. Whoosh, Jiang Xi, Nan Song, Chen Hu and Lu Chuan flew out of the first flying ship. With Jiang Xi in the lead, the other 3 were half a step behind, standing in the starry sky. My name is Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi looked at Yuan Ku's group of 5 with an expressionless face. Jiang Xi? Yuan Ku and the other 3 first tribulation transcenders were somewhat puzzled. They were in seclusion all year round and didn't know Jiang Xi. Only Yuan Jin's expression changed. He had participated in the welcoming banquet held by the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Planet branch for Jiang Ci. It's the new supervising elder of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Planet branch. Yuan Jin quickly explained Jiang Ci's identity through his spiritual sense. Supervising. Yuan Ku heaved a sigh of relief. The supervising elder could only supervise the Purple Heaven Sect branch, and was not qualified to manage the Flying Rainbow Sect. He slightly nodded at Jiang Ci. Greetings, Elder Jiang Ci. At the same time, he glanced at Nansong with some fear because he couldn't see through Nansong's cultivation. Jiang Ci did not want to waste his breath on this scum of the human race. He said coldly, Yuan Ku, do you know your crime? Yuan Ku shook his head and chuckled. With a casual expression he replied, Elder Jiang Ci, are you here to denounce me? Answer me. Jiang Ci stared into Yuan Ku's eyes. Yuan Ku laughed mockingly, then suddenly sneered and said, Elder Jiang Ci, I respect you as the supervising elder of the Purple Heaven Sect. But if you want to use this status to pressure my Flying Rainbow Sect, bring an army and sweep away my Flying Rainbow Sect's face. If you really force me into a corner, don't blame me for not giving you face and going to the Heavenly Court to report you. Whether you are a human or a cultivator, you must know your limits. You must know that you are only a primordial soul stage cultivator. Go ahead then. Riverward raised his eyebrows. Yuan Ku was stunned. His threats were useless? I will advise you nicely. Since you are so stubborn, then let's meet in the Heavenly Court. Yuan Ku took out his communication pearl and made a gesture of sending a message. Jiang Ci looked at him with an unchanged expression. He shook his head and said, Stop acting. You can try sending a message. When the time comes, will the Heavenly Court stand on my side or yours? Yuan Ku's expression changed. Because what Jiang Ci said was the truth. You may not know your crime, but I know what crime you have committed. After my Purple Heaven Sect's investigation, the Flying Rainbow Sect's old ancestor is you, immortal Yuan Ku. In the past 40,000 years, not only did you establish the White Feather Star trade, you also conducted illegal interstellar trade and sold cultivators golden cores and nascent souls. You also instigated the Flying Rainbow Sect to illegally enslave 2,895 indigenous life planets. Among them, 1625 planets were destroyed by your Flying Rainbow Sect and turned into dead planets. Nearly 1 trillion people lost their lives because of this. Jiang Ci's voice was like thunder, reverberating in the starry sky of the Flying Rainbow planet. Everyone on the planet heard it. The expressions of Yuan Jin and the other 3 First Tribulation Transcenders changed greatly. Jiang Ci's numbers were too accurate. He even knew how many indigenous life planets there were. Did this mean that Jiang Ci had indeed collected conclusive evidence? Yuan Ku still maintained his composure, although his heart was heavy. Elder Jiang Ci, you need evidence to say these things. If you don't have evidence, then you are just spouting nonsense. Even if you are a core disciple of the Purple Heaven Sect, my Flying Rainbow Sect will not let you live under the same sky. Yuan Ku said angrily. You want evidence? Jiang Ci smiled and said, I don't need evidence for my trial. You think you can bully us just because you are from the Purple Heaven Sect? I want to see if the Tao Alliance will still have people after today's scene spreads throughout the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance. Yuan Ku laughed angrily. But before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly, and his expression froze. Jiang Ci waved his hand and said with an indifferent expression, Of course. If you want evidence, I will give you evidence so that you can die with understanding. One by one, figures with their cultivation shackled came out of the 100 flying ships behind them. Soon, more than 600,000 elders and disciples from the various forces of the Flying Rainbow Sect appeared in the starry sky. Most of these people were terrified and uneasy. They had resisted before. But in the face of a powerful army of cultivators, they had no power to resist. They didn't even have the chance to commit suicide. Yuan Zhangshua, the descendant of the sect master who controlled the Flying Rainbow Planet trade, was among these 600,000 people. 200 years ago, he had a conflict with Jiang Ci because of the Mountain Sea Planet trade. He was almost killed by Jiang Ci, but he managed to escape in the end. This time, however, he didn't manage to escape. He was captured by the cultivators of the 4th Battalion. He looked at the familiar figure in horror. 200 years had passed, but the hatred in his heart hadn't diminished. Instead, the fear in his heart had deepened. What kind of enemy did I offend back then? His body trembled, but his cultivation had been shackled. He couldn't escape. He wasn't the only one. The high and mighty immortal ancestors that they revered were all dead. Jiang Xi said to Chen Hu, "Elder Chen Hu, I'll have to trouble you to capture the remaining 300,000 people of the Flying Rainbow sect and bring them here." A total of 983,870 people of the Flying Rainbow sect had violated the laws of the Heavenly Court. More than 600,000 people were scattered all over the Blue Planet, and more than 300,000 were left at the headquarters of the Flying Rainbow sect. Chen Hu sent a small team of cultivators to the headquarters of the Flying Rainbow sect. Although it was called a small team, it actually had 1,000 Essence Soul Realm cultivators, 100 Tao Integration Realm cultivators, and 1 Tribulation Transcender. With all 5 immortal ancestors of the Flying Rainbow sect dead, even if there were still millions of people at the headquarters, they still wouldn't be able to resist this force. Soon, more than 300,000 people were brought to this starry sky, and their cultivation was also shackled. Chen Hu said, "Elder Jiang Xi, 32,576 people have already been killed by Yuan Ku and the others." Jiang Xi nodded gently. He wasn't surprised. This was Yuan Ku's style of doing things. Nansong asked, "Junior brother, what do you plan to do with the remaining 951,294 people?" Chen Hu also looked over. There were nearly 1 million people, and their cultivations ranged from the Golden Core realm to the Tao Integration realm. As long as Jiang Xi gave the order, the 100,000 troops of the 4th Battalion could attack together and kill them all. Jiang Xi's gaze swept over the nearly 1 million people, and he said coldly, "Kill them all." Chen Hu's eyes lit up, and he was about to give the order to the 100,000 troops. But then he heard Jiang Xi say, "Release their cultivation, I'll kill them myself." Chen Hu hurriedly advised, "Elder Jiang Xi, don't be careless." Nansong asked, "Junior brother, are you sure you want to do this?" "I'm sure." Jiang Xi nodded. Since he wanted to vent, there was no point in just watching others do it. He had to do it himself. 1 person against 1 million. These nearly 1 million people were enough for him to kill to his heart's content. As for the psychological burden? None at all. His mission was to judge these guilty people. Chapter 510. Jiang Xi looked coldly at the millions of people from the Soaring Rainbow sect. These people had all participated in the illegal enslavement of the indigenous planets, and their hands were all stained with blood. "I sentence you to death." A cold voice echoed in the starry sky. Many of the millions of cultivators fell into despair while some resisted. Jiang Xi said that he would fight alone, and this angered them even more. A Tao Integration Stage elder of the Soaring Rainbow sect said angrily, "Since we're going to die anyway, let's fight him to the death." A mere Primordial Soul Stage cultivator wants to fight 1 million people from the Soaring Rainbow sect alone? Arrogant to the extreme. Kill. Finally, each of them attacked Jiang Xi with a ferocious look on their faces. They were cruel people to begin with, and in such a desperate situation they revealed their true nature. Jiang Xi only snorted coldly, and the supreme-grade immortal artifact, Scarlet Heaven Sword, appeared in his hand. 4 Tao techniques were used at the same time. Sword Tao, Gale, Parting Fire, and Vajra. 4 Tao techniques spiraled and descended. Hundreds of gigantic green lotuses bloomed in the starry sky and condensed into countless sword chi that pierced through space with soaring sword intent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the starry sky turned into a purgatory of blood. Among the millions of cultivators, as long as their cultivation was below the primordial soul stage, they could not even withstand a single strand of his sword chi. The primordial soul stage cultivators were slightly better off, but they could at most withstand 100 sword chi before dying on the spot. Jiang Xi's main target was the 57 Tao integration stage cultivators. His figure flashed and he took the initiative to meet them. Using his body to lead the sword, he suddenly crossed 1,000 miles of void and arrived in front of the Tao integration stage cultivators. Boom boom boom. Hundreds and thousands of powerful Tao techniques landed on Jiang Xi's body but only left a few shallow wounds. They did not even touch his bones. Now only immortal Tao cultivators could cause real damage to his body. The 57 Tao integration stage cultivators despaired. Chi-chi, sword light flashed and like lightning, it quickly pierced through their heads. Their vitality was cut off and their primordial spirits were extinguished. Although Jiang Xi was still in the primordial soul stage, the strength of his body and spiritual sense were already comparable to Tao integration stage cultivators, coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was comparable to that of an immortal Tao expert. These people were simply no match for him. In less than 30 seconds, nearly 1 million cultivators were turned into corpses. Nansong, Qin Hu, and Lu Chuan, these three tribulation transcender powerhouses, were originally prepared to take action at any time, but as soon as Jiang Xi made his move they were shocked. This was because they discovered that Jiang Xi's sword principle had actually reached the level of perfection of sword intent. The three of them were shocked, especially Nan Song, who was even more shocked. Because his sword Dao was not as high as Jiang Xi's. Perfected sword intent was a Dao technique realm that only sword immortals above the sixth tribulation could attain. No wonder he could become Senior Zhong Li's disciple. With such talent he is not far off from the epic geniuses, right? Nan Song sighed emotionally. This did not include Jiang Xi's other three Daoist techniques. In the starry sky, strands of baleful blood energy were ceaselessly circling Jiang Xi's body, and his eyes were completely scarlet red. Just looking at it was enough to make one tremble in fear. Resentment could turn into baleful aura. The higher one's cultivation level was when they were alive, the denser the baleful aura produced after death. The baleful aura produced by nearly 1 million people had already condensed into form. In the form of baleful blood energy, it was attached to Jiang Xi's body. Junior brother, you are now plagued by baleful blood energy. You have to be careful. Before you subdue the baleful blood energy, you can't do such bloodthirsty things. Nan Song said worriedly. Qin Hu and Lu Chuan nodded as well. Baleful blood energy affected one's mind and cultivation. Jiang Xi was only at the essence soul realm and had only cultivated for a short period of time. If he did not handle such dense baleful blood energy well, it could easily lead to serious consequences. Thank you, senior brother. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Then he smiled and said, however, this baleful blood energy can't affect me. With that said, the baleful blood energy circling around him quickly calmed down. In less than a breath, it disappeared without a trace. Nan Song and the other two looked at each other in surprise. It seemed that Jiang Xi was far more powerful than they had imagined. Jiang Xi smiled gently. When he was still at the nascent soul realm, he dared to cultivate in the blood sea of the battle pattern continent for decades. The blood sea was a sea of baleful blood energy that was extremely dense and condensed into a liquid form. Therefore this bit of baleful blood energy was nothing. Moreover, his primordial spirit had fused with the peacock visualization technique's image, giving him a feeling of being able to ward off evil. His primordial spirit only needed to shake slightly to disperse the baleful blood energy. Next, everyone's gaze turned to the nearly 1 million corpses and looked at the flying rainbow planet that hung in the sky. The flying rainbow sect is finished. Qin Hu sighed. After 1 million years of inheritance, one wrong step will cause them to fall into a bottomless abyss. Nan Song shook his head. The heavens are watching what people do. Even if I don't destroy the flying rainbow sect today, someone will destroy it in the future. Jiang Xi said softly. He was in a good mood and the pent-up anger in his heart was gone. Since the change on Earth, he had been holding back his anger and could not find a way to vent it. Even if his state of mind had reached the second level and could tolerate all things. But this was something he could not tolerate. It was like his house. Without his permission, others took the 2 best rooms and moved in openly. Then he could not resist. This feeling of powerlessness made him hold back his anger. Now, after a massacre, he had vented all his anger. His whole person seemed to have been sublimated and looked at the problem more clearly. Indeed, as his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, said as long as he was alive, he would have the opportunity to step onto the peak step by step. Sooner or later, when he was strong enough, he would be able to change everything. The sect has conducted many investigations on him and found that he did not participate in these illegal activities. At most, it can be considered an oversight and a lack of discipline. Jiang Xi's mood was not relaxed. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, even so, this mission is not simple. Senior brother, you have dug a big hole for me. Nan Song laughed. Beside him, Lu Chuan hesitated for a moment before explaining his understanding. Lord Jiang Xi has just judged the people of Soaring Rainbow Sect and sentenced them to death. If the second stage is given a lighter sentence, it will leave the impression that the upper echelons are afraid of power. The heart-questioning mission was a test of Jiang Xi's temperament by the sect to see if he could become a decision-maker in the sect in the future. If these 35 immortal powerhouses were given a light sentence just because Immortal 2U was a 9th tribulation transcender, it was certain that Jiang Xi would fail the heart-questioning mission. This was the trap that Nan Song had left for Jiang Xi. He did not inform him of the second stage of the mission in advance. Of course, Jiang Xi had no intention of complaining about Nansong. Since the mission was divided into 2 stages, it meant that the sect had already considered this. Even if Nansong wanted to tell him, he probably would not dare to. However, even if he knew about the 2nd stage of the mission in advance, Jiang Xi would not change the previous judgment. There was no doubt that the nearly 1 million people of Soaring Rainbow sect deserved to die. Junior brother, it is about 3,000 light years from here to planet Tuyu. With the speed of my high-grade immortal artifact flying ship, it can reach there in 3 days. You still have time to think about it? Nansong smiled. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. This was indeed a tricky mission. If the sentence was heavy, he would offend Tuyu, a 9th tribulation transcender. If the sentence was light, he would fail the heart-questioning mission and leave a bad impression in the eyes of the upper echelons of the sect. Chapter 511. According to the introduction of the 2nd stage of the heart-questioning mission, Tuyu was a very rare loose cultivator. As everyone knew, it was very difficult for loose cultivators to obtain good cultivation resources. Most of the 9th tribulation transcenders of the human race came from the 3 sects and 6 sects, and a few of them came from the top sects of various star regions. Being able to cultivate to the 9th tribulation transcender realm despite being a loose cultivator also showed how powerful Tuyu was. In terms of personality, Tuyu was very cautious but also very bold. He was cautious because he rarely stepped into the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance and only lived in the desolate star systems outside the 9 regions, keeping a very low profile. As a result, not many people in the entire Blue Star region had heard of him, and only a few immortal Tao powerhouses knew of his existence. His boldness came from the fact that the 36 tribulation transcender powerhouses under his sect all hosted or participated in various illegal activities. No one would believe that it had nothing to do with Tuyu. Jiang Xi guessed that the massive amount of cultivation resources Tuyu needed to cultivate to the 9th tribulation transcender realm was brought by the 36 tribulation transcender powerhouses under his sect. Tuyu was the actual beneficiary of this series of illegal activities. However, these were just guesses. Even if there was a 90% possibility without that 10% evidence, it was still empty. 3 days later, Nansong's high-grade immortal boat gradually slowed down and shuttled out of the source space, arriving at a desolate star system. 60,000 kilometers away, there was a dead and desolate planet. It was the lair of Tuyu, the 9th tribulation transcender, Tuyu, planet Tuyu. The dim starry sky made people involuntarily feel a sense of fear. The high-grade immortal boat didn't directly speed up, but approached steadily. After all, he was a 9th tribulation transcender, and they had to show enough respect. When they were 20,000 kilometers away from planet Tuyu, a team of cultivators wearing black armor appeared from the void of the starry sky and stopped the high-grade immortal boat. The leader was a short-haired woman at the Tao integration stage. She recognized that this was an immortal boat. However, her attitude was very tough and she said in a muffled voice, "This place is forbidden. Quickly retreat. We are from the Purple Heaven sect." Nansong said and introduced the identities of the 3 people. "So it's the seniors of the Purple Heaven sect. Please wait a moment." The short-haired woman bowed slightly, took out her communication pearl, and reported this matter to her superiors. Jiang Xi and the other 2 looked at each other. On the surface, it looked like Tuyu was putting on airs, but in reality, it reflected the extent of Tuyu's control over his subordinates. Under normal circumstances, when people saw people from the 3 gates and 6 sects, they would unconsciously lower their heads. Furthermore, Nansong and Lu Chuan were both immortal Tao experts of the Purple Heaven sect. However, this short-haired woman at the Tao integration stage still blocked them outside Tuyo planet in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A few seconds later, the short-haired woman bowed again. "Guest, please follow me." She took Jiang Xi and the other 2 and flew towards Tuyo Star. On this dead planet there was only a huge blue palace. Other than that, there were no other signs of life. With Jiang Xi leading the way, Nansong and Lu Chuan followed the short-haired woman into the palace. At the top of the hall, a tall man wearing dark blue armor sat on the throne. Just a glance at his pair of blue eyes was enough to make one feel uneasy. On both sides, there was a row of Tribulation Transcender Immortals and Tao Integration Stage Cultivators. Jiang Xi greets Senior Tuyu. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Even if they were here to slap him in the face, they still had to put on an act. Nansong had already told the short-haired woman their identities, so Tuyu must have already known. In addition, since Yuan Ku was Tuyu's disciple, He must have asked his master for help before he died. Jiang Xi of the Purple Heaven sect, why have you come to my place? Tuyu said in a low voice. There was no expression on his face. Just as Jiang Xi had thought, Yuan Ku had told him everything. Just 3 days ago, he had specially used his connections in the heavenly court to save Yuan Ku's life. However, Jiang Xi had acted too quickly and did not give him any chance to deal with him. Therefore he knew very well that Jiang Xi had not come with good intentions. Jiang Xi calmed down slightly, looked straight into Tuyu's eyes and said, Senior Tuyu, I came here to judge the 35 immortal Dao powerhouses under Senior's sect. As soon as his voice fell, ha! Tuyu laughed out loud as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His laughter reverberated in the hall, rumbling like thunder. The Tribulation Transcender Immortals and Dao Integration Stage Cultivators on both sides also laughed, their faces full of ridicule. Amidst this laughter, Jiang Xi's expression did not change, and his eyes were still fixed on Tuyu. Soon the laughter gradually subsided. A mere primordial soul stage cultivator dares to come here and talk big? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Tuyu's voice was cold. If Senior kills me, there will be no place for Senior in the 9 regions of the Human Dao Alliance. Jiang Xi said. How dare you? Tuyu calmed down. He indeed did not dare to kill Jiang Xi. The Wine Sword Immortal alone was enough to make him very afraid. Moreover, Jiang Xi was now representing the Purple Heaven sect. If he really killed Jiang Xi, he could only escape to the monster race or the ghost race. Senior brother, read out the evidence, Jiang Xi said to Nansong. Nansong nodded with a smile and waved his hand to call out a 3-dimensional phantom. Then he said loudly, First Tribulation Transcender Yan He, in order to refine pills in the past 10,000 years, sacrificed 30 billion human beings as a blood sacrifice. He violated the second-class law of the Heavenly Court, and can be sentenced to 10,000 years in prison or death. On the left side of the hall, a young man with a feminine appearance sneered. He did not believe that Jiang Xi would dare to kill him. Yan He, stand in front, Tuyu said expressionlessly. Yes, master. The feminine man came to the bottom of the hall and was very respectful to Tuyu. However, when he looked at Jiang Xi, his face was full of disdain. Jiang Xi, you have to think carefully. Tuyu's blue eyes stared at Jiang Xi. The Purple Heaven sect wanted to judge him and he could not resist. Now it was up to Jiang Xi to decide what punishment he would give. After Nansong finished reading, he and Lu Chuan looked at Jiang Xi. They still did not know what decision Jiang Xi had made after thinking for 3 days. The other Tribulation Transcender powerhouses and Dao Integration cultivators in the hall also looked at Jiang Xi coldly, each of them with fierce killing intent. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi's expression did not change as he said softly, I sentence him to death, immediately. The hall was silent, and the bone-chilling killing intent seemed to condense into ice. You dare to sentence me to death? Yan He was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, You, a puny essence soul cultivator, dare to sentence me to death. You're courting death. He was ruthless and wanted to attack Jiang Xi. Lu Chuan flashed and stood in front of Jiang Xi. At this time, Nansong said coldly, How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die? With that, he waved his hand and was about to take out his immortal sword to kill Yan He. But at this time an angry snort sounded. At the same time, a palm print condensed from immortal power smashed Yan He, who was about to attack, into powder, turning him into nothingness. It's not your turn to kill my people, Tuyu said coldly. He had personally killed his own disciple. Senior Tuyu, I admire you for putting righteousness before family, Nansong said with a smile. Tuyu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the surrounding temperature dropped again. Jiang Xi looked at this senior brother speechlessly. The senior brother was trying to make Tuyu explode with anger. However, he liked this tone. Since he did not have any evidence against Tuyu, it was good to be angry. Jiang Xi, you have to think carefully. Tuyu's voice was even lower, but it gave people a stronger sense of oppression. Senior, don't worry. This junior will definitely give a fair trial. Jiang Xi said respectfully. Then he nodded slightly to Nansong. Nansong said loudly again, First Tribulation Immortal Sect, violated a second-class law of the Heavenly Court. Death penalty. Boom. Tuyu slapped out and killed another disciple with his own hands. Death penalty. Boom. Death penalty. Boom. 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 In the main hall, Jiang Xi calmly judged them. Tuyu killed them one by one, putting righteousness before family. Soon, 31 immortal Dao powerhouses below the 4th Tribulation Transcender level were all dead, leaving only 4 people who had yet to be judged. Originally, there were nearly 40 immortal Dao powerhouses in the hall, but now there were only a few left. Tuyu's expression became colder and colder. The killing intent in the hall condensed into a mist that could be seen with the naked eye. Those with a slightly weaker temperament might be scared out of their wits. On both sides of the hall, there were already many Dao integration cultivators. Under this killing intent, their bodies were slightly trembling. Jiang Xi didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued to judge. Every time he opened his mouth, he would decide the fate of an immortal Dao powerhouse. Tuyu knew that this little guy, who was only at the primordial soul realm, was a ruthless person. This time he admitted his defeat. Unless he was really ruthless enough to kill Jiang Xi on the spot and then betray the human race. However, he knew very well that it wasn't worth it. Therefore, he personally killed the disciples that had been sentenced to death by Jiang Xi. Of the remaining 4 people who hadn't been judged, 1 was a 5th Tribulation Transcender and 3 were 4th Tribulation Transcenders. They were all Tuyu's most valued disciples. After Jiang Xi passed the judgment, Tuyu's heart was dripping blood as he killed his 4 beloved disciples. Jiang Xi, very good. Tuyu's gaze seemed to be able to kill people as he stared at Jiang Xi. Senior, thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 512. The Sect's Heart Inquisition was also one of his heart inquisitions. From killing Baiyu Xingmao, to the crisis on Earth, to the destruction of the Flying Rainbow Sect, and finally to the trial of the disciples of the 9 Tribulation Immortal Tuyu. Jiang Xi's heart had also undergone a baptism. In the resting cabin, Jiang Xi suddenly comprehended something. He sat cross-legged and sank his mind into his sea of consciousness. In the sky above his sea of consciousness, the 4-colored halo behind the head of the essence soul sitting on the lotus platform circulated and began to change. His mental cultivation had begun to improve. Nan Song and Lu Chuan looked at each other, somewhat surprised but also somewhat happy. Both of them were immortal Dao experts, so they naturally knew that Jiang Xi had broken through. They were now close to Jiang Xi. Seeing Jiang Xi break through, they were also happy for Jiang Xi. 3 days later, the high-grade flying ship left the source space. Jiang Xi leisurely woke up. His mental state had undergone a huge change. The most obvious thing was that the 4-colored halo behind the essence soul had become much denser. He had taken another step towards the perfection of the 2nd level of the mental state. Then, the 3 of them bade farewell at the interstellar teleportation array on planet Fallen. Nan Song had to return to the sect to report the situation of Jiang Xi's heart-questioning mission to the sect's upper echelons. Junior brother, the mission this time was very exciting. I reckon that the sect's upper echelons will give you a high score. Nan Song was afraid that Jiang Xi would be worried, so he gave him a heads up. No matter what the outcome is, thank you, senior brother. Jiang Xi bowed solemnly. In fact, he no longer paid much attention to this outcome. After his mental state improved again and changed, he became calmer and more rational. He also had a clear direction for his next cultivation plan. It didn't matter if he went to the decision-making level or not in the future. As long as he could become a peak expert of the human race, he could change the fate of Earth. It was just a matter of time. Becoming a decision-maker would allow him to achieve this goal sooner. After Nansong activated the interstellar teleportation array and left, Jiang Xi said to Lu Chuan, "Lu Chuan, thank you for this period of time. I've already recommended you to Master. After some time he will transfer you to Earth." Lu Chuan was pleasantly surprised. He had suffered before and knew the pain of not having a backer. Cultivators of the immortal path also needed to understand the ways of the world, especially in the Purple Heaven sect, which was full of factions. Before meeting Jiang Xi, he had offended a 6th tribulation transcender of his sect, and thus had been hidden for many years. It wasn't until Jiang Xi recruited him into the Ministry of Supervision that he finally got out of his predicament. Now, if the Winesword Immortal transferred him to Earth, then he would become a subordinate of the Winesword Immortal. Who was the Winesword Immortal? Even though he had disappeared for 50,000 years, his name still spread throughout the universe. With such a powerful backer, he would be able to obtain even more cultivation resources in the future. The future was promising. After the pleasant surprise, Lu Chuan suddenly frowned and said, "My lord, what about you? You definitely won't give up. I'd better stay by your side." Jiang Xi laughed. "Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. Even if Tuyu has the guts, he won't dare to trouble me." Earth, Shantian City. It had been 7 days since Jiang Xi returned from Tuyu planet. On this day, Jiang Xi and the Wine Sword Immortal were on a snowy mountain outside the Shantian city, admiring the scenery of the western plateau of the Great Xia dynasty. Disciple, have you decided? The Wine Sword Immortal asked. Anyone who entered the ancient Tao source world for the first time would be amazed by this gray world. The spirit chi was extremely dense, condensing into spirit mist that could be seen everywhere. Tao techniques that could be seen with the naked eye circulated in the form of colorful lights in the sky on the huge teleportation platform at the edge of Nine Heavens City. Over 100 people were teleported from the original universe to the ancient Tao source world through the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court Tao Origin Hall's universe channel. Most of them were new core disciples of the 3 gates and 6 sects, and a small portion were cultivators who had made great contributions to the human race. It was their first time entering the ancient Tao source world. Jiang Xi didn't reveal his identity, so he didn't stand out among this group of people. However, he remained silent while everyone was marveling at the wonders of the ancient Tao source world. Little fellows, I'm the envoy of Nine Heavens City. Some of you have been to Nine Heavens City before, so you know the rules here. Leave on your own. The other newcomers follow me. At the corner of the teleportation platform, the gray-robed envoy suddenly chuckled. Many people only just realized that there was another gray-robed old man on the teleportation platform. They hurriedly bowed and left. The ancient Tao source world, the sacred land of the human race. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and looked at the familiar environment. He was filled with pride. Now it was time to improve without restraint. He flew down from the teleportation platform, and below him was the majestic Nine Heavens City. At first glance, this huge city gave people the feeling that it had existed since the beginning of time, as if it had existed since time immemorial. He walked along the wide stone path into the depths of Nine Heavens City. The buildings on both sides of the path were gray stone houses that were more than 3 meters tall. On some roofs, cultivators were looking up to comprehend Tao arts. There was no lack of powerful immortal Tao experts among them. Jiang Xi knew that it was taboo not to disturb these people. Let's choose a residence first. Choose one that's closer to Master's residence. With that in mind, Jiang Xi soon arrived at the depths of Nine Heavens City. The most central location was naturally the largest Nine Heavens Palace. This was Tao Lord Nine Heavens' residence. The Wine Sword Immortal's residence was nearby. Jiang Xi chose an ownerless stone house not far from his master's residence. This would be his temporary residence for the next 300 years. After choosing his residence, he got up and went to his master's residence. The Wine Sword Immortal's main body knew that Jiang Xi was coming to the ancient Tao origin world today, so he cancelled the public lesson and waited for Jiang Xi. The Wine Sword Immortal reclined in the tallest pavilion of the palace, leisurely drinking wine from his gourd. Jiang Xi came in and knelt respectfully on the ground, kowtowing. Disciple greets master. We haven't seen each other for half a day. Why are you so formal? The Wine Sword Immortal smiled. Master's main body and clone are different. I haven't seen Master's main body for more than 200 years, Jiang Xi said honestly. In fact, the Wine Sword Immortal's main body and clone gave him a different feeling. While the clone was bold and unrestrained, it had a bit more ferocious aura. In comparison, the main body was more unrestrained and didn't give off as much pressure. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head with a smile, then tossed a white jade slip and a gold one to Jiang Xi. These are the gifts I've prepared for you. What are they? Jiang Xi was looking forward to them. Secret techniques, the Wine Sword Immortal said. Secret techniques? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. He already had 3 secret techniques: the Tao Fusion Technique, the Tao Pattern Technique, and the Tao Seal Technique. Yes, since you've decided to cultivate to the Tao integration stage as your master, I naturally have to pave the way for you. Because once you reach the Tao integration stage, you'll need to create your own secret techniques, and before that, you'll need a lot of accumulation. There are a total of 360 ordinary secret techniques in the white jade slip. Of course, these secret techniques might seem ordinary, but they're all-encompassing. Not only are there secret techniques in the Sword Tao, but there are also secret techniques in the Saber Tao, Spear Tao, Axe Tao, and so on. There are also secret techniques in the Soul Refinement Technique, Body Refinement Technique, and Auxiliary Technique. Although they won't increase your strength, they'll give you a solid foundation. When you create your own secret technique in the future, you'll be able to draw parallels from them, the Wine Sword Immortal said with a smile. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense entered the white jade slip. Suddenly, a huge amount of information poured into his mind. Even if his spiritual sense was as strong as the Tao integration stage, it still took him half an hour to completely absorb all the information. But this was just like swallowing dates. It would take a lot of time to really understand it. In the gold jade slip, there's only one sword Tao pinnacle secret technique, and it's a combat type. The wine sword immortal's eyes glowed. Obviously, this was a very powerful secret technique. Pinnacle secret technique. First release, then change. Chapter 513. Jiang Xi fell into silence. This was a very valuable gift. He had learned about the price of mystic techniques in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault. There were types of mystic techniques such as combat, support, soul, body refinement, and so on. There were 3 levels: ordinary, pinnacle, and ultimate. Ordinary mystic techniques cost at least 10,000 points in the treasure vault. Pinnacle mystic techniques cost at least 1 billion points, and there was no upper limit. The higher ones could even cost 10 billion or 100 billion points. As for ultimate mystic techniques, he couldn't find them with his current authority. The 360 sets of ordinary mystic techniques sounded like a lot, but the price was only 10 million points at most. He could accept it calmly. 10 million points was nothing to the wine sword immortal. However, the pinnacle mystic technique in the golden jade slip was different. It was at least 1 billion points. In addition, it was a combat sword mystic technique, so its value was even higher. It might even reach 10 billion points. The wine sword immortal cultivated in the ancient Tao source world all year round, so he didn't have any source of income. He might have emptied his wallet by taking out so many points to buy a pinnacle mystic technique for his disciple. Master, this is too much. Jiang Xi shook his head and declined. Haha, don't worry, my disciple. This sword Tao secret art cost me 10 billion points. Although this 10 billion points cost me 10 million points, they are of little help to me at my current stage. I won't need points unless I become a perfected lord. Do you think I'll lack points then? The wine sword immortal laughed. Moreover, this mystic technique is very compatible with your sword Tao. Once you master it, your strength will definitely reach my level. At that time, there won't be many things in the universe that can threaten your life. The wine sword immortal said expectantly. Jiang Xi was very touched by his words. 10 billion points. Although the contract he signed with the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court gave him 100 billion points, he could only get 5 billion before he became an immortal. The remaining 5 billion points could only be obtained after he became an immortal. Therefore, 10 billion points was definitely a huge fortune for a primordial soul stage cultivator like him. I owe Master more and more favors. Riverward firmly remembered this in his heart, and did not continue to decline. Then he grabbed the golden jade slip and probed it with his spiritual sense. The secret technique of the pinnacle of the sword Tao immediately surged into his mind. Cloud bookcase 7 swords. I have 7 swords, the end of the Tao, the myriad transformations of the sword Tao. Once you master the first 3 swords, you will be invincible below true monarch. If you master the first 6 swords, you will be invincible against anyone below the Tao Lord level. If you master the 7 swords, you can become a Tao Lord. Just the contents of the opening caused Riverward to be endlessly shocked. He was invincible against anyone below Supremacy 3 swords. He was invincible against anyone below Tao Lord 6 swords. 7 swords was a Tao Lord. This is a pinnacle secret technique? Jiang Xi was speechless. Something's not right. Jiang Xi suddenly came to a realization. If he could become a Tao Lord with 7 strikes, then the price definitely wouldn't be just 10 billion points. Even 100 billion would be considered a low price. Soon after, all the information in the golden jade slip was poured into his mind. Only then did he realize that there were only the first 3 stages of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords, which were the cultivation methods for the first 3 swords. In that case, the first 3 stages were worth 10 billion points, which was much more reasonable. Don't underestimate the first 3 stages. It's enough for you to cultivate for thousands of years. The wine sword immortal seemed to know what he was thinking and suddenly laughed. Jiang Xi smiled confidently and didn't say anything. However, he thought to himself, with the experience points panel, I don't need thousands of years. The only pity was that he could only cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords. This was because the Cloud Bundle 7 swords was created with the Green Lotus Sword Tao as the foundation. The Green Lotus Sword Tao had a total of 9 transformations. These transformations were displayed through the transformations of the Green Lotus. They were 1 lotus, 4 lotus, 100 lotus, 1000 lotus, 10,000 lotus, 1000 lotus, 100 lotus, 4 lotus and 1 lotus. Each green lotus represented a transformation. The requirement to cultivate the first stage was to completely comprehend the first 3 transformations, which were 105 transformations, and so on. The requirement to cultivate the second stage was to completely comprehend the first 4 transformations, which were 1105 transformations. The requirement to cultivate the third stage was to completely comprehend the first 5 transformations, which were 11,105 transformations. He had already comprehended 171 transformations of the green lotus or Tao, so he could only cultivate the first stage. Of course, Jiang Xi believed in his cultivation speed. Not to mention that he was in the ancient Tao source world, so his cultivation speed would be even faster. He was full of anticipation for the future. Next, Jiang Xi set 3 cultivation goals for himself. 1. Continue to deduce the Gale, Parting Fire and Vajra Daos, and strive to advance to the Grand Tao level as soon as possible. 2. Cultivate the first stage of the Cloud Bundle 7 Swords, and let this secret technique appear on the panel. 3. Comprehend the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements, water, earth and wood. After refining each finger of the golden pattern Battle Emperor Palm, Tao Lord, that he had brought back from the Battle Pattern continent, he would obtain 100 billion experience points. At the same time, each finger contained a Daos of the 5 elements. He had already refined 2 fingers that represented the fire and metal Daos, and obtained 200 billion experience points. There were still 3 fingers that represented the fire, earth, and wood Daos that he hadn't refined yet. He was saving them to comprehend the Daos. Originally, Jiang Xi had been hesitating about whether he should comprehend the remaining 3 Daos of the 5 elements. This was because the more Daos he cultivated, the more difficult it would be to advance in the future. If he cultivated 3 more Daos, the difficulty of cultivation would definitely increase by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. However, a battle some time ago made him change his mind. And geniuses were all proud. Gong Sui, that's Jiang Xi, right? In the distance, a burly man with a huge sword on his back pointed at Jiang Xi's figure. Another purple-haired youth with a long sword on his back asked disapprovingly, "What, a genius of the sword gate like you've heard of him?" "We all cultivate the sword Tao, of course I've heard of him." The burly man with the huge sword on his back glared. Then he said, "I also heard that he entered the 3rd heaven of the Purple Heaven sect 100 years ago and entered the 4th heaven through the nascent soul stage cloud top competition. He's known as a genius that's hard to come by in a million years. What's even more puzzling is that he actually chose to break through not long after entering the 4th heaven and became a 4th heaven nascent soul stage disciple. Looking at his every choice, it's puzzling." Speaking up to hear, the burly man smiled. "Aren't you a 4th heaven nascent soul stage disciple of the Purple Heaven sect? You should know him well, right?" "You know him well." The purple-haired youth sneered and shook his head. "But in my opinion he's a fool. His strength has only just passed the 7th level of the sky-piercing mountain, and the highest a 4th heaven nascent soul stage disciple can pass is the 8th level. If he doesn't break through, he can still stay at the 4th heaven during the next nascent soul stage cloud top competition. But there's still 5 years before the cloud top competition for the nascent soul stage disciples. The weakest of us 4th heaven nascent soul stage senior disciples has passed the 10th level of the sky-piercing mountain. He's a newcomer who just ascended to the 4th heaven, and he's about to be eliminated back to the 3rd heaven. First change, then release." Looking at the changes in the EXP panel. Cultivation base. Main body, primordial spirit, later stage 30 million/30 million. Doppelganger, primordial spirit, late stage 30 million/30 million. Tao techniques. Sword intent, 10 levels, 1 billion, 1 billion. Grand Tao of wind, level 10, 550/500 million. Great Tao of fire, level 10, 550/500 million. Great Tao of metal, level 10, 550/500 million. Amplitude, 20,000 times. Sword intent, secret technique, cloud bookcase 7 swords, level 1, 100,000,000/100 million. Tao fusion technique, 4 levels, 400 million/400 million. Tao pattern technique, 4 levels, 40 billion/400 million. Tao seal technique, 4 levels, 40 billion/400 million. Cultivation technique, Purple Firmament Sword Manual, Peacock Visualization, Lotus Sword Manual Deduction. 10,000 experience points per time. Experience points. 661. For billion, the Gale Dao, Departing Fire Dao, and Vajra Dao had been upgraded to the Great Dao level. In addition, the Sword Dao that had been upgraded to the Sword Intent, Great Dao, level. At this point, the 4 Dao techniques that he cultivated had all reached the Great Dao level. Dao techniques were the foundation of various secret techniques. Therefore, the Dao Pattern Technique and Dao Seal Technique, these 2 auxiliary secret techniques, had also been upgraded. The 4-pattern Dao Pattern realm brought about changes to his body. Previously, his body was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit artifact. Now, it was 100 times stronger. The 4th seal realm of the Dao Seal Technique brought about changes to his primordial spirit. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit sitting on the lotus platform changed from 3 petals to 4 petals. At the same time, the range of his spiritual awareness had increased to 300,000 kilometers. In comparison, the range of a normal peak Dao integration cultivator was only 100,000 kilometers. In addition to the Dao Pattern Technique and Dao Seal Technique, there was still the Dao Fusion Technique that had not changed. This was because this auxiliary secret technique was related to the number of Dao techniques cultivated. Only when he comprehended a new Dao technique and reached the Great Dao level would the Dao Fusion Technique be upgraded. In addition, it was worth mentioning that he had also successfully comprehended the Cloud Bookcase 7 Swords and completed the first stage of cultivation. His actual combat strength had increased significantly. All in all, Jiangxi's strength was like heaven and earth compared to 50 years ago. If he was invincible in the Dao integration stage in the past, he had definitely entered the Tribulation Transcendent realm now. How many Tribulation Transcenders were there? Jiangxi was not sure because he had not fought with others in all these years. Let's go and challenge the sky-piercing mountain. Jiangxi's eyes were shining. That was a suitable place for him to test his combat strength. In the 50 years that he had been in the ancient Dao Source world, he had not gone there. When he was cultivating in the 3rd heaven of the Purple Firmament sect, he had passed the 6th and 7th stages of the sky-piercing mountain and obtained 2 opportunities to comprehend the Green Lotus Altar. He had already used up these 2 opportunities 10 years ago. The Green Lotus Altar was the fastest place to comprehend the Sword Dao. The more opportunities there were, the better. After returning to the stone house, Jiangxi's spiritual sense entered the sky-piercing mountain river diagram and the sky-piercing mountain through his communication pearl. The 44 towering sky-piercing mountains corresponded to the 44 inheritance altars in the ancient Dao Source world. The black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian sat motionlessly on a platform at the edge of the sky-piercing mountain. The stronger he was, the more he felt that the Lord Mountain Guardian's strength was unfathomable. This was the most intuitive feeling that Jiangxi had after seeing the Lord Mountain Guardian again after so many years. Greetings to the Lord Mountain Guardian. Jiangxi bowed respectfully. Lord Shoshan opened his eyes. When he saw that it was Riverward, a smile appeared on his dignified face. Jiangxi? I haven't seen you for a long time since you passed the 7th stage of the sky-piercing mountain. The Lord Mountain Guardian smiled. It's been more than 200 years. Jiangxi smiled. The flow of time in the sky-piercing mountain river diagram was the same as the original universe. 50 years in the ancient Dao Source world was equivalent to 180 years in the original universe. In addition to the time before entering the ancient Dao Source world, it had indeed been more than 200 years. Haha, I know you like to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. How many stages do you plan to pass in such a long time? Let me guess. Based on your style, you won't just pass the 8th stage. 9th stage? Or maybe the 10th stage? The Lord Mountain Guardian said with interest. Nascent soul stage disciples at the 4th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect were all at least at the 10th stage. Although there was a 10th stage, the Lord Mountain Guardian didn't really think that Jiangxi could pass it. It had only been more than 200 years, and Jiangxi's talent was already heaven-defying if he could pass the 9th stage. Watch and see. Jiangxi understood the meaning behind the Lord Mountain Guardian's words. Oh. The Lord Mountain Guardian was surprised and smiled. You're very confident. Go ahead, the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain just happens to be empty. Jiangxi nodded and flew away. The Lord Mountain Guardian looked at Jiangxi's back and suddenly smiled. Many of the sect's higher-ups have placed their bets on this kid and are very concerned about his progress. This time, after 200 years, I'm going to pass the sky-piercing mountain again. I have to inform them. He took out his communication pearl and sent out dozens of messages. Among the Purple Heaven sect's disciples, Jiangxi was a dazzling new star. He was already known as a rare genius, second only to the epic geniuses. An epoch was 36 million years. The so-called epic geniuses were hard to come by in an epoch. Sometimes only one would be seen in hundreds or thousands of epochs. Epic geniuses were very rare, so Jiang Xi's attention became the highest among the young disciples. Ninth Tribulation Transcendent Yi Liang received the message. After checking it with his spiritual sense, he smiled. Jiang Xi, that kid, is he going to cause trouble again? Yi Liang's eyes lit up. The young geniuses of the same generation as him often went to the sky-piercing mountain in recent years. Only this Jiang Xi likes to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ji Wei, whose talent was ahead of his, has already passed the 8th level. Which level will he pass this time? The 8th? Or the 9th? Yi Liang didn't think about the 10th level because he subconsciously believed that it was impossible. Immediately after, his spiritual sense entered the sky-piercing mountain and river painting and arrived at the starry sky continent where the sky-piercing mountain was located. He hid in the starry sky and overlooked the green lotus sky-piercing mountain. At the same time, Wine Sword Immortal Nangong, Misty Mountain Immortal, Thousand Flames Immortal, and other tribulation transcendent powerhouses also entered the sky-piercing mountain and river painting with their spiritual senses. Among this group of tribulation transcendent powerhouses, some were 9th Tribulation Transcendent, some were 8th Tribulation Transcendent, and only a few were 7th Tribulation Transcendent. Everyone is here? Wine Sword Immortal looked around. Sword Immortal Nangong grumpily said, "Humph, look at how proud you are." When Jiang Xi had become a disciple, Sword Immortal Nangong and Wine Sword Immortal had competed with each other. In the end, Wine Sword Immortal became Jiang Xi's disciple and Sword Immortal Nangong lost. Wine Sword Immortal Nangong was still brooding over this matter. In particular, as Jiang Xi's talent became better and better, he felt that he had missed out on a good disciple. Zhongli, your luck is really good. You managed to take in a genius like Jiang Xi as your disciple, and many higher-ups of the sect think highly of him. Sir True Monarch directly under me ordered me to pay close attention to Jiang Xi's situation, so I immediately rushed over, another 9th Tribulation Transcender said. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. Wine Sword Immortal laughed, very carefree. Then he said to Immortal Yi Liang, I think you should quickly report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain. Otherwise, my disciple will cause a big commotion in the future, and the other true monarchs of the sect will personally come and snatch him away. Snatch him away? Immortal Yi Liang looked around. Although his expression didn't change, he was somewhat worried in his heart. What Wine Sword Immortal said was the truth. Not to mention the future, if Jiang Xi made a big breakthrough this time, some of the true monarchs of the sect would surely make a move on him. When a 4th Tribulation Transcender disciple rushed to the Heavenspan Mountain, nearly 107 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses of the Immortal Path and above came, it was clear enough. First change, then spread. Chapter 5:15. The Purple Heaven sect was one of the 9 great immortal sects that stood at the peak of the human race. It was normal for the sects to have many factions and compete with each other. The true monarchs would try their best to rope in some tribulation transcender powerhouses in order to increase the strength of their sections. Because there were many things that the true monarchs could not do in person, they could only let their subordinates do it. Where did tribulation transcender powerhouses come from? Naturally, they were the top geniuses who had shown outstanding talent before becoming an immortal. Jiang Xi belonged to this category. However, he had only passed the 7th level of the sky-piercing mountain, so it was not worth it to pay a huge price to rope him in. If Jiang Xi had a big breakthrough this time and passed the 9th level, some true monarchs would definitely try to rope in Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi had entered the Purple Heaven sect for less than 1,000 years, and he already had such strength. When he transcended tribulation to become an immortal in the future, he would at least be able to transcend 6 tribulations, and he would have a great chance of becoming a 9th Tribulation Transcender. A 9th Tribulation Transcender was the right-hand man of the true monarchs. I have to remind the true monarchs when I go back, Yi Liang thought. At this time, the group of Tribulation Transcender powerhouses saw Jiang Xi climb the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. An 8th Tribulation Transcender smiled and said, "Which level do you think Jiang Xi will pass this time?" It's definitely not just the 8th level. That young genius from the same batch as him, Ji Wei, passed the 8th level a few years ago. I'm guessing the 9th level. He has cultivated in the ancient Tao source world for 50 years, and his speed of improvement is many times faster than in the original universe. At most, the 9th level. If he can pass it, it will be shocking enough. It's impossible for him to pass the 10th level. The difficulty of the sky-piercing mountain increases by a large step every 3 levels. Don't be so sure. If he passes the 10th level, you will all be shocked. Zhongli, you are Jiangxi's master, so you know him the best. Tell us. Finally, everyone's eyes gathered on the Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal pretended to be mysterious and lightly smiled. Just watch. In the past 50 years, Jiang Xi had often consulted him about the Sword Dao, so he knew his disciple's strength the best. The 9th level? He knew that the sect was probably going to be lively this time. A 9th Tribulation Transcender said, "The battle has begun." Everyone's gaze turned back to the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain. They could see through the illusory space of each stage. In the illusory space of the 8th level, above the endless mountain range, Jiang Xi and the armored gatekeeper stood opposite each other. The battle began. Sword chi filled the air. Jiang Xi fought with the gatekeeper for a while before killing him. Stage 8 passed. It's a bit strenuous. It seems that the difficulty of passing the 9th stage is not small. Not bad, the 9th stage is a little difficult. But soon, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses that were still discussing this matter calmed down. Because in the illusory space of the 9th level, Jiang Xi once again fought with the gatekeeper and killed him. Stage 9 passed. Next was the 10th level. The guardian of this level had a spiritual energy amplitude of 10,000 times. Of course, Jiang Xi was able to pass through easily. However, he still had to exchange several blows with his opponent before killing him. He was here to test his battle prowess, so naturally he had to do a good test in every round. And so, stage 10 passed. Then, the same thing happened in the 11th level. Jiang Xi did not easily kill his opponent, but he did not encounter any difficulties either. Stage 11 passed. Above the starry sky continent where the 44 sky-piercing mountains were located, the group of immortal Dao experts were all dumbfounded, shocked, and horrified. How is this possible? Even if the cultivation speed in the ancient Dao origin world is 10 times faster than in the original universe, cultivating for 50 years is only equivalent to cultivating for 500 years in the original universe. In just 500 years? In just 500 years, his strength has risen from the 7th level to the 11th level. You should have noticed that the sword Dao he displayed in the 11th level is already at the perfected sword intent realm. This is at least a 6th Tribulation Sword Immortal's Dao technique realm. What terrifying talent. And it's obvious that he hasn't displayed his full strength yet. This means that there's a possibility that he can reach even higher levels. These immortal Dao powerhouses that were at least 7 Tribulation Transcender were really frightened. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In their view, Jiang Xi's cultivation speed was completely illogical. The improvement of one's strength should have been slower and slower. Why was Jiang Xi improving faster and faster? One had to know that he was only at the nascent soul stage. If he reached the Dao integration stage where one's cultivation speed was even faster, how fast would Jiang Xi improve? What a monster. Everyone sighed. This made them think of the more talented geniuses of the previous epoch. For example, a recent genius from the Dao sect, True Lord Baoyan, had the strength of a 7 Tribulation Transcender when he was at the Dao integration stage. With Jiang Xi's current cultivation speed, there was a certain chance that he could reach this step when he reached the Dao integration stage. Although the probability was very small, it was not impossible. Most importantly, Jiang Xi had only cultivated for a short period of time. Many of those geniuses had cultivated for thousands of years. How long had Jiang Xi cultivated? It was probably less than 1,000 years. What they did not know was that Jiang Xi's actual cultivation time was actually less than 300 years. If they knew, they would definitely increase this probability by a level. Speaking of which, the Cloud Summit competition for the Nascent Soul stage is coming soon. I remember that among the 10 Nascent Soul stage old disciples of the 4th firmament, the strongest one only passed the 11th level of the sky connecting mountain. Moreover, they have cultivated for thousands of years. This Jiang Xi has only cultivated for a few hundred years, and he's already as strong as those 4th firmament geniuses. From the looks of it, he's going to continue. Is he going to pass the 12th level? The 12th level is very difficult. I'm not sure. Everyone fell into a short silence again. They did not know what to say about this terrifying talent. Sky connecting mountain, 12th level, illusory space. It was still an endless mountain range, and Jiang Xi's figure appeared in the sky above the mountain range. 1,000 miles away, There was a guard wearing armor and carrying a long sword on his back. He was not angry that Jiang Xi had passed 4 levels in a row. Instead he laughed. I haven't seen a little guy like you for many years. However, among the nascent soul stage geniuses of the 3 sects and 6 sects, no one has been able to pass the 12th level. Now I'm here. Jiang Xi laughed. Ah, very confident. However, compared to the previous level, my ability is much stronger. If you want to pass, show me your true ability. The guard laughed. So, the long sword on his back was unsheathed. A powerful Taoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword will instantly spread throughout the entire illusory space. Jiang Xi did not underestimate his opponent. Soaring sword will accompany the appearance of the red cloud sword. In terms of spiritual energy amplitude, the previous guard of the 11th level had a spiritual energy amplitude of 19,000 times. It was very close to his sword will amplitude of 20,000 times. However, in a battle between the strong, the slightest difference could determine the outcome. The difference of 100 times allowed Jiang Xi to pass the 11th level. At the 12th level, the guard's spiritual energy amplitude had increased to 28,000 times. It had increased by 9,000 times. This was a huge increase. It will be difficult to defeat him with just sword will. Unless I use the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords or something else. In the previous levels he had only displayed his sword will. He did not use the other 3 Taoist techniques or secret techniques. I'll use the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords then. Jiang Xi instantly made a decision. If he wanted to save some trump cards, just sword will and the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords were enough. It was a good opportunity to test the power of the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords. With that thought, the battle began. Boom. The guard's sword carried a Taoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword will. The blade pierced through the air. Cracks appeared in the space and it was about to shatter. The unstoppable aura had completely locked onto Jiang Xi. If Jiang Xi could not block it, he would be killed by this sword. Faced with this situation, Jiang Xi changed his previous fighting style. 105 huge sword will green lotuses suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, these green lotuses spiraled and instantly merged into the red cloud sword in a mysterious way. Boom. Heaven and earth changed color. The aura rising from the red cloud sword was like a crimson dragon that stirred heaven and earth. One sword. Jiang Xi shouted. Whoosh. He held his sword and his figure streaked across the sky. He took the initiative to meet the attack. The speed of the two was extremely fast. They left behind afterimages in the illusory space. It was as if they were frozen in the air. Space was still. In the next moment, the tips of the 2 swords collided. Buzz. A burst of immortal Tao power was produced in the collision. A powerful immortal Tao power erupted. Boom. Boom. A huge energy storm swept through the air and shattered the space. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the seemingly indestructible mountain range below as well. However, after Jiang Xi's sword blocked the guard's sword, its aura did not change. The mysterious aura on the sword did not weaken at all. Scarlet Heaven sword slashed through the surging energy storm. Meanwhile, the guard had to divert his attention to resist the energy storm. Jiang Xi's sword was so fast that the guard could not block it. Qi, in the energy storm, it pierced through the guard's head and destroyed his primordial spirit. The 12th stage passed. Jiang Xi did not observe the subsequent changes in the illusory space. He left the illusory space and continued to fly toward the next stage. The 13th stage. Jiang Xi was excited. If he did not reveal more trump cards, it would be quite difficult for him to pass this stage. However, wasn't this a challenge? At this moment, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses watching Jiang Xi pass through the stages were completely shocked. The 12th stage, only one sword. That should be a pinnacle sword Tao mystic technique. The Cloud Bookish 7 swords. Sword Immortal Nangong said in disbelief. He suddenly looked toward Wine Sword Immortal. You bought it for him? That's right, it's the Cloud Bookish 7 swords. Wine Sword Immortal chuckled. Of course, it's only the first 3 swords. I can't afford any more. Gasp, the first 3 swords cost 10 billion points. How generous. Another 7 Tribulation Sword Immortal gasped. His eyes were filled with envy. He could not afford it. Sword Immortal Nangong shook his head with a bitter smile and did not say anything. He admired Wine Sword Immortal's boldness. If it were him, he probably would not have bought such an expensive mystic technique for his disciple. No, not probably, he definitely would not have done so. Therefore he admired Wine Sword Immortal. Start first, then change later. Chapter 5:16. The fact that Jiang Xi had passed the 12th level shocked all the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses present. Even Wine Sword Immortal, who believed that he understood Jiang Xi's strength the best, was shocked. This kid, I knew that he had comprehended the first sword of the Cloud Bookish Seven Swords 10 years ago. I didn't expect that he would reach the master level in just 10 years. According to Wine Sword Immortal's guess, Jiang Xi would be able to pass the 11th level. From the looks of it, Jiang Xi might have a chance to pass the 13th level. He's really a pleasant surprise. Wine Sword Immortal liked this kind of shock, and it didn't matter if there were more. Different from everyone else's shock, 9 Tribulation Transcender Yi Liang was also shocked, but he was more worried. Passing the 12th level at the Primordial Soul stage. Such a terrifying talent. He was certain that once word of Riverward's results got out, True Monarch Iron Mountain's wall would probably be dug up. The difficulty of the sky-piercing mountain rises by a large step every 3 levels. Can he pass the 13th level? Yi Liang's mood was very complicated. On one hand he was looking forward to Jiang Xi's results increasing, but on the other hand he hoped that Jiang Xi would stop here. Can he pass the 13th level? Many people asked in their hearts. But this time no one dared to jump to a conclusion. On the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain, Jiang Xi appeared in the illusory space of the 13th level. In this level the strength of the Guardian will increase substantially. Just the spiritual energy amplitude alone will reach 37,000 times. My basic spiritual energy amplitude is 20,000 times. With just my sword path and the Cloud Bookish 7 swords, it should be very difficult for me to pass this level. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. However, it was precisely because of this that his real strength could be tested. At this time, the Guardian said with a smile, "It's been a long time since a Primordial Soul stage brat came to pass the 13th level. I hope you can pass it today. Please." Jiang Xi said with a serious expression. The battle began. The Guardian instantly used the Green Lotus sword path, and thousands of green lotuses covered the entire space. Countless sword chi condensed, turning this space into a world of sword chi rampaged. All of a sudden, thousands of green lotuses, accompanied by sword chi, turned into a giant sword engraved with green lotus patterns that whistled towards Jiang Xi. Whoosh! Jiang Xi also made his move at the same time. 350 green lotuses of sword Dao appeared and merged into the red cloud sword in a mysterious way. Once again he used the first sword of the Cloud Manual 7 swords. However, its power was 3 times stronger than when it was at the 12th level. A mysterious aura rose up and also transformed into a huge sword. Although it was only 3,000 feet long, its aura was not inferior to the Guardian's 10,000 feet long sword. A sword strike. First, their auras collided. The Guardian's giant sword carried an ultimate Taoist rhyme that surpassed the level of sword intent. Jiang Xi's giant sword was formed from the profound intent of the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords. Wah! The originally intact illusory space began to shatter, turning into spatial turbulence. The 2 giant swords collided together. Phew! There was no sound between heaven and earth. Only strands of dazzling light could be seen. At the same time, there was a brief stagnation in the space turbulence. Boom! The next moment, there was a sound that resounded through heaven and earth. At the center of the collision, the dazzling light became incomparably dazzling. The stagnant space turbulence roared and swept out again. The 3,000 feet long Cloud Bookcase sword only paused for a moment before it pierced through the air again. On the other hand, the 10,000 feet long Green Lotus giant sword was repelled by thousands of kilometers. My sword is stronger. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Although the Guardian's Green Lotus sword Dao was far superior to his, the actual power it could unleash was inferior to the first sword of the Cloud Bookcase 7 swords. This was because the Guardian did not use any secret combat techniques. It was purely the power of the sword Dao. Boom boom boom. The 2 sides clashed again. The 2 giant swords clashed in the space turbulence. Bursts of power comparable to that of an immortal Dao expert erupted. Of course, when they fought, it was not a simple collision. The Cloud Bookcase sword shuttled through space in a mysterious way, making it impossible to guard against. Once it found the right opportunity, it could end the Guardian's life. The Green Lotus giant sword was completely brute force. It rampaged as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, this kind of barbaric attack seemed tyrannical, but there were many loopholes. In addition, the Cloud Bookcase sword already had the upper hand. After several collisions, it finally bypassed the Green Lotus giant sword and pierced through space, arriving at the Guardian's side. Not good. The Guardian's expression changed greatly. He had to maintain the same cultivation level as Jiang Ci, which was the late-stage essence soul stage. In such an urgent situation he simply could not react in time. Whoosh! The cloud bookcase sword directly crushed the Guardian's body and annihilated his essence soul. The Guardian was dead. The 13th trial had been passed. In the sky above this starry sky continent, nearly 100 Tribulation Transcender powerhouses saw this scene. They were not just shocked but also solemn. How many years had it been since someone at the Essence Soul stage passed the 13th trial of the sky-piercing mountain? Over the countless years, there had been countless geniuses from the 3 schools and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. Of course, there were also people at the Essence Soul stage who could reach this step. Most of those people later became true monarchs that could shake the myriad races in the universe. At the very least, they could become 9th Tribulation Transcenders. But the problem was that when those people reached this step, the time they took to cultivate was much longer than Riverward. He's only cultivated for a few hundred years. We've just witnessed the birth of a new era's genius. This time, it's really going to be lively. Look, he's going to continue. Jiang Ci walked along the stone steps toward the 14th trial of the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. It was already very strenuous just now. It's unlikely that I can pass the 14th trial with just my sword path and the cloud bookcase 7 swords, unless I expose some more trump cards. He was weighing the pros and cons. Was it good or bad to expose too many trump cards? It's about time. I'm only here to test my strength. In the 6th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, in the palace of True Monarch Iron Mountain on the black starry sky, Liang reported on Jiang Ci's situation in the heaven-connecting mountain. When he mentioned that Jiang Ci had passed 6 trials in a row and passed the 13th trial, True Monarch Iron Mountain couldn't help but tremble. True Lord Iron Mountain, who was sitting on the throne, could no longer sit still. He stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. You said he passed the 13th trial? Yes, and he only used the Sword Dao and the Peak Combat Mystic technique, the Cloud Book 7 swords. He didn't use any other techniques, Liang said respectfully. Just the Sword Dao alone is already terrifying, and he only cultivated for a few hundred years. Such talent is comparable to that of the Sword Gates Lu Yen from 8 million years ago. A peerless genius. True Monarch Iron Mountain sat down again and regained his composure. The Sword Gates Lu Yen was also a prodigy of the New Age. He had passed 4 trials in his first attempt at the heaven-connecting mountain. Then, he cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years and finally passed the 10th trial. Hence, Jiang Ci's current performance was even worse than Lu Yan's. In fact, even if Jiang Ci used all his trump cards, he might not be able to compare to Lu Yan. This was because Lu Yan had cultivated for even less time than Jiang Ci. Less than 100 years. He was a walking cheat. Cultivating was as easy as drinking water for him. He had once been favored by many of the higher-ups of the human race, and they believed that he had a chance of becoming the next Tao Lord. It was a pity that before this peerless genius could grow up, he had fallen in an adventure. Chapter 517. My lord, a genius like Jiang Ci is the type that will only get stronger and stronger. As the time he spends cultivating increases, his cultivation speed will probably increase even faster in the future. The other true monarchs of the sect will definitely try their best to rope in Jiang Ci. If a sword true monarch is willing to accept Jiang Ci as a disciple, Jiang Ci probably won't refuse. At that time, with the master-disciple relationship, Jiang Ci will become a member of another sect, Liang said. True Monarch Iron Mountain didn't cultivate the Sword Dao. He only became Jiang Ci's direct true monarch because he presided over Jiang Ci's 9 regions genius competition. Seeing that True Monarch Iron Mountain was silent, Liang said, My lord, I suggest that you immediately summon Jiang Ci. Of course I understand what you're saying. True Monarch Iron Mountain nodded slightly and said, Jiang Ci's talent at the beginning wasn't the best, not even comparable to Ji Wei. But now, in less than 300 years he has left Ji Wei far behind. This is a true epic genius that might not appear even once in 1,000 epochs. It's normal for people to try to poach him. Then shouldn't you summon him immediately? Liang was puzzled. As True Monarch Iron Mountain's right-hand man, he was very concerned about the overall strength of this sect. He could foresee that as long as Jiang Ci continued to develop normally, he would definitely become a 9th Tribulation Transcender. At that time, their sect's strength in the sect would greatly increase. True Monarch Iron Mountain shook his head and said, I also want to summon him immediately, but this little guy blocked all transmissions so I can't contact him. I sent him a message but he didn't reply. Blocked? Yi Liang was stunned. Then he immediately reacted. Jiang Xi probably already knew that many true monarchs would try to rope him in or take him as a disciple. However, he was just a nascent soul cultivator, and he didn't dare to directly reject the true monarchs. If he blocked all transmissions, no one would be able to contact him. This way he wouldn't have to worry about offending those big shots. After some time, when the storm calmed down, he would be able to choose the best one among the many invitations. A smart move. Yi Liang sighed. Not only was he talented, but he was also very experienced in dealing with matters. Let's leave it at that for now. We can't interfere with his final decision. True Monarch Iron Mountain smiled. He knew very well that in terms of competitiveness, he was no match for some of the ancient true monarchs of the sect who had lived for countless years. Now it was up to Jiang Xi to make his own choice. At the same time, the matter of Jiang Xi clearing the Heavenspan Mountain's 13th hurdle also spread among the foreign races. At the border of the Tao Alliance's true mystic region, in a distant desolate galaxy, within a rarely known estate world, dark clouds covered the sky, and wisps of dark blue flames danced on the ground. The entire world was filled with a gloomy aura. At the center of the world, the blue flames converged into Luhaiyang. A black mountain over 1,000,000 kilometers tall stood in the middle of the dark blue ocean. At the top of the mountain there was a huge palace made of bones. The master of the palace was called Third Ghost King Bai. He was the strongest ghost clan cultivator hiding in the human territory. A white-eyed woman flew into the palace of bones at an extremely fast speed. Although she was a 9th tribulation ghost immortal, she didn't dare to recklessly enter this terrifying palace. The white-eyed woman respectfully said outside the palace, I would like to see the Ghost King. Only true monarchs of the Ghost clan had the right to add the words, Ghost King, to their names. Come in. A voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens. The white-eyed woman hurriedly entered the palace of bones on the first floor. In the main hall, a figure that looked like an evil spirit was surrounded by balls of dark blue flames. What's the matter? Third Ghost King Bai asked. Your Majesty, this is information regarding the human genius Jiang Xi, the white-eyed woman said respectfully. Oh? The one who failed the assassination last time? What about him? Third Ghost King Bai was interested. This was because he had personally ordered the assassination last time. Being able to escape the assassination of a third tribulation ghost immortal from the Silver Yaksha clan had already proved the threat Jiang Xi posed. According to the information from our scouts, Jiang Xi has just cleared the 13th hurdle of the Heavenspan Mountain, the white-eyed woman hurriedly said. The 13th hurdle? I remember that he has cultivated for less than 1,000 years? Third Ghost King Bai was a little surprised. Yes, such talent is already at the level of an epic genius. Even compared to the previous epic geniuses Lu Yan and Bao Yan Perfected Lord, there is not much difference. If he is allowed to grow, he will definitely be a great threat to us. The white-eyed woman said solemnly. A genius at the level of Lu Yan and Bao Yan Perfected Lord? Third Ghost King Bai's finger lightly tapped on the throne. After a moment of silence he said, 8 million years ago in order to assassinate Lu Yan, I lost a large number of experts. Now that we have to assassinate Jiang Xi, I no longer have any suitable spies to carry out the assassination mission. The higher the cultivation of a spy, the more difficult it would be to hide. If they wanted to assassinate Jiang Xi now, they would need to be at least at the 6th tribulation stage to have a certain degree of confidence. Pass down the order, put Jiang Xi as the number 1 target on the assassination list. Third Ghost King Bai said with a smile. Yes. The white-eyed woman also smiled. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe, and their enemies were not only the ghost race, but also the demon race and many other races. Putting Jiang Xi as the number 1 target on the assassination list would bring more attention to Jiang Xi. At that time, even if the ghost race did not make a move, the other races would. This was a starry sky continent in the middle of the universe, where a top race that depended on the human race lived. The demon race had opened up a grotto heaven world here as their hidden headquarters in the human race's territory. In the grotto heaven world there were thousands of mountains. A huge palace floated above the thousands of mountains. At this moment, a figure covered in scales knelt in the main hall. Above the main hall, on a huge throne, sat a demon king that was thousands of feet tall. His long tail was tens of thousands of feet long, and it swayed gently. My king, our spy in the Purple Firmament sect has sent back news. The human race genius Jiang Xi has only cultivated for a few hundred years, and he has passed the 13th stage of the Skyspan Mountain. He is already at the level of an epic genius. However, he is now in the human race's holy land, the ancient Tao origin world, and we can't find a chance to assassinate him, the scaled figure said respectfully. The ancient Tao origin world is guarded by Tao Lord 9 firmaments. You still want to assassinate him there? The long-tailed demon king laughed. Don't think about assassinating Jiang Xi for now. When he reaches the Tao integration stage, he will definitely go to the extraterritorial battlefield. At that time, there will be a lot of opportunities. Jiang Xi, who was being watched by all parties, was not aware of the situation outside. He only knew that there would definitely be many powerful existences contacting and recruiting him this time. Therefore, after he passed the Skyspan Mountain, he used his spiritual sense to block his communication pearl. He could not receive any messages or messages. He cultivated in the stone house and did not go anywhere. 3 days later, Jiang Xi removed the block on his communication pearl. Instantly, hundreds of accumulated messages came to him. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there were a total of 514 messages. To be honest, Jiang Xi was very surprised. He did not expect that so many perfected lords would send him messages. Among them, 428 were from perfected lords. There were perfected lords from various sects and some perfected lords guarding the Zixiao region's 400-star zone. In addition to these perfected lords, there were also some tribulation transcender experts. In addition, his good friends from the 9 regions genius tournament such as Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng Jiwei and others also knew about this matter. With his powerful spiritual sense, Jiang Xi quickly browsed through these messages. Those geniuses that are said to only appear once in a million or 10 million years are not worth the perfected lord's attention. It's different for the epic geniuses. Not many of these perfected lords can sit still. Jiang Xi chuckled. From the content of these messages, he could feel the friendly attitude of the perfected lords. There was nothing domineering or coercive. Most of them encouraged him in the messages and then revealed their intention to take him in as a disciple. After that, he only replied to Mu Ning and other good friends because he did not know how to reply to the perfected lords. If he met a narrow-minded person, he would have provoked a big-shot enemy for no reason. Jiang Xi thought for a while, got up, left the stone house, and went to the palace of his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. He easily went to the pavilion behind the main hall. Sure enough, his master was waiting there. Greetings, master. Jiang Xi respectfully bowed. I thought you would wait for half a month before coming out. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. After causing such a big commotion, it's not a good idea to keep dragging it out. Jiang Xi smiled. It seems that many perfected lords have sent you messages this time, the Wine Sword Immortal said. Yes, more than 400 perfected lords. Almost all of them want to take me in as a disciple. Jiang Xi nodded. Haha, that's a bit too many. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed and then said, however, it's normal. After all, you are an epic genius and have only cultivated for a short time. According to past experience, as long as an epic genius doesn't die, even the weakest one can become a 7th tribulation transcender after becoming an immortal. Almost half of them can become a 9th tribulation transcender, and a few can become a perfected lord. That's why they are fighting to take you in as a disciple. It's because the master-disciple relationship is the closest. Jiang Xi slightly nodded. This was the truth. The stronger one was, the longer their lifespan. After becoming a 9th tribulation transcender, their lifespan would be 100,000 years. As for those perfected lords, they had endless lifespan. In a long life, those who were related to them by blood might gradually pass away. In the end, the closest person to them would be their master. This was the most reliable relationship. The perfected lords were fighting to take him in as a disciple because they valued this point. When Jiang Xi truly grew up, he could become their right-hand man. If he was lucky enough to reverse life and death and become a Tao immortal or perfected lord, both master and disciple would be perfected lords. In the future, when fighting between factions and exploring the universe together, their chances of success would be greater. They wouldn't have to worry about sneak attacks or plots. In novels, deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was actually very rare. The human race respected their masters. This was a tradition that hadn't died out even after countless years. Just like many vicious people, no matter how bad their actions were, they would rarely lay their hands on their masters. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled and asked, "Have you thought about who you want to take as your master?" Master? Jiang Xi frowned. In fact, he didn't plan to take anyone else as his master. The Wine Sword Immortal taught him so wholeheartedly. There was no reason for him to change his master. Start first, then change later. Chapter 518. In the pavilion, Jiang Xi sat upright and still, looking very serious. Wine Sword Immortal, on the other hand, was much more casual, with his clothes unbuttoned. Seeing Jiang Xi's serious expression, he smiled and said, "Don't be bound by some complicated formalities. We humans do pay attention to respecting our masters, but there's no rule that says we can't have more than one master. Actually, many experts will choose to learn from other masters on their path of growth. For example, I had many masters before I became an immortal. Because everyone's understanding of cultivation and Tao arts is different. Through taking a master, one can absorb different concepts and gather the strengths of a myriad of schools to become stronger." Jiang Xi nodded slowly, no longer insisting on his previous thoughts. Moreover, even if he took another expert as his master, it wouldn't affect his relationship with Wine Sword Immortal. "But, Master, so many perfected lords have sent me messages and I don't know them well. Who's strong, who's weak, who's more suitable, I'm not sure." "It's not easy to choose," Jiang Xi said. In fact, if he really had to choose a master, he would lean towards True Lord Six Virtuous. This ancient existence had once guided him in the Sword Tao. Unfortunately, True Lord Six Virtuous didn't send him a message. "I have a suitable candidate," Wine Sword Immortal suddenly said seriously, putting away his casual attitude. "Oh? Which perfected lord?" Jiang Xi asked. "Not a perfected lord." Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and said seriously, "It's Tao Lord Nine Firmaments." "Tao Lord? Nine Firmaments?" Jiang Xi was shocked. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the strongest expert in the Purple Firmament sect, guarding the ancient Tao origin world. Moreover, the only city in the ancient Tao origin world, Nine Firmament City, was named after Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. He was definitely one of the top 3 existences in the human race. "Master, but Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't send me a message? Do I have to go to Nine Firmaments Palace myself?" Jiang Xi hurriedly asked. It was still unknown whether the other party would accept him if he took the initiative. "Indeed, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't send you a message." Wine Sword Immortal smiled and then said, "However, 2 days ago he sent someone to tell me that I can accept you as a registered disciple." Jiang Xi suddenly understood. He knew that his master had a certain connection with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The most obvious example was 200 years ago when the Wine Sword Immortal requested for a dharmic decree from the Tao Lord of the Nine Heavens in order to save him. If they didn't have a relationship, they wouldn't be able to do that. "Just a registered disciple?" Jiang Xi asked. The personal disciples of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments are basically all perfected Lord-level experts. You're still at the Essence Soul realm. It's already pretty good that you can become an in-name disciple. The Wine Sword Immortal chuckled. Jiang Xi nodded slowly. 1 era, 36 million years. 10,000 epochs was only 360 billion years. In the eyes of a Tao Lord, it was probably equivalent to a year in the life of a mortal. A powerful existence like Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had seen countless epochs of geniuses over the course of countless eons. To be able to accept him as an in-name disciple was already very rare. "Do you know who the master of the current Heavenly Court's Emperor is?" The Wine Sword Immortal asked again. Could it be Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? Jiang Xi was shocked. "That's right." The Wine Sword Immortal nodded and said, "You don't feel like you're at a loss now, right? The reason why the Emperor could become the master of the Tao Alliance's heavenly courts and rule over the human race is because he's strong. Another reason is because of Tao Lord Nine Firmament's support." After hearing the confirmation, Jiang Xi's face was filled with shock. This was definitely a huge secret. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the master of the heavenly court's emperor. To the human race, the Tao Alliance's heavenly courts was the highest authority that ruled over the massive human territories. As the master of the heavenly courts, the emperor stood at the very top of the heavenly courts. Needless to say, his strength was definitely one of the top experts of the human race. Then how strong was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? Jiang Xi thought that he was at least one of the top 3 existences of the human race. Don't look down on him just because he's an in-name disciple. In terms of status in the human race, An in-name disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments is definitely higher than a personal disciple of a perfected Lord. Furthermore, when your cultivation increases or you display greater talent in the future, you'll have a chance to become a personal disciple of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. By then, no one in the human race will dare to offend you. People like Qiao Tu will even hide far away from you. The Wine Sword Immortal added. Jiang Xi nodded. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was definitely a huge backer. There was no doubt about that. In the entire human race, probably only the Taoist sect's tomorrow's supremacy could suppress Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Of course, those foreign races will definitely not give face to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The Wine Sword Immortal took a sip of wine. Jiang Xi laughed as well. It would be strange if the foreign races gave face to him. If he really acknowledged Tao Lord Nine Firmaments as his master, the foreign races would probably raise his assassination ranking very quickly. At this point, Jiang Xi had already made up his mind to acknowledge Tao Lord Nine Firmaments as his master. Master, is there anything I need to pay attention to when I visit Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? Jiang Xi asked. Something I need to pay attention to? The Wine Sword Immortal thought for a moment and said solemnly, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments is an expert who has contributed greatly to the human race. When you meet him, you must be respectful. You can't be as casual as you are in front of me. Your disciple will bear that in mind. Jiang Xi said respectfully. Alright, before you meet Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, remember to meet True Lord Iron Mountain. He's your direct True Lord and should be reported to him. The Wine Sword Immortal said. Yes. Jiang Xi nodded. After becoming Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' in-name disciple, he no longer belonged to True Lord Iron Mountain's faction. In fact, after he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, he would be qualified to form his own faction in the sect. After that, he left the Wine Sword Immortal's residence and headed towards Nine Firmaments Palace. On the way, he used his communication pearl to contact True Lord Iron Mountain. A wisp of spiritual sense passed through the communication pearl and turned into a transmission phantom that appeared in True Lord Iron Mountain's palace. When True Lord Iron Mountain learned that Jiang Xi wanted to become Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' disciple, he felt a little helpless, but he didn't dare to say anything. In the end, he encouraged Jiang Xi to cultivate well with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi noted everything down. He also maintained his respect for this old superior. When Earth was in danger, True Lord Iron Mountain didn't hesitate to send his army of immortals to help him guard Earth. This was also a favor. After Jiang Xi and True Lord Iron Mountain finished their transmission, they arrived at Nine Firmaments Palace. This majestic palace was incomparably huge. It was like a prehistoric beast crawling on the gray earth of the ancient Tao origin world. He was quite familiar with this place, but it was limited to the Hall of Inheritance. The 44 inheritance altars were in the Hall of Inheritance in the outer city of Nine Firmaments Palace. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments lived in the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace. He needed to continue along the stone path. Along the way he could see many cultivators hurriedly walking in the palace, but no one dared to make a noise. The deeper he went, the stronger the cultivators he encountered. In the end, only immortal Tao powerhouses were left. Jiang Xi was a primordial soul stage cultivator, so he was particularly eye-catching. In the end, he stopped at the gate of the inner city, where a group of Tribulation Transcender guards stopped him. The Tribulation Transcender in the lead shouted, "Who is it?" Jiang Xi stated his purpose for coming, and the other party checked and verified his identity. However, even if his identity was verified, the Tribulation Transcender guard didn't let down his guard and led him into the inner city. The security is tight. Jiang Xi thought. After entering the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, he saw many Tribulation Transcender guards patrolling the city. Soon Jiang Xi was brought to a palace. The Tribulation Transcender guard said, "This is True Lord Infeng's residence. You can go in by yourself." "Thank you." Jiang Xi thanked him and stepped into the palace. He didn't ask why he wanted to see True Lord Infeng first. He believed that this Tribulation Transcender guard wouldn't play tricks on him. In Nine Firmaments Palace, no one dared to play tricks. Inside the palace, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back. After seeing Jiang Xi, he smiled, giving off a gentle feeling. Jiang Xi was somewhat surprised. He had seen several True Lords before, and each of them had a different temperament. However, they had one thing in common, which was that they made people afraid and didn't dare to look directly at them. However, this True Lord Infeng was obviously different. He didn't look like a True Lord, and his smile was like a spring breeze. Jiang Xi greets True Lord Infeng. Jiang Xi respectfully saluted. True Lord and Feng asked, since you took the initiative to come to the inner city of Nine Firmaments Palace, you should be willing to take Master as your master, right? Yes. Jiang Xi nodded. True Lord and Feng smiled kindly and said, in that case you can just call me third senior brother. He explained, I'm a disciple that Master took in a long time ago, so I can be ranked third among Master's many disciples. However, among these brothers, there are many who are stronger than me. Jiang Xi saluted again, greetings, third senior brother. True Lord and Feng turned around and walked into the depths of the palace. Then follow me to the Nine Firmaments realm. The Nine Firmaments realm? Jiang Xi didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly followed him. In just a moment they arrived in front of a secluded bamboo forest. There was a small path in the forest which led to an unknown place. After stepping on the small path, heaven and earth spun and space changed. After everything calmed down, Jiang Xi looked carefully and found that he had arrived in a vast world. He saw a boundless river of killing intent flowing between heaven and earth. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood stretched across the earth. Those piled-up corpses basically didn't have a human shape. They were all foreign race corpses. Moreover, the aura they emitted shocked Jiang Xi. They were very strong. Could they all be killed by Tao Lord Nine Firmaments? He followed behind True Lord and Feng with shock and doubt in his heart and walked through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Soon, he saw a tall figure standing in the void above the sea of blood ahead. Judging from his face, it was a middle-aged man with a dignified face and his eyes were closed. However, the blood-colored armor and long hair emitted a terrifying aura, as though this person was the source of all the killing intent. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi's hair stood on end with a single glance and endless fear rose in his heart. It was too scary. Rumor had it that one couldn't look directly at some powerful existences, let alone call them by their names. Otherwise, one would be stared at. It seemed like the rumor was true. True Monarch and Feng bowed and said, Master, Riverward is here. Jiang Xi? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Xi. Swoosh! The boundless killing intent retreated instantly. The fear in Jiang Xi's heart vanished without a trace as well. Greetings, Lord Nine Firmaments, Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi knelt on the ground. In front of such a supreme existence of the human race, he felt extremely insignificant. I saw how you cleared the Tongtian mountain. You're quite talented to be able to clear 13 levels without using the other 3 great Daos. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Although Jiang Xi maintained his composure on the surface, he was shocked and even uneasy internally. He had never displayed the great Daos of wind, fire and metal, but Tao Lord Nine Firmaments knew about them. It felt as though he had no secrets in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. In that case, did Tao Lord Nine Firmaments know about his experience points panel? While he was feeling uneasy, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, to be able to master the first sword of the Cloud Bundle 7 swords within 50 years, your comprehension of the secret skills of the Tao of the sword is rare as well. Jiang Xi knelt there obediently and listened. Your talent and comprehension are excellent. Are you willing to become my in-name disciple? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Jiang Xi. I'm willing. Jiang Xi bowed and kowed out. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded with a smile. He no longer looked like the killing god from before. Only his blood-colored hair was still fluttering slightly, causing one's heart to palpitate. He rarely took in disciples because there weren't many geniuses that could pique his interest. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe and the life forms they nurtured were naturally the most intelligent compared to other races. There was no lack of geniuses at all. In an era, the geniuses of an epoch might be able to suppress the current world. However, there were very few who could still emit a dazzling glow over the endless years. As a pinnacle existence of the human race, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had seen countless geniuses. However, there were very few that he truly valued and wanted to take in as disciples. That was unless it was the top epic geniuses such as Lu Yen of Sword Sect who cultivated as easily as drinking water and had a chance of becoming a Tao Lord in the future. This time, he wanted to take in a disciple on a whim. Another reason was that Jiang Xi came from Earth. Of course, Jiang Xi himself had shown sufficient talent. Although he was only taking in Jiang Xi as an in-name disciple, the main purpose was to observe him first. After all, Jiang Xi was still inferior to epic geniuses such as Lu Yen. Jiang Xi, I know that you've already comprehended the 350 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao. The requirement to cultivate the second sword of the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords is to completely comprehend the fourth transformation of the Green Lotus Sword Tao, which is the 1105 transformations. I'll allow you to cultivate in the ancient Tao origin world for 1,000 years. If you can comprehend the 1105 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao and cultivate the second sword of the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords within 1,000 years, you can become my personal disciple, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xi didn't feel surprised. However, Perfected Lord Infeng next to him was very shocked. He then looked at Jiang Xi sympathetically. However, Jiang Xi didn't notice this. He was full of confidence. If he couldn't cultivate the second sword in 1,000 years in the ancient Tao origin world, then he should find a ball of cotton and kill himself. Infeng. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at Perfected Lord Infeng. Disciple is here, Perfected Lord Infeng hurriedly said. He had already regained his composure. You've cultivated the Cloud Booklet 7 Swords before. For the next 1,000 years, go and give Jiang Xi pointers every 10 years, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Disciple obeys. Perfected Lord Infeng bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi also bowed. I hope you can cultivate the second sword in 1,000 years. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded and said in a deep voice, remember, the better your performance in the human race, the more resources you'll receive. Yes, disciple will do his best. Jiang Xi said solemnly. He and Perfected Lord Infeng disappeared from the Nine Firmaments realm. In the next moment, the two appeared outside the bamboo forest. Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he relax a little. When facing Tao Lord Nine Firmaments just now, even if he didn't feel fear, he still felt pressure. Perfected Lord Infeng asked. Jiang Xi nodded. It's normal because this is Master's Slaughter clone. Even if I'm a rank 4 Tao Immortal now, I still feel a lot of pressure when facing Master's Slaughter clone, Perfected Lord Infeng said with a smile. Third senior brother is a rank 4 Tao Immortal? Jiang Xi was very surprised. The two words Perfected Lord were actually a respectful title for Tao Immortals. Their actual realm should be Tao Immortals. He wasn't surprised that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had a clone, but Perfected Lord Infeng's strength. Yes, why? Do you think I'm not strong enough? Perfected Lord Infeng laughed. Senior brother, you must be joking. A rank 4 Tao Immortal going through life and death 4 times. Not many people in the human race can do that, Jiang Xi praised. Tribulation Transcenders went through 9 tribulations, and each tribulation would increase their lifespan by 10,000 years. Tao Immortals, on the other hand, could reverse life and death. Once they succeeded, they would have endless lifespan. At the same time, their strength would greatly increase. However, since it was reversing life and death, it was naturally accompanied by life and death. One thought to life and death. Countless talented geniuses fell at this step after transcending the 9 tribulations and becoming 9 tribulation transcenders. Jiang Xi thought of his master, Wine Sword Immortal. This peerless sword immortal genius was unable to reverse life and death because of the demonic intent in his heart. If one couldn't become a Tao Immortal, their lifespan would be exhausted and their Tao would vanish. In addition, Tao Immortals could reverse life and death 5 times at most. Therefore, the highest realm a Perfected Lord could reach was a rank 5 Tao Immortal. There weren't many people in the human race who could go through life and death 5 times and still survive. Jiang Xi had learned from Wine Sword Immortal that Perfected Lord 6 Virtuous and Perfected Lord Myriad Poison were both rank 5 Tao Immortals. Perfected Lord Iron Mountain was a rank 2 Tao Immortal. Perfected Lord Baoyin, who was known as the Taoist Epic Genius, was a rank 4 Tao Immortal like Perfected Lord Infeng. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't dare to underestimate Perfected Lord Infeng. He didn't even dare to underestimate a rank 1 Tao Immortal as he could kill him with a breath. Then, the two returned to the palace. Perfected Lord Infeng suddenly asked, Master ordered me to guide you in cultivating the Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords. Do you know the origin of the Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords? I only know that it's a peak combat mystic technique, Jiang Xi answered truthfully. I thought you knew since you were so confident just now. Perfected Lord Infeng was a little surprised. Jiang Xi was puzzled. The ignorant are fearless. Perfected Lord Infeng shook his head and said, The Cloud Bookworm 7 Swords was created by Perfected Lord Cloud Bookworm of the Sword Sect countless eras ago. He could have used this peak mystic technique to become a Tao Immortal, but unfortunately he died in a battle. It's not a Tao Immortal's mystic technique? Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Perfected Lord and Feng smiled and said, "Peak mystic techniques don't necessarily mean that they were created by Dao immortals." He continued, "Perfected Lord Cloud Bookworm was a rank 5 Dao immortal, but the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords he created amazed even Dao immortals who cultivated the sword Dao. I've cultivated it before. Although it was only used to assist in battle, I think I have a thorough understanding of this mystic technique. However, do you know how long it took me to master the second sword?" Jiang Xi shook his head. 800 years. Perfected Lord and Feng said seriously. 800 years? Riverward was stunned for a moment. He himself had used 40 years to master the first sword. Even if the difficulty of the second sword was 10 times higher, he should have mastered it in 400 years, right? Was third senior brother's talent that bad? He actually took so long. Do you know how long it took me to master the first sword? Perfected Lord and Feng asked again. Before Jiang Xi could answer, he answered himself, "Half a year." Jiang Xi's expression changed. Half a year. 800 years. That was a huge difference. Didn't that mean that the difficulty of cultivating the second sword was more than 1,000 times higher than the first sword? Furthermore, I was already a rank 1 Dao immortal when I cultivated the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords, Perfected Lord and Feng added. Jiang Xi's expression changed starkly. If a rank 1 Dao immortal took 800 years to master the second sword, how long would it take for his essence spirit? Furthermore, he had to fully comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, which was the 1,105 transformations of the Green Lotus, before he could start cultivating it. Right now, he had only comprehended 350 transformations of the Green Lotus and was still far from the 1,105 number. He would definitely need a lot of time in between. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments only gave him 1,000 years. It was no wonder why Perfected Lord and Feng said that the ignorant were fearless. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "I'll guide you once every 10 years according to my master's instructions for 3 days each time. Before you fully comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao, I'll guide you on your sword Dao first before the Cloud Bookworm's 7 swords," Perfected Lord and Feng said. "I'll have to trouble you then, third senior brother?" Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. "It's no trouble at all. You still have to rely on yourself. Whether or not you can become my master's personal disciple will depend on your own efforts," Perfected Lord and Feng smiled. He did not know where Jiang Xi's confidence came from. In any case, he felt that it would be difficult. Perhaps Jiang Xi truly needed some luck. Following that, Jiang Xi did not waste any time or resources and asked Perfected Lord and Feng about the Green Lotus Sword Dao. As expected of a Perfected Lord that cultivated the Sword Dao, Perfected Lord and Feng's understanding of the Sword Dao was unique. In just 3 days, Riverward had benefited a lot from it. He experienced the benefits of having multiple masters that his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, mentioned. He only left the inner city of 9 Firmaments Palace after the 3 days of guidance ended. The next time he wanted to seek guidance from Perfected Lord and Feng, he would have to wait for 10 years. After returning to his stone house, Jiang Xi did not immediately enter cultivation. He was calculating the possibility of mastering the second sword move of the Cloud in case 7 swords within 1,000 years. First, I have to completely comprehend the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao. There are a total of 1,105 changes. I have already comprehended 350 changes, and I still need 755 more. This was not too difficult for Jiang Xi. This confidence came from the cultivation of the secret Dao pattern technique. The Dao pattern technique not only increased the strength of the body, but also the affinity of the Dao. Dao pattern technique, 4 patterns, 40 billion, 40 billion. Ever since his strength underwent a drastic change, the Dao pattern technique of the body tempering secret technique correspondingly increased to the 4 patterns realm. The prerequisite for cultivating to this realm, apart from the Dao realm, was that the body had to integrate 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. He relied on his second-level mental state to withstand the impact of the Dao pattern blood crystal's baleful aura. In the past 50 years, he successfully integrated 99 Dao pattern blood crystals. Each Dao pattern blood crystal could increase one's affinity with the Dao by 1-fold. In other words, he now had 99 times the affinity of the Dao, and the deduction efficiency had become 99 times the original. Therefore, comprehending the fourth evolution of the Green Lotus Sword Dao was not too difficult for him. The biggest problem now is, after comprehending the Green Lotus Sword Dao, can I master the second sword move of the Cloud in case 7 swords within 1,000 years? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.